Hello and welcome, DCL fans. Today we're going over week 1 as the watch party, and Dougal's here with us.
Hello.
This is
It was
awesome.
a good week for some of us.
For some of us, yeah. Everyone in
Yeah.
the call at least. At the streams roll in my chat, and then also I have the awesome perms of going to the Smogon Draft Content channel and plugging it there. At
They should give me
content tag.
for that one.
I mean, you could just ask for it, I think.
I'm not gonna post anything, but yeah.
Yeah. just to do it.
Yeah.
Bang. Alright. The elephant's in the room. What's up, Cinerath? We got...
Can you put like two elephants like on screen next to your face cam? That would be kind of
Oh,
funny.
I could do that. Hold up. While we're waiting for people to join, we might have to tap into that technology.
Huge.
The thing is, there's no super high quality image of Great Tusk that's transparent on like Google Images, so it's a little bit mid, but that's okay. I'll name it Tuskathy in my downloads page.
Nice.
Yeah. And then Iron Treads. Iron Treads has a super nice picture on Google Images, which is like weird. Why not both?
Which one do you think's more popular? Great Tusk or Iron Treads?
Oh, Great Tusk for sure. He's literally OU.
I like them both the same. I don't know. Like, I think they're both pretty cool.
So we just like, look how much bigger this is. It's like, you think it just a little like
There we go.
Or do we put it here?
I like that. That looks good.
Yeah, let's put the elephants in the room. My lunch had a good time, bro. We're gonna be live for like 4 hours at least.
Yeah,
But
there's a lot.
Appreciate you tapping in. Can we put some mice next to them so they aren't lonely? Maybe when we get to your replay, we can add some mice to the background.
I think aren't elephants afraid of mice though? So I'm not sure that would work out.
I think that might just be a what's it called? A cartoon stereotype thing. But anyways,
Maybe.
how do I join the draft Discord? There's a Smokin' Draft Discord. Let me see if I can grab the invite, and then I'll throw that in the description real quick. Generate new link. Alright, does this work? Let me edit description. Actually, I could just post it in the chat, can't I?
You can
Bang.
do that, yeah.
So that'll be the Smogon Discord link. This is where this tournament is being hosted out of. It's a really big server. All that stuff. Are you the Treads or the Tusk? Considering how old I am, I might be Tusk, bro. I might be Tusk.
I think I'm the Tusk. I think I'm older.
Yeah. We can both be Tusk. They're not like
That's
single
true.
things. But anyways, let's get into these series. So first up is going to be Tidal versus II on the other side. So Tidal is on what team? Tidal is on the Yoshis. And then II is on the Alliance. So we got some teams. Dougal is with me. He's on the Alliance as well. How old is Dougal? Older than me. Not by much, though.
I'm like a year older than you, something like that.
Yeah. So like 20.
Yeah,
Yeah.
20.
Yeah, we could round up a little bit.
I'm just gonna say 25 yeah, we'll keep it at that.
Why is the Elephants game not the first one selling the stream? We got to keep the viewers enticed to keep watching, you know? How does Title's team so shiced? Yo, literally, I predicted Title to win in my fantasy draft. So, like, this could have been big points for me.
So the thing about like this matchup is like titles only like ground or electric immunes were, you know, what we see on the screen, the Torterra, Emolga, and then like
There's
something
a
else that was like
Vileplume
more
on the bench
common.
as well.
Oh yeah, Vileplume. So it was like a really good Zero Aura matchup for us.
Yeah, Zero is really fantastic, but at the same time, like, Mawile just picks one every time. I know there's a Steelix, but like, LOL. I thought Mew was gonna completely take over this game when I was looking at the Preds.
Mm-hmm.
Glop says, nah, I'm 27, that means I'm Tusk. Yo, spoiler alert, I think I'm older than you. That's okay, though. We're all just a bunch of dinosaurs out here. I get it, though. I really get it. Why the hell am I seeing a Hoopa U and a Tentacruel? They're literally good.
Yeah.
Glops and Unk. Yurdunk, you are like 14 years old. Stop talking. 27 in the big 25. Thank you, Vergi. Thank you. Appreciate that. At least
I
a
like how
million
like
years old. Okay.
Title's normal resisted Mew in this matchup would so like you know that was something we looked at like
True.
with our Kangaskhan.
Well, I thought the Vileplume would come for sure, because, like, it checks Zera pretty comfortably. It also, you know, completely, you know, stomps on Kangaskhan with Rocky Helmet Effect Spore. So I really expected Vileplume in that Torterra slot, but I guess, they needed rocks or something, and they didn't want to do rocks on anything else, which, fair enough, right?
Yeah,
24 viewers, only 4 likes? Yo, Jared is spitting some facts right now. We like the
maybe they
stream?
could have bent like the Keldeo because like the Tentacruel kind of like hard walled that
Hmm,
and
I
like
don't know, though, because
Hoopa
then
could take it on
you
pretty
don't have
well.
anything faster than Kang that actually super threatens it, and like Infernape becomes a little bit more of an issue. So I think the
Yeah,
Keldeo is probably still necessary. Is this a Super Fang model incoming? I don't think that's a real thing. Like,
no,
no.
definitely not.
But anyways, let's get into the game. Alright. Tapu Koko leads off into the Kangaskhan. Alright, Fake Out potentially incoming. And we just see a Wild Charge immediately, so that's a very fat Kangaskhan. And Earthquake is just
Yeah,
gonna knock out the Koko. Nice. Never mind, it's Aya Papa Berry, so Koko lives to see another day. And this Wild Charge could be a roll on the Kangaskhan, so Aya gonna switch out into Steelix, just a hard counter to physical Koko. And U-turn, it reveals to be Rocky Helmet.
we're eject button on the Tentacruel.
Yeah, so Keldeo comes in, gets a crit on the Tentacruel. Not super impactful, to be honest. Hoopa gets a free switch in. That's impactful because we're gonna rip a Focus Blast immediately into the Hydreigon switch in.
Yeah, and we get the crit. So like
Oh,
based
that...
off the title set, I believe it actually like mattered.
No way, dude.
And yeah,
Dude,
that's what I said like after the game, but I could be wrong with that.
how much special attack does Hoopa have? Remind me, 170, right? How does that ever
I don't
matter?
know.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's Assault Vest Hydreigon? That's the only way, right? Anyways, Mawile gets a
I
free
think it
switch
would.
in.
Oh, it might have been. I don't
Okay,
know.
then
I
the
think I
crit
remember
mattered.
it mattered.
Sure.
Yeah.
Either way, Mawile comes in, SD on the switch to
Yes, the
Steelix, and the Licks Magic Trick, it's gone. It was Chople.
thanks.
Yurdunk, you are so stupid.
We would have saw that pop, right?
Yeah,
Even for
yes,
the
yes. Don't get baited.
I wasn't baited.
Alright,
I was just asking a clarifying question.
of course, of course. Hasty Steelix. Yep.
Yeah, it would like just max HP, so that like killed, obviously.
Yeah, Helmet Spadef makes sense in a matchup like this, where you want to just chip the Koko U-turns, but also you don't want to die to like HP Fires, HP Grounds, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
So Mew, a nice double on the Tentacruel. So, really cool stuff there.
it was
And then,
definitely scary, but like the set title brought didn't like it didn't do a ton like into us or like.
Yeah, this looks to be like Assault Vest Mew, right? Because I did 14.
Oh wow, yeah,
Like, so Hoopa comes
that's
in,
crazy.
but Coco is going to be a sack to the Dark Pulse. And what this does is Hoopa comes in, forces a KO, but then Mawel comes in right after and forces a KO right back. So it's a little bit of a sack war right now. Kangaskhan going to be the sack of choice, but now Infernape is going to come in. Big Infernape. And those fire resist, they're looking a little rough. So Mawel is going to go down here. And now what's our check to Hoopa anymore? It's like U-turn Mew? Like, not a whole lot left in the tank.
Our Hoopa was a Tanga Berry, so like it resists the bug move, but I think I would bluff in Scarf at this point, and I have to assume that's like what Title is expecting.
Oh, when I was watching this live, I thought it was Specs Hoopa. So,
Oh, really?
yeah. Like, that's how it appeared to me, because everything died to it, and like, he wasn't using it as a Scarfer.
I think I used it like really well this game.
Oh yeah, it was really nice. But now Zero comes in, Torterra, the designated check to Zeraora, by the way. 45 with Earthquake, and then Fire Punch. The helmet actually does put it in range of another Earthquake, but we go for Toxic, trying to prevent, like, bulk up to the moon. Why didn't he smash? Brother, this is Gen 7.
It doesn't get smashed, man. It just has rock knowledge.
You're like 7 years too early, bro. Baited.
And Zera's just gonna clean up
here. Oh my god. This guy's trolling in my stream. He's trolling. Do we win if we EQ there instead of Toxic? No, I think Hoopa had that in the bag.
Won.
Yeah, very much in the bag.
Even if Keldeo crit, Hoopa would have lived, because that thing's like really bulky on the Spadef side.
Yeah.
So.
Glop is the #1 rage baiter. I'm getting real mad at him right now, so it must be working. I respect it. Yeah, of course. So with this game, the Alliance goes up 1-0 in the series, and that brings us to game 2, which is VGC. And I don't play VGC, and I don't think you do either, Dougal. So
no, not at all. I watched this game live though. Like it would look real right. It was like holy shit. Like one moment I'm like, yo, we're cooking them. Then the next game,
we're completely cooked.
How do we win?
Yeah. Alright, so we're just gonna be some spectators here. Just enjoy the ride. Alright. A bunch of guys are Terra. Everything can Terra in VGC. Alright.
I don't really have anything to like add other than like
Yeah.
The first game made me really happy. The second game made me really sad.
Yeah. Are we Dragon Claw to a Terra Fairy Bolt? Sure. I mean, in front of Urshifu and Roaring Moon, it makes sense to Terra your Bolt. Then you have 2 Fairy types against 2 Pokemon weak to Fairy, and is immediately rewarded with 88% on Roaring Moon. Oh, he clicks Drain Kiss into the wrong slot. Oh no, and gets Flame Bodied for it. But Thunderclap finishes off the Roaring Moon, so it's okay. But now, the advantage goes to Repeat in this positioning. 2 Pokemon that are good into the opposing Pokemon. Let's go. The Comfy goes down. Now Annihilate comes in. Okay, Terra Fairy, Landorus with Follow Me support into the final Gambit. Okay, can Landorus solo the rest of these? I guess there's an Urshifu in the back.
On the whatchamacallit, Annihilate, that's all I know.
Oh yeah, final Gambit, it should be Scarf, yeah.
Yeah.
But this Icy Wind is gonna go crazy, because now the Raging Bolt will be faster. Wow. And this Thunderbolt.
What a good play.
It's slower actually, I lied. But it crit, so it's cool. Shout out VGC.
Huge.
I'm so mad that DCL Fantasy means that I have to care for at least one DCL VGC game each week. Literally. That brings us to game 2. Alright, some sets were revealed. Let's see how they adapt and overcome. Alright. So Trace adapting to this lead here, the double fairy kind of thing, anticipating the Roaring Moon Urshifu again, but he's not going to repeat the same leads. Going to go with the Espathra Rillaboom instead, which, to be fair, is really nice here, because this Espathra is Terra Fairy, can just click that with a Fake Out into probably the Raging Bolt, and this is a free Calm Mind for that, the Grassy Seed Espathra, but also Grassy Seed Raging Bolt, sure. Okay, we fake out Comfy instead, because I'm a complete liar. Yeah, should have faked out the Raging Bolt, brother. That's a free Calm Mind on both sides. And now Grassy Glide does 38. I'm assuming that's a follow-up stored power. Yep, knocks out the Comfy. Sure, get rid of the big threat. But now Raging Bolt is +2, so it's getting scary. Got some big setup threats on either side. And now Chi Yu enters the field, so minus Spadef on the entire field. This Rillaboom does reveal to be AV. It's the high horsepower into Citrus Berry Chi Yu. And of course, we Thunderbolt into the Protect like an absolute noob. And now Grassy Glide into Dazzling Gleam is going to pick off the Chi Yu because we crit it. Nice. I don't know if that crit mattered. It's +1 Terra Fairy. Chi Yu probably went down.
Not.
Anyways, now we Protect again on the Thunderclap. We forgot to attack the other guy, but it's okay because Bleak Wind kills it. Yeah, no problem, man. Getting Grassy Terrain Recovery on both of these setup threats. But now we have the Follow Me support, and Stored Power is just going to kill everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out. Another Follow Me, another Stored Power. Goes down, but there's 2 Pokemon left, and you can't kill both of them. Especially one of them's a Landers. We Calm Mind just for the love of the game. Want to give stats to our Landers, I get it. And that brings us to a game 3. Alright.
When I saw that, I was like, how do we beat that?
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought they were just going to do the exact same thing. So Chi Yu Tornadus lead. So this is the counter to the Espathra, right? Because I guess you can hit it hard before it sets up, I suppose.
Yeah.
And you have the threat of Tailwind. So like if you protect for a speed boost, then it's fine. But would this Torn be Covert Cloak then? I think it would be because you block Fake Out and still get the Tailwind support for your Chi Yu. That would make sense to me.
I don't know.
Anyways, we go to this lead, which is cool.
I didn't help with like preparation for this like at all. So
yeah.
Can't answer that.
Alright, so Tailwind goes up, we Earth Power the Chi Yu, forces the Terra Fairy just to live the turn. But now an Icy Wind comes out. Doesn't really matter because it's a Tailwind on the other side, but a Will-O-Wisp onto the Roaring Moon, that is going to matter for sure. And now you protect Chi Yu to guard against like the Sludge Wave or another Earth Power follow-up. But doubles into the Torn. Oh my god, he's so good.
Oh, Beast it was mode. You're right. So smart.
Wow, I actually am so good at VGC. What?
I was so surprised when that Sludge Bomb killed the Torn.
Oh, 71 is crazy work.
Yeah. Does Torn get hit by the ability from Chi Yu?
Yes, it affects teammates.
Oh, okay.
But not Chi Yu itself. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, and now the Roaring Moon is going to go down. There's a double down, in a way, right? But now we're back with the Unstoppable Core. And now what? You just fake out the Chi Yu and you Calm Mind? Surely that's the play. And we just forget to fake out the Chi Yu? And we get our Rillaboom burned because of it? Why? Okay. What are we so scared of with Comfy here? I don't get it. You have an 80 Rillaboom.
I think we're gonna find out.
What? Trick Room. Okay, yes. Yurdunk got it. Alright. Understood.
He watched the game, I guess. We live on like 1%.
Okay, yeah, Trick Room would do it. Yeah, why didn't we just double the Comfy though? Okay, but isn't it like literally correct to Stored Power the Comfy and then also like Wood Hammer it? Like whatever attack you want, high horsepower doesn't matter. Because if it dies to Sword Power, then you still get the attack in a Chi Yu. You have AV plus a calm-minded up guy. Chi Yu is not killing anything. Look at its set.
I don't know, man.
You guarantee the no Trick Room. But now the Trick Room goes up. Yo, I'm actually too good at VGC. These guys need to take notes.
You should spot in there.
I should.
The floral healing.
But like,
yo.
Can't you still win? Low-key, because Chi Yu dies here. And you have Lefties Protect. What's in the back? Raging Bolt? You could totally win this. Right? Does T-Bolt kill? Oh, it does kill.
It does. Yep.
Unlucky. Looking at the box scores and arguing with people who watch the game. True. Nice stuff, nice stuff. Alright. Yeah, definitely should have been a win from Repeat, in my opinion, from that positioning. But hey, it's so easy to throw in VGC. I don't blame him. Like, literally, it's so easy to throw the game. It's so easy. Just join. Why you have Tuscan Treads near your head? Peep the title and, like, the thumbnail. I guess it's not in the title, but it's in the thumbnail. There is a game with double elephant, and it was super sick. So, the elephants are in the room.
Oh, this game is me.
This is you. So we gotta get the Dougal perspective, of course. Alright.
Yeah, I can go over my build.
Fill me in. So
we had Choice Scarf, like Masquerada, like it's a good check into Scouts. Got Garchomp, Scarf, Masquerada, like their own. We Speed Tie. It also helps with like Necrozma that could DD, or I can trick it a Scarf, you know, cripple it, stuff like that. Our elephant is just Suicide Lead because like I want to get rocks up. Yeah, not much to say about it. Like it's dying like after turn 2 for the most part. Then we have like our Breaker Core, like with Scale Shot, Loaded Dice, Dragonite, and Combine Weakness Policy Keldeo. And then like the cleaner is Double Dance Fundy because like if I get that set up behind screens, I can kind of just win.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So yeah, you know the UC is just like clay screens, Encore, and Healing Witch. So like
just a classic HO. Like, yeah.
Yeah, because like when I tried building balance against like Gorax, like I wasn't doing too hot in Mox.
Oh yeah, so, like the Keldeo is an issue for like a balance build.
Yeah, so Odin actually built this team for me. Like I just made tweaks throughout the week, and I was doing like really well in Mox with it.
All right, so sounds good.
We can start. Yeah.
All right.
I was like really confident I was gonna win this game going into it.
Good to hear. All right, we see Terra Ghost on the opposing Keldeo, Terra Electric on the Necrozma. Then on our side we see Steel Keldeo and Fairy on the Thunderous. All right, let's take a look.
So my Steel was kind of like a bluff. Like I would never intend them to tear.
Yeah, it's
Keldeo.
Just there to scare off the Fez from coming in, right?
Yeah.
Also, if you can get the Meow to not flower trick you, that would be kind of poggers.
Yeah.
Alright, so rocks
the
up.
Elephant dies. Keldeo comes in, and
that's
AV. I just hydro the first time. Yeah, I saw a lot of AV and Mox, and I think I'm pretty sure to just Combine here.
Oh my god, he predicted the Terra Steel. The bluff worked, but we're poisoned. Rats.
Yeah, a bit unlucky, but it's not the end of the world. Now he Moonblast into my weakness policy, and you know, or Keldeo can get a big nut off, but I missed.
And we predict the Terra really again. You still get the KO, but yeah, you would have appreciated staying alive. Yeah,
because I had weakness policy in the back. I could have came in for round 2, but it's not going to matter.
Yeah, you already used the weakness policy.
What we say. Yeah.
You mean the Healing Witch in the back?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, okay.
My bad. And I'm just going to, like, you know, get my
Screens
stuff
up.
off with Mastery and win the game. I decided I wanted to win.
Yeah, like enough waiting.
Yeah.
Oh, and Encore? Yeah, so now you just U-turn into Fairy Thunderous and you win the game, right?
No, I just go in
Healing
with
Witch, same thing, yeah.
Yeah, same thing. And he stays in the Scale Shot.
Yeah,
so
which is for sure
once
wrong.
He did that, like,
Wait, that's like...
Oh, cool, I win.
Yeah. Interesting enough, this Garchomp is slower than Thunderous. Curious.
That is... Well, I'm +2 speed. Right
He's
now.
also +2 speed.
Is he?
Yep.
Oh yeah, he is. Huh. He's really slow then.
So, shout out to Zazo. His influence, kind of insane.
But yeah, I'm just gonna win with Fundy here, because like nothing can kill me, and
like Earthquake wasn't killing you either. So
yeah, the turn like is of note. Like I just Thunderbolt because if he stays in base, I always kill, and I don't want to knock him into like touch stat range with like a Terra Blast.
Yeah, into like a weaker thing.
That doesn't kill.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so if
and he
it
can never kill me with anything.
yeah, and if it electrics, it's like never custap range, so that's cool.
Yeah.
I get it. 71 is crazy though. Oh my god, that hurt. Is that
It
like
did hurt, but
physical like mind plate or something? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I honestly didn't calc after the game.
Oh yeah, you're like
'Cause,
at this point we just chilling. Nice win, man.
dang, yeah. And I was pointed out that's the first time I beat a Meow in like a big game.
Yeah, but you had one, so
That's true.
also you didn't let it get a single attack off, so
Nope.
there we go.
Yeah, I felt really good about that win.
Yeah, of course,
Get
of
the
course.
team up 3-0.
We get some likes for Dougal completely destroying his opponent. That was awesome. And he did it with a Keldeo. That's like the mascot of this channel at this point. Excuse me. That's the Ghost Mock difference, literally.
So true.
Ghost Mocks are undefeated all time.
I've never lost with one.
Yep. So now what's the score going into this? Is it Alliance up 3-0?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so Alliance are now up 3-0, so if you go down 0-4, that's a little bit rough. So Lux really needs to win this one for Yoshi's. Let's see if he can get it going. Let's see. Do we have anything to say about this matchup in like the Pred stream? I don't remember.
I feel like because they were both captains, you kind of glossed over it.
Yeah, I felt like... Okay, no, this was the first one we went over in the whole stream, because it's all the way on the left on the dock. And I remember
Right.
saying, like, Fairy Bolt looks like literally God in this matchup. But at the same time, yeah, it is quite pressured, right?
This is a funny game, though. Like, there's some turns that are pretty funny.
I don't quite remember it, so I'm sure we'll be full of joy and laughs by the end of it. Good
Yeah.
strat hiding Cornerstone with Tinkaton. Yeah, Tinkaton's like, hey, get behind me. I don't know what I'm doing
That
there.
ogre is like really good here.
And of course
too.
it's Fairy Bolt, as predicted. Grass on the Rhyperior is interesting, so we use that as an Urshifu check. This is Rapid Strike, by the way. As
Yep.
well as like a Ground Resist versus Chomp. As well as like a Grass Resist versus Ogerpon. I get the vision. Makes sense.
Makes sense, yeah.
On the other side, it's Fairy, Urshifu Rapid, and Rock Ogerpon, which is Terra eligible in this team. Alright, Garchomp leads off, and we just immediately rip the Terra Grass. Just, okay, so we just don't want Terra Fairy Raging Bolt. Sure.
That
like,
should ban on the Rhyperior.
choice band. Yeah, and now our
Yeah.
Rhyperior is basically just traded for Garchomp, which, good value, right? But you also exhausted your Terra, and now Tinkaton has to
Yeah.
take on the world as the fairy type, which the Garchomp's dead, so maybe it can do that. We'll see.
I think Kyle was very happy with that turn.
Oh yeah,
with that
thrilled.
trade, though.
I'm sure he's thrilled with
Yeah.
that turn. Yeah. Now screens go up. Shout out SV.
You gotta
And
burn
it's
the
back.
healing with.
Oh my god, it's back.
The Lottie's gone, but the Lottie's gone now too. Like
It
you can't do
is.
it again.
Mm-hmm.
And we know this is banned. It's not like set up.
13, by the way.
Ooh.
No!
And- yeah.
Don't earthquake the Mandibuzz. Ah. Tinkaton comes in. Probably just see yeah. Okay, a knockoff makes sense.
Knock off.
Eject button. Ooh. And Brick breaks the screens.
break.
Wow. This is
U-turn.
such an SV pilled turn.
Here's our Swalot.
And the
We get our
Swalot's in. T spikes up. Yeah, nice. Our whole team is poisoned. What? Cool, dude. And Tinkaton gets to it, killed by Tinkaton. Nice. Oh
No,
my
it
god.
doesn't.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Okay, it
whoa.
does. My bad.
That was raw. Yo, that Brick Break crit? Too tough. Urshifu comes in. Of course, it's Fire Punch. Yeah. But now Rhyperior comes in, and I mean, you don't have a good move to lock into. Earthquake, I guess, predict the stay in, gets it right this time, but it's not going to Oko, and Fire Punch is a 2-hit KO.
Mm-hmm.
Now Gren comes in, also gets poisoned. Can Gren do anything here? There's a like 90% HP Mandibuzz, but Protean Ice Beam is going to 2-hit KO, and there's no Ice Resist at this point, so probably just going to have to let this go down.
You don't really need it that much anyway
Yeah, it's
anymore.
completely fine. Like Raging Bolt in the
Oh,
back, who
this is
cares?
a funny turn when we see what item the Greninja is.
Okay, dude, what is this for?
I think it was for Blastoise in case like we were smashed. Like
Okay,
that's
there's a
the only thing I
Blastoise
can
on the
think of.
bench. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. But like, this is
Trailblaze.
also, guys, don't get any funny business or like funny ideas about bringing Shell Smash in SV. It's literally a lose condition because people just bring Mirror Herb, and if you click Shell Smash, you will lose the game on the spot. But also, they might not bring it, so it's like Schrodinger's Mirror Herb. It's so annoying, dude. But anyways, Trailblaze Ogerpon and yo, this guy is pretty good. looks like it. So Rock Stab, kind of crazy, and then Synthesis Fat Sets, and we're gonna see a
It
Speed
had an
Booster Raging
insane
Bolt. By the
matchup.
way, Speed
So this
Booster
means
Raging
it's
Bolt.
Jolly.
Yeah, so this is
It's
Jolly Raging
Jolly with.
Roger.
I
Yeah,
wish this was the only Jolly one we saw this week, but spoilers, it's not.
yeah. So Raging Bolt able to just go for an Ivy Cudgel, does 62, quite a lot, and then this thing's gonna die to poison next turn, so Synthesis is pretty free, but it doesn't go for it. Doesn't
You
feel a
don't need
need to.
to. Yeah.
Yeah. And Ivy Cudgel
It
just
just kills.
freaking kills. Oh my
It's
god.
so good.
I did not expect that. That was a lot of damage. Damn. Shoutouts to Useless Screens and Booster Speed Bolt. Shout out. Special boosting Raging Bolt 1. No? I mean, yeah, maybe.
Mm,
maybe.
I don't know if it won, but
I feel
I think it
like
would have been better.
you sacker Shifu to that and then you go Swalot and then try to stall poison turns until it's in range of Ogerpon, and then you probably still win with Ogerpon. But it would have been closer for sure. And now Alliance is up 4-0, so the Yoshis can no longer win the series, they can only tie. That's rough. Alright, going into game 5. So, what's the situation here? If Agent Flame loses, then Yoshis have officially lost the week. So Odin pushing for a win here. Agent Flame just trying to stay afloat, hoping for a tie. Like reverse sweep tie. Kind of crazy. So I'll put in OT, not gonna lie. Yeah, the poison was like pretty big. Down 0-3, bringing Speed Boost Bolt too tough. Literally too tough. Alright, and we see this this like offense in the front, stall in the back type build from Odin. Let's see how he does.
It's my favorite draft we had, but like I don't think it's like that bad. And
Yeah.
Odin likes it. So.
I mean, I think it's a little bit confused, like what it wants to be, but like once you get into the server, it's probably fine, It's just a theory thing for me, which, nerd emoji. Alright, so you see water on the Hydrapple. What's the other Terra? Looks to be benched. Oh no, it's ground Manabuzz, sure. Yeah, we're tearing our Hydrapple, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's never going to be Terraman.
Then on the other side, we see, this is the Weavile and Goldango draft with Terra types, and they benched a Great Tusk. All right,
we were
right, dude.
Definitely happy to see that.
Yeah.
We didn't see a
we're just spoiling.
like,
okay. My stream is 10 minutes ahead.
Single, like Enam Thorin like mocked. Like this is the first time like he's seen one, and it's leading.
Yeah, like you have a Jirachi and a Claude, so who really cares, right?
Yeah.
Elephant is not in the room. Not yet. We'll get there though. We'll get there. I mean, the elephant will probably be in. Let me see. Where's the game? About an hour.
I had an elephant.
Yeah.
I mean, I had the only other one in the tour, I think.
Yeah.
Because like they draft like all of them.
Yeah. ENMT hate watch. Are we hate watching ENMT right now? That's kind of crazy. But anyways, Fairy on the Weavile, Electric on the Goldango. And this is the team where it's like, why didn't you just Terra your Great Tusk at that point? Because like, Goldango and Weavile, they're okay. They're not good Terra captains. Whereas Great Tusk is like, maybe a top 3, top 5, depending on your opinion of it. A Terra captain.
I know people really don't like to Terra it for like whatever reason. Like
Like
I don't know.
here, just Terra it, bro. Terra that and the Enam. It just makes more sense. But whatever, bro. Gold is kind of tough as a Terra cap, though. It is. Like, Goldango's not bad.
Yeah,
But it's not Tusk.
it definitely is.
It's not Tusk, dude. Alright, Hydrapple leads off. We see a Moonblast for 51%. Gets the special attack drop. And that Terra Blast is 38%. Which is still quite a lot, given that it's -1. And we see an Earth Power do 44 to Claude. A Taunt to stop recover. Or a Toxic, I guess. But now... Okay, Citrus Berry, and we see a Gunk Shot. We do see a Gunk Shot, so, Enam's dead.
Enam's gone. Yep.
Nice, dude. Manabuzz in on the Goldango. Psyshock. Oh, no. Alright, and then a slow U-turn into, what? Greninja? This might be Color Berry, or it could Terra Electric. Goes for a sub to Scout. And, okay, sub doing exactly 25 should put some alarm bells in a lot of your heads. Because usually, people will prep with odd HP numbers, so you take, 1 HP less from rocks, 1 HP less from subs, 1 HP less from leech seed, status, whatever. But it's doing exactly 25, which means this HP is divisible by 4. So what are we looking at? We're looking at a Torrent Pitaya Berry Greninja, which is pretty cool to see. And you're going to see Pitaya Berry into Torrent range, and now you don't even have to worry about like a Color Berry, because Hydro Pump is just going to KO this gold from full.
Skills.
Very cool stuff.
I was
You
kind
also...
of surprised like she didn't switch out. Like I kind of thought.
What
she
are you
would,
switching
but...
to? Like,
Aloe.
okay. I don't know. Aloe doesn't kill you back. Like, it's still at 25. And not gonna lie, Hydro Pump might just be 2KOing Aloe, like, low-key.
Maybe.
Glop is just hating on Clodsire the exact turn it comes in and absorbs a flip turn. So, like, nice, dude. Good timing on the hate watch.
It did its job.
Yeah. Dude, Claude killed the Enam and then absorbed a flip turn. What more do you... And it killed the Glamora! We're hate watching for nothing! We're hate watching for nothing! Just the love of the game. Yeah. Okay, Cinderace comes into revenge, but Manabuzz, got that 252 evasion. Dodges that. And the slow U-turn on the Aloe. Brings in the Hydrapple, and, we're just cooked here. Leaf Storm, bang.
We were choice specs on our Apple,
We missed a shout out to
Pretty
J
good guy.
Ricky. Oh, did we?
Yeah, Clodsire was Citrus.
Oh, true. My bad. I'm so sorry. The world when we bench our first pick. Yeah, low-key. I mean, to be fair, Tusk into Mandibuzz Hydrapple is always going to be a little bit rough. Valiant as well.
We had a Rotom on the bench.
Yeah, by the way,
too.
Weak Armor Hurricane Mandibuzz. Just throwing that out there. That does exist on this team. Just, yeah, a crisp 34 on the Weavile. That was awesome. Good job, Mandibuzz.
She did her best.
And Hydrapple's just broken. Oh my god. I think this is Specs, right?
I did say it was Specs a few minutes ago.
Yeah, well, now I'm agreeing with you, so...
Oh.
I guess I was not listening.
Me helping build the team wasn't enough.
Yeah. Wait, hold up. This is +2/+1 Cinderace turned Grass type. Can it KO the Hydrapple? We're just gonna go for a Sword Stance. I guess, yeah.
I think she banked on on switching out, trying to get more regen. But
yeah, maybe.
I think she should have just gone for the crit.
Yeah. All right. And with that, the Yoshis are down 0-5. They have lost the week in amazing style. Imagine if we were Terra Dark Weavile here. Would probably not kill. Yeah, it wouldn't kill either, bro. Alright. Now next up, we have Hydra versus Paddox. Alright, so these are two players that had a pretty solid DPL Season 9 run. Paddox especially, he went like 6-2 or something in Sword and Shield, so really good season from him. Hydra not too far behind. Axfest inbound. Yeah, this game was a little bit crazy. Shout out to the Yoshis. No. Shout out to the Alliance, right? 5-0. Very dominant. That is you. Congrats, man. Alright, let's look at this game. I remember looking at the matchup thinking Rillaboom is literally god in this matchup. So
It's pretty good.
yeah, it
Yeah.
does lead off immediately, gets intimidated, and it is Silvali's steal. So that's going to be your Rilla check. But what this does mean is that Heatran comes in on Silvally for free every single time. And Heatran, kind of a big threat here. You can't like infinitely switch into Magma Storms. Is there a Latios bench, by the way? Okay, dude.
There is. And a
Nice.
Zera bench.
Nice. I mean, Zera bench into Landorus, Lantern. I get it. Lottie bench, though? Maybe a little bit question marky on that one. It's cool, though. Whatever. Arachnid comes in on the rocks, and we just go for a liquidation, but because there's a Zera on the bench, this Lantern is Volt Absorb. So liquidation does go through. But double lefties from the terrain, and a Toxic goes on the Arachnid. Or at least chipping the Lantern, so this is really good for the Heatran, right? We revealed Steel Silvally, and now we're chipping the Lantern. This is a good progress for Paddock's side. He likes this. And now Crocodile in on the presumed Volt Switch, but a Protect comes out instead.
Go Scrafty.
Yeah, on the knockoff, so gets rid of a Leftovers on Scrafty. Now Weezing is a completely free switch-in on the Scrafty. Gets knocked off itself. Just a Rocky Helmet, and probably going to see a Defog here on the rocks, if I had to guess. Force the Lando to set them up again, get a free switch into either Rillaboom or something else. Crocodile to trade rocks, that makes sense as well.
Back in the Scrafty.
39 watching 11 likes, L5 is literally going to explode. Am I? Is that a threat?
And this very weird, like, it was pretty big. Like, Paddock just, I think maybe he called the Lottie, or maybe he just didn't have a need to switch out, but
oh yeah. So Scrafty comes in on Toxic, and then, Hydra wants to keep up offensive pressure, so he's going to double the Latios expecting the Weezing. But Paddock makes a great read, knocks off that on the switch, and that's, yeah, he's just God. Another knock as well. That one, very easy. Another knock, he's just prepared to just sack this, I guess. It's Choppleberry, so that does allow him to make these reads without very much risk at all.
I don't even think the next Drain Punch will kill either. Like,
it won't, no, it'll do 40. And Rock Scope for free. Nice, dude.
Yeah, that corrected a lot of work. And
now the Silvally fails to Parting Shot, so this Heatran, Lantern's at 60, Latio's at 18. Something will be dying to this Magma Storm, it looks like. Never mind, we miss. So
we died.
Bailed out for that one, at least. Now just stays in again, goes for the Magma Storm on the Volt Switch, so a little bit of chip on the Lantern. And now Lottie comes in, threatening a, Roost recover. Goes for it, but Heatran stays in to go for a Toxic. Really nice play from Paddock's. And now what? The Lottie is switching out here. So I guess it doesn't have Earthquake. Another Magma going to start chipping down on this Landorus, which is lefties as well. A lot of leftovers on this Hydra team.
Yeah.
And then Protect
We
Heatran.
had like a mock that went 150 turns, and you can kind of see why.
Yeah. Definitely. Doubles back to Crook on the Psychic. Yeah, so Paddock's is just in his head. Nice.
He got like every turn right for like a majority of the mid game.
Yeah. Now Silvally in on Crocodile, but he's too nice with it. He's too nice. How did he know that?
Yeah, I got him again.
Yeah, that's all over several ceilings in the chat. Multiple ceilings are covered. Alright, dude. Alright, Heatran is going to get Parting Shotted on, so Landorus gets a free entry, which is pretty big, right? Because, the only switch-ins, Crocodile, and then U-Turn's going to be some good chip. Arachnid also can switch in, but Rocks, Earth Power, U-Turn, it's going to get a kill, but it can't switch in on Landorus again. So Landorus is going to be probably the biggest threat to Paddock's team right now. And now Lantern comes in to heal Bell the Toxics on Scrafty and Latios in exchange for its life. Was that worth it?
Yeah, we lost
probably, right? Probably. Alright, Aegis in on Rillaboom. We see a King Shield predicting a knockoff, but Swords Dance, he's just in his head. Oh my god. This Paddock's guy is insane. What's his price tag in DCL? He went for like 5.5, yeah. So it gets the Intimidate off, but this is not solving the Rillaboom problem. In fact, it's just healing up to full right now. And another Swords Dance on Protect. He's too good right now. He's too nice. Oh, but the Scrafty lives is crazy. How are you living up +3? Alright, well, just gonna click it again. And now there's no terrain, so there's no priority on this glide. That's probably not the end of the world. Latios comes in. I don't think this can kill Rillaboom, so just gonna take the trade here. And we go for a U-turn. I guess we don't have knockoff, or what? We do have knockoff. We just don't want to be in versus Landorus U-turn, or what? I don't know.
I guess he wanted to set the terrain back up later. I
guess, yeah. But now Heatran coming in just allows Lando in for basically a KO with Earth Power. Right? Because there's nothing you can really switch into. And this Protect is like for sure wrong, because Landorus is getting leftovers. Like your Heatran doesn't need HP like that, I don't think. Maybe it's fine, because like you might need the HP for a CC. Yeah, so like Weezing is sacked here. That's fine, it was useless anyways. Clefairies comes in, eats the Earth Power, goes for Shadow Ball, but this is just a HP trade that Landorus is kind of winning right now. Yeah, because that's maybe a 4-hit KO based on lefties. But Landorus is going to come out of this one alive. Yeah. At least now it's in glide range, so Rillaboom could come in here.
And I don't think you want to Protect again, but gets Crook. Okay.
Okay, Crook comes in, eats the Earth Power barely, goes for a knockoff. But now Crook's in range of Sneak, right?
Yeah.
So like I would have preferred to go Rilla to KO the Landorus. Would I? Because if he just swaps to Aegislash, are you in a pickle there? You might be in a pickle. Regardless, now Heatran comes in. It's slower than Aegislash, crucially, and now just has to hit a Magma Storm. Even an Earth Power would have been fine here. But misses the Magma Storm.
Oof.
And, yikes, dude. That's a tough way to lose. After playing so well the whole game, honestly. He was playing that one so nice, and it just took one Magma miss at the end. That's tough, man.
Yep.
And Hydra comes out with the win. Let's go.
He got outplayed like 80% of the game, but, you know, he gets the win.
Yep. Robbery of the day. Is it robbery of the day? It might be. Imagine a Latios there. True. And Hydra said GG. What, you want him to not say GG? Like, come on, bro. BG, I won. Like, that's ridiculous. Going back to work, I'm gonna watch the rest later. Appreciate that, Jared. See ya. Imagine if that Cofagrigus was a Latios. Just Ice Beam the Lando, and then Aegislash comes in, Sneak doesn't kill, so it takes a big hit, and then you still need to hit a Magma if it's not Earth Power. So, yeah. Bad game on bad. Joking. Well, that's the difference between him and you. GG, I'm better. Yep, exactly. Mentality.
Easy.
Yep. Alright, so now what? That's a 6-0? Damn. Fight back.
Time to stat pad now.
Yeah. This is all differential now. Alright, Iron Stonks. Who is Iron Stonks? This is High Jump Sean.
Oh, Sean, yeah.
Yeah. Versus Masco. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm really never too sure on that one.
I'm not sure either. I just know it's a French name.
Yeah. In my mind, I just see him as Mouse. I don't say it out loud, but that's what I think when I see his name. Like, that's the Mouse guy. Cursed Paddocks after his Kyurem stalled my Celian Sword Shield Cuff. True. Mouse. Mascow.
I think it's just Mascow. I don't know.
Sure, whatever. Either way, we got a Zarude with the Deoxys. So pretty cool stuff. A lot of Zarude teams end up going with Sneasler as their speed option. You watched Squid Games Season 3? No, I did not. I have not watched any Squid Games.
Neither have I.
Alright, look, we have so much in common, oh my god. Dude has an Articuno, like, we get it, bro. You solve some puzzles in the Seafoam Islands. In French, that'd be Masco. Sure. Right. Oh my god, he brought Terra Water Ogerpon. Can you believe it? And then Terra Steel on the Articuno, whereas Flying on the Zarude on the other side. Right, makes sense into a Great Tusk. Landers leads off into the Articuno, and the Articuno goes down turn 1. That's awesome, dude. Ogerpon comes in, it reveals to be a Sash lead Landorus, but no rocks, interesting enough. So Sash lead, no rocks. Maybe predicted a taunt, but that doesn't make sense. So curious about that one. I think he just
wanted the damage.
Maybe.
Honestly.
I guess it's kind of easy for Tusk to spin, so you don't really care about rocks as much. Just want your damage.
There's no ghost.
Yeah. Alright, Dio comes in off the sack. A lot of time thinking there, and Psycho Boost does 34 to Latios, reveals Life Orb Deoxys, so a knockoff is going to come out. Never mind, we just predict Scarf Latios, I guess. Don't want to stay in, go Fortress. But now a flip turn to Cinderace is going to be a pretty big deal. Gunk Shot on the Rotom switch, it is Fizdef Rotom, but the Poison is going to put it in range of the next Gunk Shot. Average SV Articuno performance, true. And then we miss Gunk Shot, this is so sad. And get Thunder Waved.
Yeah,
cool, bro.
He said that if he didn't get the poison, he would have just taunted the Rotom, but
I mean,
because he saw the opportunity to kill, he took it.
No, it's the correct click, bro.
Yeah.
And then we miss again, and this Rotom ends up 1v1ing Cinderace.
Yeah.
Nice, dude.
That was pretty bad for us.
Yeah. Alright, Latios in on the Zarude. Yeah, probably just gonna be a trick there, right? Nothing else Latios can do about that. And we actually reveal Assault Vest Fortress, which is kind of nifty. So no rocks on the whole team, right?
Lunge.
Wait, actually no rocks, because this Landorus is probably going to be Earth Power Sludge Wave, right? This Fortress is AV, and the Deoxys is offensive Life Orb. So just no rocks at all? I guess.
I guess not, yeah.
Lunge? Yeah, Lunge is there for like a Calm Mind Lottie type thing. You need something to hit it. Water type is neutral to Poison, though. Yeah, but like before the Terra, you can't switch in. And like after the Terra, you don't resist ground anymore. So it's like, whatever, dude. Maybe it is rocks, Earth Power last, but whatever. Okay, this was interesting, right? So we pivot low kicks on the Psycho Boost, which is a good play. But like this thing dies to Superpower. But also Deoxys obviously dies to any priority move that low kicks uses. But there's a Fortress in the back. So like, it's a pretty complicated turn. Sean is going to predict the Fortress to come in. But Deoxys just doesn't have Superpower, so it doesn't threaten a KO on low kicks at all, and just dies for it. So Fire Punch, I'd say, is for sure wrong, right? If you're going to stay in at all, you need to have some way to OHKO the low kicks.
I don't think it dies to Superpower, because it's a neutral hit.
Oh, true. I thought it would be weak to it. I'm stupid.
No, it's Dark Bug.
Yep. Yep. Just call me stupid. Call me stupid.
I don't think
it's
we
cool.
had
I could take it.
we were Swords Dance, Sucker Punch.
Yeah. And the Ogerpon goes down. Yep. Call me stupid. Keep going. I'm almost there. Alright, Luster Purge gets the drop on Fortress, but still not in range of Draco, allegedly. So, shout out Fortress. Gotta hit that boom boom pow. Alright, Blizzard comes in and it's over. Because this is Trailblaze range and we just freaking lose. 24% boom is kind of crazy. Wait, that doesn't even kill Latios? Hello? Guess we don't have knockoff? Why don't we have knockoff? What?
Oh, we did have first impression. I thought we were Swords Dance.
Just lie, yeah. Just keep lying, bro.
I don't know. I guess lying. We were.
Yeah. Anyways.
But I was wrong. I think we were Swords Dance at one point.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it didn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not spoiling for the fans. Yep. Super cool.
Yeah.
It's like Masco comes out with the win, so his team is not completely swept. Nice. So it's now 6-1. Awesome, dude.
Chris Paul
Yeah.
makes a huge three to cut the lead down to 39 or whatever
Yeah.
video is.
Definitely a bit lucky on the gunk miss, but also was lucky to get the poison on it. But also at the same time, that's the reason why he went for the second gunk. So like,
yeah.
Either way, I have Jimmy G versus Rob Jr. Oh my god, 2 goats, and this guy benched Kieran Black again. So like, this team is very loosely based. I would say loosely. It's like pretty bigly based on a DPL team that Jimmy was using the entire season for a DUI. And in that season, they benched Kieran Black like 5 times or something like that. And here it is, also benched. So you love to see it. Up on the other side, though, it is Mega Guard. You know, some big breakers here. Guard, Lando I, Weavile. These are some scary threats, but at least you have a Jirachi for the guard. You have a Scrafty and a Blastoise for the Weavile. The Lando, you have like a Torn, so it's not the end of the world. You have answers for these threats. Jerem keeps the team chilly. He's chilling in the fridge. Yep. Biding his time. Alright, Guard leads off. Probably going to see a pivot to AV Torn. But a Will-O-Wisp immediately trying to catch a physical Jirachi and protect Gardevoir. So this is a good set, but Facade, you do not see that every day, folks. Facade Tornado is going to do a decent amount to the Gardevoir, but not quite enough. Hyper Voice does 58, basically confirming AV, I think. But now a Wish could come out. Oh, but rips the second Will-O-Wisp, predicting the Jirachi on the Wish turn. And now goes for the Wish on the Screens Raikou. These guys are addicted to Screens Raikou. I can't explain it.
I think it's Jimmy. It's not like he wants that on like every team.
It's his fault. I get it, bro.
I think he just really likes it, yeah.
Let's make a bet over under 5 if you grab 10 random Jimmy G replays, how many will have a Dawn fan? I mean, if it's the DPL season, like recent games, it's like 8 out of 10. Like,
yeah, I'm definitely taking the over on that one.
Yeah. Makes sense when Raikou is a bad Pokemon. Dude, look at offensive Raikou though. T-Bolt, HP Ice, it just kills everything. Thoughts? You Calm Mind versus Gardevoir? Your only problem is Weavile.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, Mega Blastoise comes in, gets that nasty Scald Burn on the Klefki, and gets Toxic, but this Klefki is going to go down. I love those screens. Really allowing this Blastoise to pop off. Slash Duck does 16, shout out Screens Raikou. And Scald 2 KOs Azolf, so this Stoise, he's putting up numbers. And we rest.
And he's staying around.
Alright, now Jirachi pivots in on the next Thunderbolt, does 13. Kind of swag. And it's actually Scarf Jirachi revealed right now. Alright. So Stoice comes in, Gardevoir in, and we're just going to sack Torn. Makes sense. This gives us a free entry to Jirachi, I believe.
Yep.
Now Cruel in on the Iron Head, does 19. But it's eject button, so that's awesome. Lando can just click Earth Power here, there's no resist, but we're physical for God knows what reason.
I think it would start Lando.
Could be, sure.
Yeah, and I think Jimmy thinks so too, and he clicks Earthquake.
Yeah. Well, you never stay in there, so it's just a free Earthquake.
Yeah.
Now Guard finds its way in versus Raikou, and we get another round of light screen. Let's go, folks. Let's freaking go.
Huge.
And you could save it here if you wanted, but no. Goes for a discharge. So we not talking about the Dawn fan nickname? I didn't see it. Fantastic. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, if I had a Dawn fan, I would name it TJ Boat.
Nice.
This is a reference. Earthquake for CM Raikou, we needed it. Yep, literally. I mean, watch like 3 Jimmy replays and you'll know he never brings Calm Mind Raikou actually, so you don't need it actually. Name it Deef Fan. Of course you would, Glop.
So true.
Alright, and now it's, you know, basically Weavile against the world. The rest of the team looking kind of soft. And we just Sleep Talk a Scald. Good night, Landorus. Weavile comes in. Knockoff does 37, almost KOs, but that looks like definitely choice banded Weavile. Pulls a rest, fair enough. Knockoff, but now Scrafty's gonna come in, right? Yeah, Scrafty comes in.
Yeah.
Forced to go Tentacruel, sack it off. And then what, you have to lock nothing, because it's Scarf Jirachi and you lose.
Jirachi could have came in that turn too instead, but I mean it didn't really matter.
Yeah. Either way. Weavile into Megastoy Scrafty is actually terrible. Yeah, it's not the greatest matchup in the world for it.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the series Alliance versus Yoshi's. Alliance comes out 7-1. Very, very dominant. I know Doodle's happy about that one.
Extremely. And spoiler alert, I'm number 1 in fantasy too, so big week for me.
Oh, actually number 1. He might be the GOAT,
tied,
actually.
Whatever, yeah.
Tied for 1 is just 1. Don't let the haters say anything else.
Myself by not picking any of my team.
Jimmy G and Nala, the only humans to put Sleep Talk Megastoice in the builder, I swear to God. You might be onto something there. Alright, we'll get on to the next series in just a sec. What's the next series? Alright, gonna be...
Is it yours?
No, Wishes versus Judgment. So Panda, one of the captains of Make-A-Wish. And then Addison can be one of the captains of Judgment Day. Alright, so 2 really fantastic players going at it. They're both, you know, good friends as well. So, should be a fun one to watch.
Players.
Yeah. And this matchup is, like, pretty interesting. Where, like... Okay, there's a Celesteela, but it's, like, pretty pressured, right? Between Lele and Drill and Torn. Like, it has a lot on its plate. But also, like, Chomp is kind of crazy here. So, a lot of offensive potential. Did Jimmy G win because he lives in Rob? Rob is the goat and Jimmy is the milk? Okay, Vergi, that might be a bit of an overcook there. we could have just not pressed send on that one and everything would have been okay. Masco saw his team get 7-1 week 1 and said, "Good luck, team, I'm benching myself." Did that actually happen? That's tough, dude.
Yeah, I think he did. Or he is on the bench this week.
Nice.
I'm on the bench this week too, but, you know.
I mean, you can't win them all.
Yeah.
Alright. Chomp leads off into the T-Tar. Good lead for Panda. And rocks go up immediately on an Ice Punch, and actually it was a good lead for Addison, as it turns out. But free rocks, W. This game was actually super sick. It looks like it. Right, Ice Punch, Okoing, Garchomp. I would expect that to be choice band damage. But also, I don't know for sure. It might be a roll if it's not boosting at him. Who knows? We see Cinderace come in, go for a high jump kick. Torn comes in, revealing no boots, and goes for a U-turn. Right, predicting a switch to Steel or something? I don't know. But Pyro Ball is just going to get clicked, and Mienshao gets burned and uses eject button into Drill. Alright, a lot happened that turn. This was the Dracozolt matchup, wasn't it? Where's the Dracozolt? It's literally benched. I'm so sad. And I'm just dead. Yep.
No, you're not dead, you're burned.
Yeah, you're just burned.
You're still alive.
Yeah. You're pretty nice sack fodder in this game, actually. And then Panda stays in on the Drill. The spin comes out, but gets punished by the Pyro Ball, so Panda making some big reads early game, and yeah, Cinderace getting a lot of value early. Now Lele comes in, but another Pyro Ball. This Panda guy, I don't know if you're aware, he never switches out, so just get his chip and go on. Steel comes in, T-Bolt does a lot, but autotomize, and now the next threat is in for Addison to deal with. A substitute, you know, scouting the switch out there.
Prediction Rotom,
Yeah, could have gone Rotom to try to save the Lele, but Addison not gonna fall for that. Sacks the Lele. But now, I guess our strongest move to hit Torn is Giga Drain. How is that ever the case? Oh, it's sub-auto Meteor Beam Giga Drain. I guess that is the case. Awesome. But now, Torn being in is just Blastoise setup fodder, right? You just click Shell Smash, but Rotom's at full HP, so I guess you can't smash just yet. Never mind, he's gonna smash anyways, because he's the GOAT. If a Volt Switch gets clicked here, yeah, that's at Torrent range. Okay, so now Mienshao comes in, but Mienshao is slower. Dies to
now
Surf.
Clop is dead.
And now you're actually dead, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, +2 in Torrent is going to do a lot to Rotom Wash. That looks to be Assault Vest, though. 50% from basically a 4 times, or I guess it would be 3x special attack Blastoise. That has to be AV Rotom, right? There's no way.
I don't know.
Either way, T-Tar comes in. Abomasnow resets the weather. Torrent gonna be the switch in. Abomasnow looks very nice. Gets the Aurora Veil up. And instead of winning with Abomasnow, which it totally could have won right here, we go Comfey instead. Which, he did receive an infraction for this, vile nickname.
Wait, did he actually?
Yeah. He got a warning on Showdown. But now behind the veil, this Calm Mind Comfey. And yeah, that is Choice Banded T-Tar. That does so much damage. But sets the grassy terrain. So now, Grassy Seed +1 behind Veil. Nice, dude. Not even Spadef invested on Rotom? Nah, that's troll, right? That's completely troll.
I believe it. It's like a Wither move on a Rotom. Like,
Nah. Blastoise versus Rotom Wash. We're fact checking this. Surf at +2 in Torrent. Okay, if he's timid, that's less than a min roll, so you are lying to me. So, nice, dude. Just lie in my chat. It's cool, though. Blastoise had like 80 special attack. Okay, so we're just using bad Blastoise sets. Got it. Either way, Comfey here. Able to wall out Banded T-Tar. And yeah, Draining Kiss just brings it all the way back. Fishing for a crit here. A crit would be game ending. Maybe I'm lying a little bit. Yeah, okay. But not AV.
it's okay, I lie all the time.
Yeah, it can happen to anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Draining Kiss, this Comfey is just unbreakable at this point. Our series peaked in high school? What do you mean by that?
I think he's referring to the fact that, like, this game was the peak of the series for Make-A-Wish. I could be wrong, though.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
See, that's why you're the translator.
Yeah, I speak Zoomer, or whatever they are.
Yeah. Yeah, Heavy Slam would have been pretty big in that end game for sure. Like, what do you need? Like,
Yeah,
Stone Edge, Ice Punch. You can't give up Ice Punch. Then it would be what?
Heavy Slam and Fire Punch, I guess.
Well played to Nick, though. Yeah,
don't
he
know.
definitely got your ass on
Yeah.
like the Cinderace turns for sure. That was a really nice early game. Set up the Comfey to win. Because, like, Drill being alive would have been pretty annoying for this Comfey. But he was able to remove it with that Cinderace. Gave up Heavy Slam for Facade for Lead Spiritomb. You think Panda's out here using Lead Spiritomb? Yeah, that feels fake for sure. But either way, Panda ends up 1-0 up for his team. Alright. And now we will go on to Game 2, which is going to be Sablo versus Silly Guy 5. Who is Silly Guy 5?
Lax.
Lax.
It's Lax.
Yeah, that makes sense, dude. Nice, my mock was fake. Yep. You gotta think like Panda. But Facade can't even beat Spiritomb. Yo, Verky does have a point there. What? We brought Facade for Spiritomb. Slash DT Ghost type. Alright, so we see this is like the Tarap Roaring Moon Mirror, but yeah. This one, I felt like the matchup was quite skewed for Lax's favor. Guess L5 and Addison both don't know the type chart. Yeah, I suppose.
I guess, yeah.
So much in common, yep. Alright, what are the Terra types here? Fairy on the Gliscor, Fairy on the Moth. And then on the other side we see Dark Chi-Yu, and the other Terra I think is benched here. Alright, so Gliscor leads off into Terrapagos. Do we see a Protect to guarantee the orb? No, we don't. We see a Manaphy pivot immediately, which is interesting. Metagross switching on the Gliscor. Yeah, that's crazy as well. A lot of switching here. Ogerpon taking multiple U-turns in exchange for what? A Synthesis here? Yeah, Synthesis, just, you know. And it's slower than Terrapagos. Alright, so that makes sense though. To take that little from U-turn, you need to be like max defense. Which also makes sense in the Gliscor, right? Really good into most SD sets. And now we see Terrapagos going for a Toxic and Leftovers. So this is designed to 1v1 Sinistra. Goes for a spin, gets spin blocked, but you have the Toxic threat. You also have Ice Beam, which looks to be perfectly EV to 2-hit KO. But gets Stun Spored. So now a Toxic probably going to have to come out. Now we're just going to Ice Beam on the Calm Mind. And we're going to switch to Claude because it's unaware, and Sinistra can't do anything to this. Yeah. A crisp 15, by the way. You know it's draft when it's turn 5 and the only attack that's been clicked is U-turn? Literally. Alright, free Spike. Free Spike, and then we swap to Terrapagos. I guess we don't really want to get burned on Clodsire. But, okay, no, he just predicted a switch, I think, because he's going right back to it. Yeah, and now he just talks to Gliscor. Cool, dude.
Savla was getting a lot of the turns right, like, in the early game.
Now, Ogerpon comes in on presumed EQ, which it does do quite easily. But now forces the Terra on Gliscor to Terra Fairy. But even +2 Terra Blast is doing less than half. So, not exactly the cleanest 1v1 of all time. Although I think you could have just spammed it there. You're not really threatened by the Ogerpon right now. And we Stun Spore, predicting a switch or a U-turn. But now we're getting Encored, and you see now that Gliscor really could have just stayed in and 1v1 this one for life. But now we know for next time at least. This thing...
Synthesis or Encore U-turn knockoff on the Ogre.
So no Water Stab is kind of crazy. And Terrapagos takes a lot from Heavy Slam there. Bullet Punch gonna finish that off, so not even Banded to do that much. Ugliest Ogerpon set ever, I fear. It did its job though, did it not? We see an Ice Punch and a Manaphy. We'll see
what it does later.
Yeah. So this might be like an Assault Vest Manaphy looking at it, because it was the initial pivot into Terrapagos, we remember that. And also there's a Chi-Yu on the other side. And what else is switching into Chi-Yu? The Roaring Moon definitely is offensive given the damage to Ogerpon. So it appears to be an Assault Vest Manaphy. Metagross got off the Goob Nut, literally. And this Sinistra is lacking Ghost Stab, so it's not even forcing out Metagross. But may as well go Cloud and get more hazards if you can, right? Nice crit, dude. Nice crit.
Nice. The crit only did 24 though. That's crazy.
And Gliscor taking all these hazards now because it's not a flying type anymore. And Ogerpon always going to be the switch into Gliscor, prevent the SD from happening, and yeah, 19. I mean, the Gliscor isn't forced out per se, but it's not doing anything. Like, maybe you can stall out Synthesis, which I guess is the game plan he's going for, because Knockoff is the strongest move you have in a Gliscor. So, physically cannot do damage to this Gliscor. But we switch anyways on a predicted Synthesis turn. But we're not forced to Synthesis quite yet. Like, it's doing 19. You can wait a little bit. It's cool. So, a little bit of an overstep from Savlo costs him his Sinistra. And what was honestly a little bit of a tricky situation for Lax, you can't really deal with that Terra Fairy Gliscor very easily. Roaring Wind comes in, locks into Outrage. Metagross barely eats, and Ice Punch is going to knock it out. So Metagross actually putting in OT. Gliscor comes in, takes a lot from hazards, going to take a Bullet Punch after this Protect, of course. So Gliscor will end up a little bit low. Not that low, though. Just goes for Earthquake, finish it off. But now what? Chi-Yu comes in? Yeah, Chi-Yu comes in, takes Rocks, so could be choiced, either Specs or Scarf. We see an Overheat, still could be either one. Metagross got up Rocks and did like 200% damage. True.
Yeah, it did a lot that game.
Alright, Manaphy in. And 23 from Chi-Yu, I think that's probably AV. We Terra Dark.
Scarf Chi-Yu? It's like, I feel like Specs would have done more.
Maybe, yeah. We see a Speed Booster Moth, so it actually doesn't matter if it's Scarf Chi or not. It's the same difference. Clotsire comes in, just completely blanking this Moth. And Gliscor comes in. At this point, it looks like Lax has it kind of in the bag, right? These hazards up, really allowing the Chi-Yu to find an endgame that works.
The Glitchguard's kind of hard to kill, though. Like, it only Chi-Yu can do it.
We have not gone over Who versus Agency yet. Fast
That'll
forward
be
this.
soon.
Fries are in the bag. Yeah. So this is kind of just gonna PP stall out Synthesis at this point. Not a whole lot Lax can do about this Gliscor, really. And we switch again. Why are we switching out Gliscor in this position? I don't get it.
I don't know.
Oh, he's out of Terra Blasts.
Oh, yeah, true.
Okay. So now he comes in to go for Earthquakes instead. And there's no more Synthesis, so this will 1v1. Okay, sure. You can still just EQ spam. Yeah, this Gliscor's the only problem remaining. But still, like, between everything here, you should have enough firepower. A Chi-Yu comes in. Probably gonna see just an Overheat or a Flamethrower. That works too. 72. Is that Scarf? I don't know, man.
I think it has to be. I think Specs would have killed.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's Scarf. It has to be Moth.
Okay, yeah.
And Moth with booster speed.
Yep. So Lax comes out with a win there. How do we use all our Terra Blasts? It's Fizz-Def Ogerpon with Encore, bro.
We love to see silly guy 5 win.
Yeah, he said firepower. He brought out Chi-Yu, fire type, lyrical genius. I get that a lot. Alright, so now the series is tied up 1-1, and we go into game 3, which is going to be two players who have been around for a very long time. We have Jake on the other side, and Hunter on the side of Make-A-Wish. Shout out Chi-Yu. Yep. So here, there is a Mega Sableye on this team, but Mega Sableye doesn't exactly, you know, hazard block against these guys, right? Mamoswine able to 2-hit KO you. Landorus can just Z. Infernape as well can just Z. So like Z Rocks is probably going to be something that comes on either the Lando or the Infernape, if I had to guess. Something to force those rocks up through the Sableye. But because it's benched, that becomes quite a lot easier now. Not throw this game out. I don't remember exactly how this one went, so we'll see. What's up, Jay?
I think there's a reason, like it wasn't in your memory very long.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
It wasn't the best game.
Let's see it. Cloyster leads off into the Infernape. We're gonna see. Okay, Sash, Cloyster, Shell Smashes.
Shell Smash.
Could see a Vacuum Wave here. Totally reasonable bring here. And we see a Hydro Pump miss
Hydro
instead.
Pump.
Alright, it's probably Sash Infernape though, if you're leading it like that. But Sash Infernape into Sableye doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? I guess you can like be Nasty Plot, Flame, Rocks, and something else? Does that even make sense as a set into this? I don't know. Maybe we just got bailed. But either way, rocks are going up on Jake's side. as we get a slow pivot from AV Electros into the Mamoswine. And now an Icicle Crash does look pretty free, but we're going to get Rocks up. Okay, so it is just Life Orb, offensive Rocks. Makes sense. Knocks off the Life Orb. So now Clefable will be able to avoid the KO from Earthquake and just not Soft Boil up, instead go for a Reflect, which is a complete question mark, and now dies to the Mamoswine. Sure. I'll save you the trouble, it wasn't Sash, but to be fair, it was definitely a bad play, risking Vacuum. Okay, yeah. Alright, now Steel comes in.
Was there a reason not to click Vacuum, though, if you're Jake? Like, I don't know.
It wasn't Vacuum.
Oh, it wasn't. Okay,
No.
gotcha.
Alright. That's not AV Eel? Okay, so this Nidoqueen is like Adamant Sludge Wave or something, because that did nothing. What? And it's Dragon Tail, so nice job, Hunter. That was awesome. Yeah. How is this Eel AV and Rest Chesto at the same time? You saw that, right? 55? You saw that, right?
I mean, it's just for that feel, right?
Yeah, for sure. But like, yeah, we can have a little fun with it. It's cool. He clicked Reflect because he's gonna reflect on this game later. Oh nah. Another Reflect comes out. Yeah, he's doing a lot of reflecting right now. Z Celesteela gonna go for a Corkscrew Crash into Metagross. Was that our best option? Folks, let's think about it. Probably not, right? Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah, what were we even predicting there? I don't know.
Lando? I don't know.
I guess. And now we see Citrus Berry Volcarona. We have Boots at home. But this Feeny is going to be like Specs or something, because that killed through +1 at 75. And yeah, obviously Nidoqueen's going to go down as well. Okay, explain this to me. Nidoqueen is faster than offensive Feeny, but it does 24 to Electros, so it's like fast and bulky.
Is it not Sheer Force? Is that it?
It's
I don't
definitely
know.
sheer force, right? So you need to be faster than Metagross, I guess, but you're still slower than Mamoswine and fast Feeny. So what is the point of being fast Nidoqueen here, really? Scarf? Is it Scarf Rocks? Scarf Rocks 0 special attack? No, it switched moves earlier, right?
I don't know. It never did it switch moves?
It rocked and
I don't remember.
then Sludge Waved the Electros, I thought. Either way,
Yeah, I don't know.
he loses, got completely shot on by Jake. It could happen. Alright. Definitely not Life Orb, no. So now what? The series is 2-1 for the side of Judgment. And now we have TDG versus Rai. This game, I remember watching this one live, and yikers, dude. Yikers. So first off, there's an Oras Gigalith. This is before it got Sandstream, by the way. This is no Sand Gigalith. It's worth like 2 points. Why is it here? I guess it's the best thing they could come up with for the Kyurem Black, I guess?
I don't think it checks anything, like, when you look at it.
Not really, no. And even if it does switch it on Kyurem Black, surely your Scizor would do a better job at that. Or like your Mew. And then just have a Mega Manectric, because we benched Mega Manectric for this. Meanwhile, Mega Manectric, I mean, Kyurem Black is good into that, but...
There's no land there too. I don't know.
Sturdy
I don't think
Custav?
I'd bring Gigalith, though.
Maybe not, yeah. But it's TDG, so he'll bring it. It's cool. Now let's see this one. Keldeo leads off into Metagross. Immediately subs on Rocks.
Rocks.
But
That's a good
this just
turn.
allows free Tentacruel. So sub immediately turn 1. Makes me think, okay, so we're trying to weaken this Tentacruel, right? We're subbing on it, we're fishing for Scald Burns. And then Sludge Bomb comes out. So Sludge Bomb is going to break sub. Go for another Scald Burn, don't get it. You see Sludge Bomb doing 34. So now you see another substitute. And this is where you should be thinking, okay, this is definitely Endeavor lead. So the game plan is trying to weaken Tentacruel, but for what?
Yeah.
What needed Tentacruel weakened? Togekiss? Scarf, Togekiss, Dazzling Gleam? But there's a whole ass Metagross. Maybe Scizor? But, okay. Scarf Metagross, by the way. And let me point out something real quick.
Was that Scarf Metagross slower than Keldeo?
Yeah. That's what I'm pointing out here. Slower than Keldeo, alright? Keep that in your mind. It'll be important later. Alright, so gets knocked off. Now Mew comes in. Gets Hidden Power fired. Now Kyurem Black comes in. On a Foul Play, and that is a very bulky Kyurem. Is going to get Wisped, but Shadow Ball comes out, and I don't know if that's Specs or not, or like E-Belt, but this Mew was not prepared to take that Shadow Ball, and we're just going to get Rocks up and freaking die to Shadow Ball. Now what? Togekiss comes in, threatening with a Dazzling Gleam, doubles out to Scizor on the expected Metagross, but Kyurem just stays in, because he's the GOAT. And basically gonna force another KO, almost. Like, Scissor's getting low, and then Gigalith taking chip. Sure, close enough, right? Lando comes in, relatively free Earthquake, and Gigalith is just gonna go down. So shout out to Oras Gigalith.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Togekiss comes in, and yeah, Air Slash gonna be a KO there. Now Lando threatening a Scarf Stone Edge. So probably gonna see a Nidoqueen come in. Alright, there it is. Dodges the Stone Edge, not really too impactful either way. And we doubled a Scizor. Yeah, so this is Scarf Scizor question mark? Because this Metagross... I guess no, because this Metagross was super slow Scarf, slower than Keldeo, so it still could just be fast Scizor.
I think the way he's playing it, it leads me to
but here, this is the turn.
Scarf.
What is this Nidoqueen? It's slower than a Metagross that at +1 was slower than Keldeo. That's kind of crazy, no? But it's weakness policy. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. This was weird.
Nidoqueen minus speed.
Minus speed with Sucker Punch, maybe? I don't know, man.
It's in Click Sucker.
Where did the EVs go? Alright, Scizor comes out, and Scizor actually outspeeds Manectric, which is funny because it's a Manectric mirror, and Manectric outspeeds Scarf Scizor by like 30 points. So, yeah, by exactly 30 points, I think. Or like, does it hit 375 with Scarf? 376 maybe? Yeah, 376. So Rai comes out on top, but it really felt like TDG did not... it felt like he didn't come to play. That makes sense.
It didn't seem like the strongest build we seen him bring.
Yeah, a little bit weird. Like, what was the win condition supposed to be? There's no win condition. It's like double Scarfers with Togekiss Scizor? I guess. He didn't use TDG sets. I don't know. Weakness policy Nidoqueen. Very rare set, so... maybe. Okay,
I still don't know what the Gigalith was for. Oh.
I don't know.
It's the elephants.
And we've gotten to the elephants in the room. Guys. Great Tusk and Iron Treads on the same build. The elephants are in the room with us. Yes, they are. So the series is now 3-1 in favor of Judgment. And Lucas, the double elephant guy, is also on Judgment. So he can at least clinch a tie or better if he wins this. And I'm not gonna lie. Where's the ground checks? Where is the ground resist? There's no immunity. So there's probably gonna be a balloon somewhere, right?
They're pretty bad.
Almost certainly going to see a balloon somewhere. Because it's double elephant and you have no ground immunity. So probably balloon Glamora, right? Maybe balloon Crown. Something of the sort, right? Maybe a balloon Annihilate, right? Because that's a pretty solid Great Tusks check. But yeah, that's what you should be expecting going in. We see Electric Tusk. So that's going to mean that it can kind of 1v1 the Iron Crown a little bit. not super weak to anything in particular. You get like a supercell stab onto Araquanid if you want it, but like, come on. On the other side, we see a Terra Ghost Annihilate and Terra Flying on the Iron Crown. Alright. And Annihilate leads off into, Quillfish, gets the Defiant boost, and there's no Balloon. Alright, so lead Annihilate, just trying to immediately 6-0 off rip. Goes for a taunt, but is slower than the Quillfish, so a very bulky Annihilate versus a faster lead Quillfish, it seems. And now we see an Agility Iron Crown, and so again we're trying to win like turn 1 off lead. Why are we setting up our win cons without doing any damage whatsoever? Beats me. Quillfish is able to take 2 Tachyons though, so it is going to limit this Iron Crown pretty heavily. We go for a Pain Split here to bring it low HP while also taking another hit, which is exactly what it does. So Icy Wind, Taunt, Spikes, it revealed all 4, Pain Split, so it doesn't have a move to hit Iron Crown necessarily, but it is taunted, so it can't really set up on this.
It did its job for sure, though.
2 spikes up, chip on the Iron Crown.
Yeah.
What more could you ask from a lead Quillfish, right? And now Agility Zapdos, so putting on the pressure. Hurricane does a lot to Garchomp. Confuses, but no full confuse, so all good at the end of the day. Scale Shot is going to 2-hit KO this Zapdos with the help of loaded dice, but Zapdos is faster and connects the second Hurricane. Alright, so Garchomp goes down, 2 spikes are up, Iron Crown's very low, and we're immediately forcing the Terra on Annihilate. This is a good position for Lucas. No lie.
Yeah.
So Thunderbolts to get some nice chip on Annihilate. And we go for a Bulk Up, which I think is definitely greedy. You could have just Rage Fisted there. Would definitely knock out the Zapdos.
No, you're in Hurricane range, right?
Not quite. Hurricane is going to do like high 30s. Or like mid 30s, to be honest. So just the safe Thunderbolt always hit. Bring us Annihilate very low. And yeah, now it's in range of Great Tusk, who's just going to come in with Booster Speed actually and Bulk Up. So it actually isn't in range because Booster Speed Tusk is not very strong and this is +1 defense, but you can use it as Bulk Up fodder. So yeah. Honestly, looking at this turn right here, I would have liked to see this Annihilate click Bulk Up. That's what I was thinking when I watched this live, because Tusk coming in, the only reason you ever do this is if you want the setup opportunity of Bulk Up in front of Annihilate, right? Because otherwise, you're Earthquake 2-hit KOing it and you're costing yourself like 70% HP on your Tusk, which just doesn't make sense. It might even do more, right? Because it's Terra Ghost, and that would be like, what, 4 Rage Fist stacks at that point? So like, are you really going to trade your Tusk for a 31% Annihilate when you have stuff like an Iron Bundle that can KO? It's gonna Bulk Up. That's the only reason to go to it. But if Tusk attacks twice, you just die.
Yeah.
Glob, do you listen to what I'm saying? Earthquake right here is like for sure wrong. Like if you're gonna Earthquake here, just go Bundle. It's the better version of the play. It's not a lose-lose, it's a 50-50. Dude. Just say you don't get it. It's cool. Ignores him and pushes my agenda. Because, like, if you get +2 and lefties, I'm pretty sure you live a +1 Earthquake at 38 from Annihilate.
I think I would have gone Bundle there if I was Lucas, just to, like,
Probably,
not have that situation.
Too many elephants in the room. I get it. I totally get it. Like, assuming Annihilate lives, which it's max HP, it should live, right? I would have preferred that. But I guess it's a play that, maybe he didn't need to make. Glimmor is Balloon, so he does have a stop to the Great Tusk, which, by the way, could Terra Electric here. So there's kind of a 50-50 between E-Ball and Earth Power, which the Glimmor should be carrying both in this matchup. Goes for a Rock Polish, trying to bait the Terra. So that was a good Rock Polish play, but now you have to actually make the call. Calls it correctly, no Terra on the Energy Ball. From Lucas's side, it makes sense to not Terra, because you know it's going to have Earth Power for the treads, but you don't know for a fact it's going to have a Rock Polish or Energy Ball, because it could just be a dual stab after that, like dual stab Earth Power, in which case you stay regular Tusk, so I understand the play. But now we see Balloon Treads able to check this Glimmora very comfortably, goes for an Earthquake, knocks it out. But now it's like getting pretty dicey into the end game. Abomasnow looks really, really good though. Meowscarada gonna go for a triple axle and avoids hitting 3 would 3 hits have knocked it out? It looks to be a roll, so who really knows? And yeah, if we take these like 2 rolls as equal to the 3rd axle roll, the tread still would have got the spin off, so I guess it doesn't matter. Because the first 2 hits of axle is equivalent to the 3rd hit, just by numbers. Now Iron Bundle comes in, goes for a Freeze Dry, is going to 2-hit KO the Crown. Goes for an Ice Beam, doesn't want to risk the roll. Fair enough. Now Arachnid comes in, and we go for an Ice Beam, trying to scout for a Mirror Coat, but we reveal Infestation instead. And I believe Encore comes out, yep. So Encore's the Infestation, and Iron Bundle is just going to sweep now. Because Freeze Dry easily 2-hit KOs the Arachnid. I say easily, that took 49. So probably Assault Vest. But then Meowscarada comes in, and if it locks to like a Scarf Flower Trick, then obviously Abomasnow is going to win, so goes for like a crit U-turn into crit U-turn. No such luck. It was Boots, but sure.
Boots on the spider, yeah.
True. Yeah, but it could have been AV Boots. We've seen that before. Alright, so now the series is what, 4-1 for Judgment? So they've locked a tie with a double elephant comp. Pretty cool. Pretty aura. And now we have Who versus Agency Zone. I know someone in the chat was asking when this game was going to be, so here it is. And of course, he's got that Aloe, Clodsire, Corviknight, the most disgusting fat core you could imagine, with like, you know, dark spam offense, basically Darkrai plus Chi-Yu. But yeah, I feel like this matchup...
Yeah, doesn't look like the best matchup for Dark Spam.
Yeah.
You know, like Meowscarada, Keldeo, and Tiffany. That guy's kind of annoying.
Yeah. Oh, it's Who time? It rubs Alomomola for good luck. Thank you, Glop. He's gonna need it. Because I thought this matchup was pretty skewed in Agency's favor. He has a lot of tools to break through this fat. You don't have to go for any like slim pickings sets. There's very strong sets here. Alright, let's see how he does it. Who are the Terra types? Alright, so the Chi-Yu is going to be Ghost. This is for like the Keldeo, I guess. Not really much else reason to run Ghost. And then the other Terra type is Aloe, so it's going to be Dragon. Dragon D's nuts across your face. On the other side is Terra Flying on the Keldeo and Terra Dark on the Mesprit. But given that there is a Whimsicott on the side and a Clodsire, you would expect Terra Flying to indicate Sub-Calm Mind with Air Slash and maybe Vacuum Wave, maybe something like that. It wouldn't really 1v1 the Corv, but, you know, Corv isn't going to be the first response to Keldeo, so maybe it's fine. Maybe you just run Surf plus Air Slash to cover that. Definitely possible. Right, no Ghost Resist moment. Okay, but like...
I actually gotta go, so thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining. Yeah, speaking of Ghost Resist, it's right there in front of you. Pheasant Dippy took 34 from that. Gonna take another 32 and go for a U-turn, get that slow pivot into Meowscarada, force out this Chi-Yu. And Corviknight is like 100% the play, so can't predict that with a knockoff. I mean, it's not really a prediction. It's in front of a Ghost Chi-Yu. May as well knock off. Get rid of the helmet, and now Gouging Fire comes in on the Forced Roost. And now Gouging Fire is in the field, and we double to our Mesprit trying to get Rocks up, I guess? Which is going to be a success, right? Rocks go up in front of the Aloe. But Chi-Yu is going to take advantage and maybe force a KO. Maybe, just maybe. Goes for an Overheat and is going to force a KO versus Fez. So good start for Who, but Rocks are up and Meowscarada gets a turn. Now Corv comes in, but you know he's about that life. He clicks that Thunder Punch on the switch, and Corv is basically dead now. Claude can pivot in because this reveals to be Choice Banded Meowscarada. But yeah, the damage has been done. Excuse me. Chi-Yu pivots in on the Iron Treads, but Treads pretty confident that it's faster, is going to go for a knockoff into a Volt Switch on the Aloe into Keldeo on the Wish turn. So Keldeo goes for a Calm Mind, and the thing about this Calm Mind is you can potentially Wish past a Corviknight, But that kind of gives up the game, low-key, because, you know, the Keldeo can just surf there. And what are you supposed to do about a +1 surfing Keldeo? You have to go Whimsicott and Encore it. Or you could be this other Whimsicott set, which was definitely interesting. Switcheroo Scarf. So now you locked the Keldeo into Air Slash, but I don't think the Keldeo minds, right? The Corviknight, which is the flying resist, is at 19%, so pretty happy to just keep clicking Air Slash. Goes for the Terra. So 43% on the out, and does get the flinch. So a mirror coat would have been really nice there, but no such luck. Now Whimsicott forced to be sacked off. And now what? What's your plan into Keldeo? You go Darkrai, but it's already +1, and it's Scarf, so dodges the Air Slash. Wouldn't Mirror Coat KO? Yeah, it would, if he had it. I don't know if he has it. Because the Aloe could also be something like Tickle to try to 1v1 Gouging Fire, like, which would be a real tech, honestly, in this matchup. Funny enough. Okay, so we miss Air Slash into crit Ice Beam, season saved, right? Rose AV Aloe, it clicked Wish. It clicked Wish, brother. It got knocked off Heavy Duty Boots. Yeah. Don't mind Glop. Yeah, he literally lying in my chat. And then this is interesting. We went Treads and double to Gouging just to take more Ice Beam chip. Sure, whatever. Gets the Morning Sun into the Claude switch, and Treads is able to come in on this thing every time. With a Balloon, Treads is like the most annoying thing in the world for Clodsire. But it's red card counter. Okay, so special Treads, you know, coming in clutch here. If that was a physical Treads, he was cooked. Like, Mesprit would have died there. Either way, Corviknight comes in on the U-turn, and yeah, it's going to be dead to rocks now. Not quite, actually, because the Gouging Fire takes it as a DD opportunity. DD's twice? Is this going to be the game? Clodsar's at 42. Can Aloe live at +2? Surely not. You have to get your regen, so a sack is in order. But we click Flare Blitz in front of Aloe, which is weird. So maybe this doesn't have a move to hit Aloe? I mean, not that you super need it. Yeah, Flare Blitz is 37. And what are you going to do? You're going to Healing Wish into your Clodsire. So threatening a counter here with Unaware. Going to double to Darkrai on a predicted switch, as we see a Burning Bulwark. So it is mono Flare Blitz, which is interesting. I don't know why you need to be Burning Bulwark here, but whatever. In my mock, the red card pulled me into Fez, and suddenly I had no Ghost Resist. That's kind of fire. Never stop gambling, kids. Anyways, Claude is able to wall this Gouging Fire after this Healing Wish. So, yeah, Agency has to find another way to win. And to do so, we're going to switch our Mesprit into a Dark Pulse and freaking die. So, not great, but now you get a Meowscarada entry point, which is pretty cool. Goes for a free U-turn into Chi-Yu. That does so much damage. And now Treads gets to come in and just go for a Earthquake, because there's no ground resist. No, instead we knock off the Darkrai specs. I mean, fair enough. And now we just get a Volt into, what? Gouging Fire? I mean, you have a Claude. Oh, Claude on Flare Blitz. No, that's going to be a 2-hit KO. Probably had to sack the Chi-Yu there. I mean, Chi-Yu was pretty useless. Goes Chi-Yu and then doubles to Darkrai. He's trying. Gonna be rewarded with a KO on Treads. But now Gouging Fire comes in and you just Dragon Dance here every time. Doesn't go for Dragon Dance, just for the love of the game. And Dark Pulse comes out, doesn't KO though. Yeah, I was thinking if you Dragon Dance there, you either take the Dark Pulse, outspeed Darkrai and Flare Blitz, and then Meowscarada kills Chi-Yu after you die to recoil, or switch Chi-Yu, you DD, you kill both. I guess it's like kind of the same thing, but whatever. It didn't outspeed. Oh, it's like slow as dicks. Got it. And now we have BGC. So with that game, Agency brings his team to what, 5-1 now? Yeah, this is 5-1 record. So Agency just clinched the series with that one, I believe. Skip? Hold up, am I missing a replay here? I'm missing the Yurdunk replay, I think. Do I have it somewhere else? I might have misplaced it. Hold up. Yeah, where's the Yurdunk replay? Oh wait, no. Where is the Yurdunk replay? Oh no, I have it here. I have it. I'm tweaking. Nah, he's saying skip VGC. No, I do have it here. Alright. Code VG versus Sven VGC. They have VG and VGC in their names, so they must be good at VGC. It's in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. So we see a Qianpao D-Knight versus... I don't know. Hearthflame. Sure. Let's just watch it. Lando Screamtail lead. Alright. Are we going to see a booster on the Screamtail? No. So Goldango gets frisked to be Scarf and Citrus on the Blastoise. Okay. Make It Rain is a spread move. So Babiri Berry going to limit that damage on the Screamtail. And Iron Defense Blastoise is faster than Scream... No, it just went for a Trick Room, which is minus priority. Okay, Poltergeist and an Encore into Blastoise, which misses thanks to the Muddy Water. Shout out, VGC is so fake. We see Mabostis switch in on the expected Poltergeist, but a Woodhammer gets fired into the Blastoise to do a crisp 22%. That was awesome. Missing Encore, yeah, I'm out. Literally. And it's Citrus Berry, so shout out to J Ricky, but he hasn't even popped it yet. He hasn't needed to. And now we're down 2 Pokemon with another turn of Trick Room left. Heatran and Lando T coming in, so we benched Qianpao Dragonite. That's awesome. Why did we do that? Isn't that supposed to be broken? Okay, Blastoise goes down without using its Citrus Berry, so we just hate J Ricky, I guess. Now, we go for another Scarf, Make It Rain. That's not going to do a whole lot of damage behind the light screen, though. And Stomping Tantrum into Mabosstiff does nothing. KOs it with an Ice Fang. Now, Heatran versus the World. Goldango dodges the Heat Wave. I don't think that really mattered, though. This Heatran is going to have to 1v3, which seems unlikely. Yeah. What's the guy in the back? Probably Hearthflame? No, it's Valiant. So both sides benched their best Pokemon out of respect. Love to see that. Now let's see the game 2. How will they adapt? They're probably going to bring Qianpao Dragonite, right? So predictable, these guys. She maw on my boss till I stiff. Thank you, J Ricky. That was awesome. So we finally woken up from our slumber and realized we should just bring Qianpao D-Knight. I agree. Into Mabosstiff Iron Valiant. Cool. Inner Focus means that we're dead to Moonblast, so we have to Terra our D-Knight, which is fine. You wanted to do that anyways. Oh my god. Okay, no E-Speed. I thought it was going to be a Quick Guard into E-Speed angle, and that was going to be completely cooked. But no. And we switched out our Qianpao and our D-Knight. Okay, so what's the plan here? Scouting the Terra, I guess? It's Choice Banded Mabosstiff, so Crunch is just going to KO that. Now D-Knight comes in, but it's not next to Qianpao. Oh, we're going to switch so that it is next to Qianpao. And then E-Speed does 62 to Blastoise, but this Crunch is coming out and D-Knight's dead. Okay, cool. Awesome. Heatran comes in, but Heatran Qianpao not exactly as good as D-Knight Qianpao, so it looks completely cooked. Good Protect, though. Protects on the double attack. Always good to do in these VGC games. So Stoice is going to go down as a result. Heatran is potential for... No, it's going to be Flash Fire into the Ogerpon. So no Flame Body chances. And we just protected into the guy that didn't attack us. Cool. So now Terra Blast. Okay, and we just don't 2 KO Goldango. That's awesome. Shout out to Sven. That was awesome. Maybe Choice Lock Gold. Yeah, it was Frisked Choice Scarf. Also, hi L5. What's up, Lantern? Terra Water my wrist. Goldango. Yup. Alright, so that was VGC. We benched Ogerpon both games, which is awesome. Into Heatran. I kind of get it. Alright. And now we have the main event. Yeardunk versus Avocado 24. Wow, love VGC. You and me both, buddy. Alright, we see Yeardunk with a Hydrapple, with a Mouse Hold. How could he lose? Terra types here, we have Fairy on the Urshifu Rapid. I believe this is Rapid. And then, obviously... Or actually, no, this Ogerpon isn't Terra. Right, this is just a raw Ogerpon. If I remember correctly. Game of 2025 right here, low-key. My offer for VGC analysis is still open. If you want to hop in, I'm just in the VC in my Discord server. If you want to join, feel free. Just join the general chat and I'll drag you. But anyways, Terra Fairy on the Urshifu. Then on the other side, it's going to be Terra Grass on the Hydrapple. And Terra Water on the Mousehold Dash 4. Alright. Ogerpon's going to lead off into Mandibuzz. So good lead for Yeardunk. And it's Scarf Mandibuzz because of course it is. And spikes go up from the Ogerpon. Glimmora in to set up spikes of his own. Alright, so spikes trade. Now Hydrapple comes in on the Earthquake. Terra Grass on the Outrage does 26. That's awesome. Giga Train into what I presume to be AV Lando, because why is it only doing 34? Also would explain why it's able to pack Outrage rather than a real move. You can co-commentate in like 40 minutes if you're interested. If you want, we can go over the Armory series when you get here. That would be pretty fire. But yeah, now Ogerpon comes in on the Giga Drain, and yeah, just gonna switch. Don't want to get knocked on the Hydrapple if you can prevent it. To the Empoleon, and this is gonna die to Helmet. Awesome. Shout out U-turn. Now Lando comes in, is AV, but Mandibuzz comes in, and a Foul Play is threatening a KO, so you probably just U-turn on the switch out. Knocks off like a complete noob. Gets rid of the Power Herb though, so maybe he knew something that I didn't. Honestly, Psychic Sludge Bomb Smackdown goes crazy here. Or what? The Lando? Isn't that still completely walled by Mandibuzz? And the Hydrapple, right? Not as an entire moveset? As a last move? It's gonna be Stone Edge. I don't know what to tell you. It just is going to be Stone Edge. Alright, Earth Power's into the Empoleon. And just gonna knock it out with Power Gem. Makes sense. Now Glimmora to absorb the T-Spikes. And potentially set up more hazards or just attack, right? Tinkaton comes in. But Mandibuzz, Choice Scarf, able to go for a knockoff. And yeah, we steal the Scarf from Mandibuzz. Wow. Really awesome. Love to see that. And it's just a normal Mandibuzz set. So is this like switcheroo or something? Does it get that? I guess it's trying to offload the Scarf on the Tinkaton on purpose, right? And then you have Roost. I guess you don't have Roost? Or what? Whatever, man. Mousehold comes in, goes for a Tidy Up. And Population Bomb is going to kill this Lando, obviously. The Helmet guy is dead, right? Urshifu comes in, Terra Fairies, but Mousehold's pretty strong. So, can we count to 10? There we go, we counted to 10. Awesome. Now Darkrai comes in. It's Scarf Darkrai, but doesn't have Focus Blast, I suppose. And 4, 5, 6, 7. And I think we just lost to a Mousehold, folks. Awesome. Guys, is Mousehold broken? I think yes. I think this thing needs to be like 11 points next season. Thoughts? And we just bite on the Glamora. Awesome. Love to see that. It's very broken. Dude, it Oko's Dragonite through multiscale. I remember that. Mousehold is the new Tentacruel. Don't say that. That's disrespectful as hell. What? Anyways, that's going to be the entire series. So Judgment wins 6-2 against the Wishes. That's going to be that series. Now, because Glop is going to be here a bit later, we're going to go over the Armory series when he gets here. So we're going to go over the ZFG versus... who's the other team? It's ZFG versus the Surfers. And we have High Jump Kick, High Jump. This is Theo, as you can tell by the disgusting team. Up against C, Super Epic Ampharos, SPL player for ADV, has made it far in Gym Invitational stuff, that sort of thing. So, accomplished player, and has dipped her feet in draft before to decent success. So yeah. Mousehold is the new Petulant. I could live with that one. If we ban things for Okoing D-Knight, can we ban Glamora too? Pretty pleased with 5 cherries on top. But what will Panda do? That guy's addicted to drafting Glamora. He has like 3 of them in every team tour. This game? Yeah. So, in DCL Fantasy, which, you know, is linked in the description if you're interested, but I picked Theo as my lock pick because I thought his matchup was super nice in this game. And, you know, he's really great at piloting stall builds like this. No way this is less than 70 turns, right? Maybe. Who knows? But I predicted Theo to win. I thought this matchup was really strong. But C is a very creative player. We'll see if she comes up with anything creative to break through. This is Sword and Shield. We see a lead Toxapex. And Torn leads off, knocks off the Assault Vest as, you know, trade knockoffs, get rid of the Sharp Beak. Shout out DCL Fantasy. It's actually super fun watching games with fantasy stuff. Predict 85 turns. Alright, well, Pex is just going to trade with this Torn, but they both have regen, so none of this damage is really going to stick. And wow, a really nice Nidoking switch on the Zeraora. So that was really fantastic. Allows the rocks to go up on the Mew switch. And now we're just going to trade HP for a Toxic on the Mew, which is going to go a long way. Maybe we're going to force a Heal Bell from the Clefable, but you can't bring it in now. The Corviknight is going to come in on the switch to Tornadus, so really nice play from Theo, but goes to Zeraora expecting the taunt. Alright, fair enough. Dude, it's awesome when your pick wins, but you watch your pick lose, it's super down bad and want to rope. Yep, that's the fun of it, right? Alright, knocks off the Colossal. Nice. Now Pex is going to get some free regenerates here as a spike goes up, so a defog is quite mandatory very soon. There's a bit of a timer on when you should defog, because double hazards up, that's a bit rough. Now Hurricane is going to, you know, land a little bit to the right there, and because of that, this Pex is going to maintain a bit more HP, and Scalds the switch to Colossal. Really nice play from Theo, and, you know, obviously you can't stay in there, so another Scald is coming. Torn gets a little bit of regen, but not a whole lot, and, you know, misses another Hurricane, so Torn going to be very low. Probably just going to see a Colossal sack here. Then we go Eldegoss. Pretty curious why we didn't go for a Poison Jab there, but I guess Scald covers a Metagross switch, and now our Pex is sleeping. Alright, if only there was an item to deal with Mold Breaker. Who has Mold Breaker in this game? What are you yapping about? Oh, you're talking about the VGC game? Flash Fire into the Mold Breaker guy, I love my life. Look in Terra, right? Anyways. Earth Power into Mew, that's obviously Life Orb, because, you know, it's doing quite a lot into Spidef Mew. Roost up on that, but you don't really have time to defog if you are defog Mew. Sableye comes in, it is also Boots, so maybe you're just relying on Boot spam to deal with hazards, but this Mew, this Toxic is adding up. Can't really roost up to full, and Nidoking makes an aggressive stay in there, get some more Toxic Chip, and now we're going to switch to Colossal on the Psychic. Really well played from C, gets rid of the Mew, and now this Nidoking is an alpha threat. Can really kind of kill everything, and it's still like, it's not completely dead. It can come in on stuff like Clefable Moonblast. Right, but Zeraora is a bit of a threat, gets the bulk up, and knocks off the Dragonite boots, but another Toxic. These Toxics are really game altering, whereas now this Zeraora's on a timer, can't exactly stand in 1v1 a Roost Dragonite. So Clefable has to come in. It is also boots unaware, as revealed right now. C sees that coming. Ha, get it? And a Heal Bell finally comes out, but the damage might be done. Like, how are you getting this defog off? This Eldegoss has a Sleep Powder available, so you can't exactly go Corviknight this turn. And, you know, dodging the Sleep Powder, low-key kind of annoying. I think he was attempting to Sleep Sack that. Now Sableye comes in, and Nidoking finds an entry point on the Encore turn. So C is playing out of her mind to get this Nidoking value. This is so much value from Nidoking. And now what? Corviknight comes in. Do we see a T-Bolt? No, we see an Earth Power, but a T-Bolt is coming, I think. We see a pivot to Zero on predicting a T-Bolt, I guess. But instead it's Flamethrower as the coverage move of choice, also makes sense. Zero gets in, threatening a knockoff. Gets the knockoff on Eldegoss, removes the helmet at least. And this Eldegoss looks like it should be able to live any hit, so probably gonna have to see a Sableye spin block here, but we see a Blaze Kick instead, which, from my head calcs, does not kill Eldegoss at 54 if knockoff is doing 28. It should be close, but I don't think it kills on the same, like a similar roll. And Aromatherapy comes out, and now this Torn is not burned. The Eldegoss is also healthy. We see a Leaf Storm into Sableye. Pretty weak move though. And probably just going to see a recover, but by forcing a recover, you get a free switch and a Torn. Never mind, the Sableye is just going to remain low. And now you're going to recover, I guess? But now you get the Nidoking in. So Theo went for a knockoff the previous turn trying to prevent Nidoking coming in. But C, one step ahead, as she has been this whole game, gets Nidoking in for safe. And Earth Power just kills Sableye, are you kidding me? So strong. Now, Clefable comes in. This has revealed no Sludge Wave at this point. But we Heal Bell to wake up Zeraora, which, like, fair enough, but is it enough? I don't think so. Zero's at 30. You can just go Eldegoss, I guess. On the... Okay, Blaze Kick actually does knock it out from there. So 52, able to knock it out. Now Metagross comes in. Toxapex is going to be the switch-in, but this Metagross does have quite a few options to break through Toxapex, and Psyshock is one of them. Just goes for it. 2 KOs the Pex very cleanly. Forced to go Corviknight here to chip down this Metagross, but even then, the Dragonite's at full. It's looking very dire for Theo. We see a Meteor Beam immediately, so yeah, this Metagross is gonna 1v1 this Corv. And yeah, C just played this super well, and unfortunately for my fantasy run, Theo goes down. Theo is my lock pick. That would have been double points. But yeah, C played very well, I cannot lie. Really creative sets, a lot of taunt, crazy value from the Nidoking, by the way. We clicked 8 Earth Powers. I think actually not 7 Earth Powers because we clicked once into Pressure Corv, but still really, really great value out of that. So, well played. What can you say? Should have locked the Glopper. I really should have. Oh well. Okay, now we have Aberforth versus Mayo for game 2. What teams are these guys on? I believe Mayo is on ZFG. Yeah, Mayo on ZFG, and Surfers have Aberforth. Now, Abe is my teammate from last season. We won the entire thing in DCL2, so I know he can play Oras quite well. Mayo, I mean, he's an old guy. He's played Oras forever. Known for his old gen stuff. He was really fantastic back in the day, but not really been playing the at the highest level recently. And by that I mean he's not participated in team tours for a hot minute. So the return of Mayo versus Aberforth. This should be a good game. And let's get into it. So we see Blastoise lead into the Seismitoad. Nice for Mayo because you can just set rocks here. It is Lumberry Seismitoad, and we actually just knock off the Blastoise. I guess rocking in front of a spinner. Maybe I should have thought about that one for like one more second. But okay, removes the lefties from Blastoise and then goes Roselia. This is pretty nice. We can always keep a Spike Up versus Aberforth's team. As we Leaf Storm into the Crocodile switch, and that dodge is pretty big, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, lucky from Aberforth to get Crook in for free. And now, Roselia is going to get Choice Band Pursuited for 97%. So that is a big deal, folks. That is a massive deal. Yep. Seismitoad does come in, but Blastoise able to come in and force a spin immediately. I would go for a Toxic, trying to, you know, put the Seismitoad on a timer, but unfortunately does miss. Goes for a Rapid Spin anyways the following turn, but rocks are going to be going up. Mayo very willing to just let this Seismitoad sit here and rock in front of the Blastoise. Yeah, rocks do stay up, which is awesome for Mayo. Sacks the Roselia to the Leaf Storm, which makes sense, it's at 3%. Now Infernape comes into a revenge kill, but Blastoise is low, so this Infernape is going to be forcing a KO. Looks like this Blastoise will not be getting a spin-off. Is kind of threatening a Torrent Aqua Jet, but Mayo not exactly in a position to risk that. Or like, not in a position to scout it. And yeah, now Arrow comes in to revenge kill this and gets off the defog, so it makes sense why we were not super worried about spinning. But maybe considering your defog, Arrow, you should have, you know, spent more time trying to Toxic the Seismitoad, some might say. And the Toad is right back in, and I would have expected rocks that turn, to be honest, but instead we knock off the Superior, which, this is an interesting interaction. The Poison Touch triggers the Lum before it gets knocked off. Yo, who actually knew that interaction? Not me. We're learning out here. Wasn't there a stat that says Roselia has the worst win rate in all of DPL? No, it has, I think the second most bench rate out of any Pokemon with like a significant number of games. I think it's only behind Quilladin. So like the garbage grass types, right? But last DPL, Roselia was picked like in an average of 4th round and did not see a single game. It was benched 11 times, brought 0 times in ORAS. So that's some fun statistics for you. But here, obviously it is coming to the game, so. Alright, Infernape comes in on the Leaf Storm here. Threatening Scarf Flare Blitz, so we're just going to go Crook on the Intimidate. And we see a U-turn. Really nice play from Mayo, getting some momentum into the Skarmory. Now this is either Taunt Crook or these rocks and spikes are going up. Or Toxic. That works too. I would have expected spikes that turn, but either or works. And now you're going to Roost up back to full as Mew comes in. Now Mew is pretty scary, could do anything. Go to Snorlax as just a general check to it. And we see a Flamethrower burn. But judging that did 9%, I would expect this to be an Assault Vest Snorlax. And Assault Vest Snorlax is probably going to be packing Facade. And there it is. So it does 60% to Arrow. No problem for Mayo. Now this Roost is going to mean that Snorlax has to take a few more burn turns, but you can't just kind of spam this and this Arrow is forced to go down or, you know, go for an attack. And we're actually going to save the Snorlax, get Seismitoad in, and rocks go up. But we're just going to defog this, right? Yeah, just defog that. So Seismitoad maybe didn't have to take that. I guess it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. No real difference. And goes down to the Leaf Storm. Infernape comes in once again, but now the Fire Resist has gone down. So Flare Blitz is just a guaranteed KO at that point. Crook does go down for the Intimidate. And Mew gets a safe switch, but now the Lax can come right back in. On the Rock Polish turn, will Psyshock do enough? With a crit, we'll never know. But, yeah. We see a gotta be kidding me in the chat, so therefore, it probably mattered. He says Facade was unlikely to kill, but that's not really the point. You need the chip on that thing for the, like, Skarm follow-up. Because Raper does 32, that's still pretty good. Unless this is, like, Roost last, that crit definitely mattered for, like, the Mew sweep. And then, I don't know. Because Conk was still kind of a threat as well in the back. Yeah, and we can't even kill Chomp either. So maybe the game's not over. Serp does come in. Is this Scarf Chomp? No, it is not. So Serp is going to force a KO, and then Infernape is going to Flare Blitz, but now Mach Punch Conkeldurr is going to be more than enough to knock out Infernape at the end. It was Signal Beam for Hypno. Mayo had this bagged. That is a little bit rough. Let's see, if Snorlax gets the Facade off, you save Skarm for Conk, you go Garchomp, but I guess at that point you don't know that it's not Ice Beam, so you probably would go Skarm anyways, and then you try to use Chomp to 1v1 Conk, which maybe could have gone bad if it's like Ice Punch. I don't know, we'll never know. And so that's gonna be what, 1-1 is that? Yeah, 1-1 in the series. Might be Yachi Chomper just lives Ice Beam. It could be. Could be. It was Yachi, we do know. Justice for Mayo. Alright, if it's Yachi, then you probably had that one bagged up for sure. This guy sacked Crook turn 3 for fun. That is true. Yep, he did do that. Anyways, now we have Genius X versus Finchinator. Some say the villain of SVOU. I wouldn't say that, but some people might. Alright. We see this triple dragon Sun team, which, you know, aura maxing, right? Into this Tornting Lu, like, very fat balance. I believe this is also, never mind. This is not the Terra Cornerstone. I know there's like 2 Terra Cornerstones, but this one obviously is going to be Terra Torn and Terra Carbink in this game. On the other side, we see Terra Raging Bolt, which is going to be Terra Fire, alongside Terra Fire on the Cyclizar, and then on the other side it's going to be Terra Ground on the Torn, Terra Fighting on the Carbink. Alright, look at the game. Screamtail leading off into Ting-Lu. Probably going to see a Rocks trade, if I had to guess. Ruination immediately, so probably going to see Rocks the next turn. Okay, Spikes, same thing, so probably Rocks Carbink, Spikes Ting-Lu. That makes sense. And we're going to see a really fat Ruination on this Ursaluna. This thing could have been quite annoying to take down, but now it is quite low. That being said, the trade is for Ting-Lu HP, which is probably worth it considering Raging Bolt and Roaring Moon both really appreciate Ting-Lu being weakened. I think maybe both sides are at least a little bit happy with that trade. Ninetales comes in for the Weather Ball. Now Dragonite comes in, takes Rocks, which is interesting. So it's not Boots Dragonite. What could it possibly be? It's Dragon Dance, so maybe it's a Scale Shot with loaded dice. That could be a set. But Speed Booster Screamtail in the sun with Rocky Helmet and Ice Beam is going to 1v1 this Dragonite no matter what. So good bring from Genius X. Now Carbink comes in, is going to get T-Waved for the Rocks going up. Yeah, just T-Wave the Carbink. Yeah, typical. And the Screamtail is going to go down. It was dead to hazards either way. Now Cyclizar comes in, and you can spin. So it does go for the spin. You don't really want to go Goldango on a Sun boosted Overheat, but is going to trade the entirety of the Cyclizar for that spin. And now Roaring Moon comes in. We're just going to Terra the Carbink and KO the Roaring Moon. So 3 kills for Carbink there. Kind of crazy, no? But crucially, the Terra is burned. So this Torn is going to be weak to Raging Bolt. And here we see Raging Bolt just go for a T-Bolt. There's no punish for that T-Bolt at the current point. So Goldango comes in. Is going to go for probably just a Shadow Ball, right? Oh, T-Wave onto Ninetales. I don't know. Maybe he could have used the chip on that. Like, yeah, Weather Ball's going to do 74 to this Torn. And we don't even have a move to hit Ninetales. So I guess we're just clicking that, sacking this, and then going Ogerpon. I guess. Ivycudgel's just going to knock this out, but Raging Bolt, could it do it? The Goldango's at full, the Ogerpon's at full, but it is Terra Fire. So probably going to be Weather Ball for the Goldango. We do have enough Sun turns, but the question is, are you able to Terra in front of the Ogerpon? Because Ivycudgel would do a lot. And we do Terra, go for Weather Ball. Now, I believe you have to be Scarf to make that play. And you are Scarf. So booster special attack Scarf, Fire Raging Bolt in the sun with the Weather Balls. It's a strong win condition, to be honest. I use this a lot in my seasonal run with Vulpix plus Raging Bolt. So no surprise to see it here. Carbig not getting full parried in 4 moves in an Iron Head is kind of crazy. So true. No one claimed Finch was a Draft League player. Haven't seen him click U-turn once, just saying. That's true. He has a thing or two to learn. To be fair, I don't think Zing clicked one either, so maybe they just shook hands on it. Either way, now the series is 2-1 for ZFG. And that brings us to Hacker versus Mind Gaming. Let's keep the perspective same as last game. So Mind Gaming going to be on ZFG. Hacker going to be there for Surfers. And yeah. Let's take a look at this game. So we see Ghost on the Zarude and Ground on the Comfy. On the other side, we see Dark on the Torrenty and Fairy on the Cyclozar. Interesting stuff. We see a Swalot lead, which is kind of crazy, no? And a Toxic immediately on the Ting-Lu. Alright. Interested to see no Pex there. I think Pex would have been a really safe pivot into Swalot, and you just 1v1 it quite comfortably. But now your Ting-Lu is poisoned, which definitely sucks. I guess you get rocks out of it, but still, maybe not the greatest trade into Swalot, but still, we're just sacking Swalot for fun. Like, we have switched into Ting-Lu. I don't know why we're so bent on staying in. Alright, now the Pex comes in to absorb the T-Spikes, but they're just going right back up. And we just hate our Swalot or something. Like, we just sack it every moment we get. Shout out Hacker. Terrifier Scarf Bolt is like a discounted Scovillain. No wonder it won. Yeah, we have Scovillain at home. Alright. Now Garchomp comes in to revenge kill this guy. Ting-Lu is weakened though, and we miss Scale Shot. That is a bit unlucky, not gonna lie. We see a Swords Dance immediately on Ruination, so can go for a Scale Shot this turn. Should knock out Ting-Lu if it is loaded dice. Oh, maybe not. We get 5 hits? We do get 5 hits. Alright, so it does knock it out. So kind of justice for the miss. All good. Now Cyclozar comes in, but it is Terra Fairy on a balloon. So this Garchomp is kind of just forced to switch out here. Doesn't switch out just out of respect or something and just sacks the Garchomp for fun. Love to see that. Now Goldango comes in and goes for a trick. So gains a balloon in exchange for giving the Cyclozar a scarf, I guess. Should have been booster speed specs bolt. So true, actually. Alright, now Shadow Ball into eject button Toxapex. Okay. Gets back into the Cyclozar, but a Make It Rain is just going to trade this. Now, imagine if we still had a Garchomp, right? That would be so sick. Alright, Bleakwind's going to knock this out. But now what? Latios comes in. Dodges a Bleakwind. We're going to see screens up here, right? Yeah, light screen. Probably reflect now. Yep, so we're going all in on the Zarude endgame. Psychic is going to 2-hit KO Toxapex, so we're just going to click that. There's no Psychic resist, right? The Torrent is Terra Dark, but it hasn't Terra'd yet. So can just go for his free Psychics. And now we're probably going to see Healing Wish, if I had to guess. There it is. Trying to get our... Not our Zarude in. What? We went Comfy? This is like for sure wrong, right? We're wasting our screen turns. Dude, Comfy is not winning this. What? Oh, nah. It's Terra Ground and just gets encored into Calm Mind. Hacker, please explain. What was this? And it's Boots Zarude, which is like weird. Zarude did not win either. Yeah, you just go Ogerpon, I think. Maybe he was just cooked, but that definitely looked a little bit sus from my end. Okay, yeah, we're doing 18% with knockoff. Just put the fries in the bag. And Mind Gaming is going to come out on top. And that brings the score to 3-1 for ZFG, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Wilted Rose for sure. Alright. Now let's go ahead and inject some aura into the stream. We have iPro versus Undead. Alright. Wait, I have a screenshot to show you from the comment I left at the end of the game. Okay, go ahead and send it. If it's funny, I'll share with the stream. That is pretty funny. I'll show the stream. Yo, when he right, he right. He kind of spit in there. Anyways, Undead versus iPro. This is a matchup that we've seen quite a few times in recent memory, and Undead has come out on top more often than not. I don't know if he's lost to iPro recently, but I know he's definitely had a winning record at least. I just joked about how the healing wish stayed in the air. Yeah. Alright. Let's look into the game. Sableye leads off. This is Mega Sableye, so just goes for a fake out, guarantee the Mega. Now Slowbro gonna be the Victini switch in, which makes sense. And immediately gets burned, so nice. And now we double to Kyurem Black on the T-Bolt. Sure. And then Victini just stays in because this doesn't really threaten you out. Blue Flare gets a burn, and okay, Z Outrage there would have knocked out the Victini if not for that burn. So, pretty crazy stuff. But now Blue Flare doesn't KO the Kyurem Black, and a Draco Meteor. So this was Outrage plus Draco, which is the only explanation why the Z did 49 burned, and then 45 with the raw Draco. So mixed Kyurem Black does go down, and Manectric is going to be the follow-up into Mienshao. And now we see Nidoqueen come in and get Tuit KO'd by HP Ice. Now, I saw this and I was like, okay, this is possibly the most obvious Scarf Nidoqueen of all time. Because why would you ever bring a Nidoqueen designed to switch into Manectric? Because nothing else on this team switches in on Manectric. You switch it on Manectric and get Tuit KO'd and are slower? No. Has to be Scarf. And there it is. We just sacked our Manectric for fun, just out of respect. And now, this is the fun part for me. We go Garchomp, take an Earth Power, and we Swords Dance. So, we just sacked our two best Pokemon, low-key, or like two of our best Pokemon, to a Scarf-locked Earth Power Nidoqueen when you have an Uxie. I'm just saying. Seems a little bit rough. Now Mienshao comes in, just going to be a free U-turn here, so Uxie does not get a free switch in. See Sableye come in, and so there is a threat of like skill swap to get rocks up, so I think Undead scouts for that. I guess he goes for a fake out first, and then he probably would have scouted, but iPro switches out of respect or something. And now this Blastoise is not going to be able to 1v1 the Sableye at all. So we just switched to a Pokemon that loses to Sableye. Nice. Yo, what happened to the iPro I used to know, to be honest? Alright, recovers back up to full, and now Garchomp is in. There is no Dragon Resist on this whole team, so just rips the Z Draco, gets foul played, and okay, so Sableye does end up trading with the Garchomp, but honestly, not the end of the world for Undead. You probably actually don't mind that. And now we just miss a high jump kick. So cool. It was a player versus player read, you wouldn't get it. Yeah, something like that. Seems like iPro had a stroke when Nido got sent out. I mean, all the clues were there. He definitely should have known. Rocks do go up at least, but now we sack Mienshao. Goes Slowbro. I'm not really too sure why Mienshao was sacked there. Surely Slowbro can just come in on Uxie. Like, surely, right? Spit F Slowbro, able to 1v1 this Blastoise through Toxic spamming. Like, just wait for Toxic to kill it. You just hope for no flinch at this point, but even if it does flinch, I think Torn has this one packed up. And he's just the GOAT. Look at that. T-Waves the swap to Kartana? Yo. Nobody in this chat could have made that play but Undead. I'm being so for real. And now we see Bulky Tornadus come in. Pretty standard into Kartana. Rocky Helmet. And now, not even threatened by anything because the Z was already revealed. We could just go for a free defog, and now we can just regen switch and stall out this entire team. Putting Undead in my week 2 fantasy after that one, honestly, this was a good performance for sure. Now Uxie comes out, but yeah, 16 by the way. Undead Masterclass, yeah, he cooked in this game. And now what? So he just lies in the chat? Okay. And there's nothing that a paired Kartana can do against, you know, Torn. Just sack this guy, no problem. Go to Torn, hit that Heat Wave. But no, why would we ever bring Heat Wave? Because think about it, this is Sun and Moon. What's popular in Sun and Moon? Like an Iapapa berry, the 50% berries in general. And why would we ever risk a miss? He's packing Incinerate. That's a cool tech. I like that. So now what? We're up 4-1 as ZFG. The series is, you know, at least locked to a tie. And obviously pushing for a win. I had Undead in my week 1 fantasy for a while, but it was 0.5 over, so I had to change some picks around. Yeah, and you just cut Undead. Makes sense. Won't be making that mistake again, huh? Alright. And now we go into Harris versus K-Crick. Now K-Crick is using this like future paradox spam thing with a Pincurchin on there in slot 1, which is kind of cool. There's also a Tatsugiri on this. Oh, what was on the bench for this? We benched Sinistra and Hisuian Samurott into this team. Alright, fair enough. Pincurchin slot 1 is Aura, yeah. Low-key. So, yeah, let's just look in the game. The Terra types, Fairy on Moth and Crown. On the other side we see Grass on Heatran and Flying on the Urshifu Rapid. Looney Tunes game? Not gonna lie, you might be onto something with that one. Lando into Darkrai lead, both gonna switch out of fear of Scarf U-turn and Ice Beam respectively. Pincurchin comes in, doubles to Tatsugiri, and we're just switching a lot here. Oh, yeah. Can someone click a single move? It's been 4 turns. And rocks go up. Alright, so Tatsugiri able to come in on this Urshifu, kind of. I say kind of because Terra Blast is 83%. But we're going to go Fez, not risk anything from the Urshifu side. But, of course, gets crit. Whatever, it's roostable. Now, Iron Moth comes in, but Iron Moth, does it really threaten Fez like that? I guess you can just go Heatran, right? And Heatran is, like, completely hard-walling Iron Moth. Like, when you see Terra Fairy on Iron Moth, you're like, okay, Heatran completely hard walls, there's nothing that the Moth can do about it. Because the only way to hit it is, like, Terra Water, Terra Ground. That sort of thing. So, Iron Moth is going to go down here, just gets trapped by Heatran. Awesome. This is AV Tran as well. This is +1 discharge doing 18, so very fat. Now Lando comes in, Urshifu gonna switch in, it is Boots Urshifu. So no Punching Glove, no nothing like that. So not relying on the Surging Strikes, more so the Terra Blast CC coverage. Maybe even be packing Ice Punch for Lando over like Water Stab. Either way, Valiant's gonna force a KO into that Fez, and Darkrai comes in. We've revealed Life Orb, so we know we're faster. Just go for a Psychic. We're just going to do a lot to Pincurchin, but not quite put it into Dark Pulse range. Even if it's Life Orb Darkrai, which it is. So a Spike is going up, and you get to save the Pincurchin, sack Tatsugiri, and now you have Terrain Up. Terrain Up with 2 of the Quark Drive guys. So Valiant comes in, going to force a KO with Life Orb Speed Booster. A nice pivot to Tran means that you waste a turn of Terrain at least, and Life Orb Chip. But now Shaman has to come in, but we have an Iron Crown right there. We go Landorus instead. So Landorus as like a pivot. We miss Seed Flare, which is kind of a big deal, not gonna lie.
allows for a free U-turn from Landorus. And Urshifu comes in, but Iron Crown is faster and gets a Torch Drive special attack boost. Goes for Attack and Cutter. That does so much to Garchomp because it's a Life Orb attack with a Quark Drive special attack. So quite powerful. Stronger than Choice Specs by a decent amount. But now Rocks do go up. Pincurchin in before Rocks though. But then we just don't sack the Pincurchin, which was interesting to me. So I guess we sack it to Rocks now. So the reason you do this is to prevent like an SD or something, or like spikes going up as you like muddy water and do nothing. Like I guess. Sure. But yeah, Valiant comes in. Aqua Jet puts it in range of Life Orb. So this game is getting close. Obviously, like letting the spike go up from Garchomp means that Valiant is going to be put in range of, you know, Life Orb Aqua Jet. I'm bad, should have just sacked Pinch. I agree, yeah. A little bit of an overplay from your end. But now we have this interesting situation where this Crown is Terra Fairy, and this Darkrai's Life Orb probably going to be packing a Sludge Wave. Or not Sludge Wave, Sludge Bomb. But actually, it might not be packing a Sludge Bomb, because it did Psychic the Valiant earlier. And that also covers an Iron Moth. So maybe it's Dark Pulse and Ice Beam Blast for Lando, like an AV Lando. So, given that, this Crown should just Terra. And Agility, or like just attack, right? I assume it's Agility on a team like this. Like if you Agility on anything that's not a Dark Pulse and you stay regular, I think you just win. But if I remember correctly, we just Agility Raw, fearing the Sludge Bomb that, you know, probably doesn't fit on this Darkrai set once you reveal Psychic. Like, you don't need 2 moves for Iron Valiant, come on. So Agility risks the Dark Pulse just for fun, out of respect. And now Crown wins the game. It was Sucker last as well. Yeah, Shaman's just gonna die at 50. There's no way. That's so much damage. I guess the win condition was like Thunder Para, which to be fair, looked like it probably won, but that's neither here nor there. And K-Crick ends up winning the game. Alright, the crowd goes wild. I think Thunder might have killed. Would it have? I guess Life Orb in Terrain? Maybe. Maybe he's just ass. I mean, either way, Terrain was correct, so... Lived from Calx. Yeah, so you should have just Terra'd. Either way. Alright, now we have Sage versus... who is this? This is Hedja. By the way, with this game, K-Crick locks up the series, so... Congratulations to ZFG for winning that series. But there's still some more games to be played. And Sage versus Hedja is one of them. Now, in the Preds stream, I thought that Hedja had a fantastic matchup. Like, truly fantastic. But if you die after Life Orb, doesn't Shaman beat Lando 1v1? It could. Yeah, this is possible. So K-Crick is just lucky and bad. Alright, so let's look at this game. Alright, Skuntank leads off into the Ogerpon. Ogerpon obviously needs to get out of there. Into the Lando T. And we see T-Spikes go up, which is a hashtag big deal. Going to need to defog with that Corviknight sooner rather than later. And just goes hard Corviknight immediately to get Super Fanged, and then now you're threatening Taunt. Goes for the Taunt, and so this Corv's at half and has not defogged. So these T-Spikes are threatening, and we just Earthquaked into a Balloon Jirachi. Oh my god. Corv comes in on the Jirachi, rocks. Now, do we have T-Bolt or anything? No, we don't, so the defog is coming out. Booyah, I'm here now. Are you... Okay, I see you. What's up, Glop?
Yo, it's good. Let me tap into the live stream here.
Here, let me bump up your volume a little bit. You seem a little bit low. There we go.
Alright, I'm in, I'm live. We're good.
We're so back, we're so back. So no contrary on the Enam would imply that this is Calm Mind, because there's no other reason to not run contrary.
The defog does go off though. And this is Terrafire Enam. I guess I forgot to mention the Terras at the start. It's Terrafire Enam and Terra Dragon on the Bolt. Right. So Landers is going to come in on this Moonblast, and it's threatening Scarf here, so gonna double out, not trying to U-turn on a helmet or something, like the Skuntank helmet.
Protect is brilliant there. I feel like that's a move people need to start utilizing more. I feel like when that move is used correctly, it just like can totally throw off entire game plans.
Somebody is a BKC viewer. Oh my god.
No, I'm just saying it's a great move to have. Like,
you're
if
right.
you can fit it on an offensive piece, it's like very very debilitating for like trick sets and stuff like that. It's great.
It removes a lot of counterplay that exists. So Scarf Lando, obviously you scout the Lock Stone Edge, which obviously tries to double on like a Rocky Helmet or like Great Tusk coming in into the Ogre Pawn, which to be fair also covers Enam staying in, so good play from Hedja overall. And goes for a Sword Stance on the switch to Great Tusk, and this is going to easily 2-hit KO. I guess if you're Ivy Cudgel and no grass move it's not, but
Maybe Trailblaze.
yeah, this should put it in Trailblaze range, and you just go for a Trailblaze here on the Skuntank. Could be worried about a Sucker Punch, but honestly, not really in a position to scout that. You're +2/+1, may as well get use out of it, just go for an Ivy.
I'd synth here like a thug.
I would synth too, but I don't think he has synth.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Would you have synth here?
I mean, you kind of don't need another
It's probably
move, right?
it's probably Rock move to cover Fire Enam, because Fire Enam is so obvious into Corv plus Ogre.
I suppose,
Like
but I
maybe
feel like
Stomping Tantrum?
if it's not boots though, wouldn't +2 cudgel just KO through the resist anyways for the most part?
No, I don't think so. I think it would be close, but it wouldn't KO from full, I don't think. And still, this is like your best pivot into Fire Enam anyways, so you want something to hit it. I think
Makes
Tantrum
sense,
would
yeah.
make sense. But either way. Yeah, Synth would have been really cool. Now, Gren comes in, gets 1, 2, 3 hits on the Shuriken, so season is saved. Let's go.
A little bit
Honestly,
dicey. Yeah.
you might have
Wasn't
considered
Skuntank
keeping...
probably more correct.
Yeah. No, because Ivy doesn't make contact, so you're just sacking your Skuntank for fun then.
Well, I'm saying you would have Sucker Punch, right?
Well, if you had Sucker Punch, you probably just clicked that a few turns ago, right?
I guess, yeah. I guess
So,
maybe she doesn't have it. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's Super Fang taunt T-Spikes, so probably just a normal attacking move, if I had to guess.
Like knockoff, probably, yeah.
Maybe like Crunch, or yeah, Knockoff would make the most sense, yeah. It gets that this gen for the DO, I think, in particular.
Mm-hmm.
I think saving the Ogre Pawn would have been probably correct there. Like, when you bring in Greninja like that, it's either Scarf or it's Water Shuriken. Did you have a move to cover both of those? I guess Scarf would U-turn on Samurott, so you don't really have a safe play.
You could have went Raging Bolt, maybe, right? I feel like that covers a lot.
I mean, you're going to see the Raging Bolt, and that'll say, no, you couldn't have gone Raging Bolt.
Oh, okay, well, I guess then you had no play. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess sacking is...
AV Samurai, right?
Yeah, AV. Which, watching this, I thought low kick could have been, like, really dangerous, like you just lose on the spot, but...
See, and it's kind of a 50-50, because I've seen this matchup be played out, like, multiple times in
Yeah,
DPL,
yeah.
DCL, things like that. And you kind of have to decide between, do you go Assault Vest expecting the special coverage, or do you go with, like, Choppleberry to cover, like, low kick? It's kind of a mix-up, yeah.
I think it lives low kick from your dunk. At +1, I could see it, yeah.
At +1 with Life Orb, you have to, like, just be damn near max HP, max defense, though.
Do you actually? That's a lot.
No, you have to be at least max HP. I think you do require a decent amount of defense as well.
All right. Addison says, "Can you tell Glop he's a beautiful man?"
Well, thank you,
pass it
Addison.
along.
I have eyes at work. I can see the chat, and I appreciate that.
I thought you were gonna say you can see the mirror.
No. I have some humility.
The humble king.
Yep.
All right, Enam just forces a KO. A little bit of Aqua Jet chip. And now Deoxys, like a Life Orb set, could potentially knock out Enam from 85, but 36 to Belly Button. And this is Life Orb Deoxys, by the way. I saw this. I'm like, it must be AV.
Of course, yeah.
But you're gonna see the next turn. Watch this.
Watches. Oh, W taunt.
W taunt. But you know what's even crazier? Okay, not this turn, but that's not even AV.
Bro, what?
That's Citrus
It was
Berry.
Jay Ricky in disguise. That's crazy. Wow.
Yo.
Like, surely that calc is fake, right? Like,
Right?
How does Life Orb Psycho Boost? I gotta. Okay, you keep commentating. I gotta see the numbers for myself.
Right?
There's no way.
This is either like Adamant Deoxys or Bellybolt is just the best Pokemon in the world. Like, it's one or the other.
I'm honestly flabbergasted at that damage. Yeah.
Same, bro. Okay, Raging Bolt comes in.
It's like no special attack Dio. I think so. What it looks like 0 special attack Dio on a mineral to max Spadef does 36. So that had to
Okay,
be what it was.
dude. Okay, so we're just bringing.
So absolute min.
What's the point of Life Orb Deoxys if we're not running max special attack Modest, dude?
I'm assuming you've got the attack investment for like probably you want the stronger
For
knockoff
what?
into Jirachi for Jirachi.
Okay,
right?
but
yeah,
the cool thing about Deoxys is you can run both. You can run attack and special attack. That's the great thing about it.
Well,
Are we?
clearly,
We're trying to cover Speed Booster Tusk, I
Nah,
guess.
he's got the HP for the Water Shuriken. You just don't have the vision like he does.
Oh,
Because you can't fit E-Speed on that set, right? It's gotta be
I should have
knockoff
known.
power.
yeah, it has to be superpower. Duh. So, anyways, we see Speed Booster Bolt. Set up a sub on the Belly Bolt Volt switch. That's gonna do a net like 3% behind the sub, as Jirachi comes in on a balloon. So there's no like scarf anything. The Raging Bolt sub has to be Calm Mind. We know it's T-Bolt plus Dragon Pulse because it's Terra Dragon. And you obviously are not bringing no T-Bolt.
For sure.
So here's the question. Do you Calm Mind here?
You know, I would just go for like a para, right? If I had Discharge. I feel like with a set like this, I feel like you have to be Discharged, right? Because like otherwise, how are you potentially cheesing through any kind of like Jirachi set, you know?
Oh, you Calm Mind past it, I think.
Okay, but Jirachi has so much utility between like Trick or like if it's Choice Scarf Trick and it comes in hard, like you're screwed then. If it's Encore, right?
Mm-hmm. Mental Herb wins. Yeah, if it were Mental Herb Booster Speed, yeah, that would be way too fire. Okay, if the Jirachi tricked a Mental Herb onto the Raging Bolt and then Encored it, that would be kind of fire.
We're just making up stuff now. Cool.
Yeah, Trick through the substitute, by the way. Infiltrator Jirachi, anyone? Okay, so we don't Calm Mind. But we'll come back to this.
Yeah, like I said, I would
we'll
go
come
for
back
the
to
para.
this.
Yeah.
And it is Encore, most obvious Encore ever.
See, and here's the thing: if you're gonna be Calm Mind on a set like this, and if you're gonna be Booster Speed, which already has low special attack, why would you not just be Discharge? I feel like the difference in damage between T-Bolt and Discharge cannot be that significant.
Yeah. Well, Volt Switch does break the sub, and now we get Enam in to Terra in front of this, and T-Bolt does 44%.
Bro, yeah,
nice, dude.
imagine we were Discharged and we got the pair there. We just won the game. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'll also do a different imagination for you in just a sec. Because, okay, we Agility, and I think we just win the game with Enam on the spot. Because LOL. Don't even need to protect or anything.
It's curtains, bro, yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, you can't fit E-Speed on that Dio. So
well, he disagrees. There's an E-Speed right here. We're just not superpower into Gren. What?
But,
what?
Well,
what's the point?
I mean, honestly, okay, low-key though, that does explain the attack investment, but at the same time, why are we not special attack invested? I have so many questions.
Okay, but the E-Speed did 42, so tell me that's Adamant Max attack.
It's got it, because his Enam is fat as hell, right? So surely there's significant attack investment on the Dio.
Maybe.
I would think.
You would hope so, right?
No, this Enam can't take, okay, even with like Jolly Raging Roger, right? Like surely Thunderbolt does more than what, like 40?
44.
So it's got to be HP invested, 100%.
Probably, yeah. But anyways, I'm gonna go back and we're gonna imagine something, right?
Yeah. Give me this LARP scenario. I want to see this.
So here, this turn.
Right.
This U-turn is still not broken by U-turn. We know this because it only took a Volt Switch, and that's a 4x resist into a max HP Bolt. So let's imagine Calm Mind here. Calm Mind Encore.
You're saying just Calm Mind raw and just
take the Encore in like straight to the chin. Because you Encore. Okay.
Well,
Encore lasts 3 turns after you click it, and because Jirachi is slower, that's the following 3 turns. The turn that you use it doesn't count.
Well, hang on. So wouldn't you U-turn and then go
Enam?
No. You'd go Skuntank and you'd Super Fang, break the sub, and then Toxic, right? Did it have Toxic? Or
No, it didn't. You're making that up.
It could have. We don't know the last move.
But here's the thing, right? You Calm Mind on Encore. Okay, you're +1.
Yeah.
You Calm Mind on U-Turn.
Yep.
Because
that's
Jirachi
one
can't
turn.
click anything. It doesn't break sub. That's 1 turn of
Right.
Encore.
Yep.
You Calm Mind again. That's 2 turns of
Yeah.
Encore as, either Skunk or Enam, probably Enam, breaks your sub.
Sure.
Now you're +3, and your final turn of Encore is a Calm Mind against Enam. You're now +4, max HP Raging Bolt versus Fat Enam, not special attack invested necessarily, although it did a lot to
Right.
Lando. But either way, max special attack is like in the 30s to Raging Bolt. And then you just sweep at +4. Let me know.
I mean, you're 100% correct on that. I think the only way out would be the scenario I described, where you have to be
The only way out is...
toxic on the Skun tank.
No, that
Yeah.
doesn't even work. Because
Well, no, it does.
I don't think you have the
Belly Bolt
turns.
just-
I
Belly
guess
Bolt
with
just sits on
Protect
that ass,
Enam,
bro.
maybe. No, Protect
Yeah, you
Enam,
can definitely,
yeah.
you can definitely like sack stall,
Okay, but
right?
Toxic, like Super Fang Toxic is not a real set.
Hey,
so-
somebody linked the BKC video on Lefty's Protect. Like that's
Yeah, it literally
this is
broken.
why-
There's a BKC
Genius, yeah.
video for everything, I swear to God. I used to use those videos as reaction images, which honestly is super fun. I should go back to that. But
No, you're right. I do see the merit of just going for the Calm Mind.
yeah,
at
just
that
go
point.
for it.
Yeah.
I mean,
But,
you're not
like-
sweeping at +0, that's for sure. So
Right. I
Yeah.
still question why it wasn't discharged though. Like again, I don't feel like the damage
Sure,
difference
it-
was that significant.
you could say it that way, where like it's
even
doing
that,
nothing
even that
anyways.
way, you still had an out. You still had an
Yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah. You could say it's doing
You could
nothing
finish
anyways,
with
but
Terra.
also on the other side, it's so weak, you kind of have to run the higher base power move if you want to do any damage at all. So
Is
there's
there-
like both sides of it, right?
Okay, Raging Bolt didn't Terra, right? Or it
No,
could have
it,
Terra.
it's a Terra Dragon, so like it
Okay,
didn't have a reason
so-
to Terra this game.
Hey, bro, maybe he was fearing that Ice Punch Rachi. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
How else would you break sub? Like you're saying, because
you
U-turn doesn't,
can't. You can't.
right?
And the thing is, if you
So
Ice
had-
Punch, you still have to U-turn after, so like the turn is burnt either way. Like you don't get
Yeah,
the
I'm with
Enam
you.
in front of it.
Yeah, I'm with Jay Ricky on this. I'm definitely confused why the bolt was Dragon Terra.
It's Dragon to cover Great Tusk, right? So you have a strong stab move into it. Like that's, and then like Belly Bolt, you still
Low-key,
resist.
I don't even
Belly Bolt's
I don't
hits.
even know if +1 Terra Dragon Draco kills max HP. Maybe it does.
Well, it'd be Dragon Pulse, but it's not gonna kill,
That-
but it's
that
gonna do a
definitely
lot.
doesn't. I guess you're neutral to the like headlong.
Yeah, like you take one and you 2-hit KO. It makes sense, I think.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I feel like at that point, the turn you were highlighting for us, I feel like you're already screwed. So you may as well just go for the Calm Mind. You gotta hope, right?
No, I think Calm Mind just wins is the thing. Like there's nothing Sage
probably
could have
does,
done
yeah.
about it.
Yeah, yeah.
But
It's just a Sage.
you know
aura
what's
difference,
even
you know?
worse about this? I had Hedja in my DCL fantasy.
And
Like, bro.
this is why we don't. This is why we don't copy paste the
Yeah.
5
Yep.
fantasy. Yeah.
I mean, if you're copy pasting my fantasy picks, you should know better by now. We did a whole season of pick'ems for DPL where I was just wrong all the time.
I was about to ask what Looney Tune like format was this, and then I read, oh, it was VGC.
It's VGC,
I'm like, why is
yeah,
there a
yeah.
Spectre here? I saw Spectre or Dwacky, and I was like, I
Why
was
are
having
they all level
flashbacks to,
50?
like, nah, bro, I was having flashbacks to like the old days of Swish. That was crazy.
Are we trying to get the Lantern? Oh yeah, we're getting the Lantern expert analysis right now. What's up, Lantern
Yeah.
Comic? We got the expert here, VGC extraordinaire.
All right, let's see what we got here. So what I see, the first thing is that. So first off, is that dark Urshifu or is that water?
I got no idea.
I wanna say that. I wanna
It
say
looks
that's
like dark.
Yeah.
Dark with size span
Okay.
makes more sense, I think.
Yeah. So the spec. Okay. So to me, it looks like they're. I don't know exactly what their game plan is, but what I do know is that is a Gothita. So they are trying to trap. They think something. They need to. They feel like they need to trap something. I'd imagine though, if that's a fat. So the main things here is that a fast Iron Crown or a slow one. I'd imagine it's a faster one given the matchup, because the slower just because you'll Iron Crown. To be fair, it already kind of loses to Arcaludon a lot of the time and Murkrow. Oh, but outspeeding like Ogerpon on and Spectre, if it's this is assuming booster speed, or they go the Tailwind route with Whimsicott because That is very much a possibility. Side note, I don't think they bring Murkrow. I don't think Murkrow can do much. I'm sorry, that was a lot of information very fast.
No, I get what you're saying, because, like,
Yeah.
I mean, Murkrow matches Tailwind, but it's slower than, like, Whimsicott. And I did check the document, by the way. It is single strike on the Urshifu, so.
Of course, like, we knew that, right?
Seems-
Because
It
we're
seems a little
really
counterintuitive,
talented.
though. With Psychic Terrain, I feel like you're not able to properly utilize, like, your Sucker Punch, but...
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
but
you don't need Sucker Punch for that thing to hit like a truck.
no, you'd run
For
like
sure, I mean,
Scarf a lot on
Wicked
this team,
Blows.
I think.
Yeah.
Because if you get like Indeedee, Follow Me into Booster Speed, Crown, and then you have like faster Expanding Forces plus Scarf Wicked Blows, that kind of covers a lot of the game, right?
You could also be just like a Sash Terra Stellar on Urshifu. It's pretty...
Yeah, you can.
And you could be Sash Terra Stellar, and bear in mind, you don't even have to lead with like Indeedee on the field. Like, you could lead, like, Urshifu Whimsicott or something, and then just
Then
nuke the
U-turn.
Spectrier.
Counterpoint, if you lead with Indeedee, you can post the dancing Indeedee gif in the chat. and
Oh,
it's
he's
like
on to
a
something.
major aura
No,
form.
I
Yeah.
like that. I like that for sure.
You
I
know
think
what? Fair enough.
I actually didn't watch this game, which is, you know, it's a VGC game, but this was like the last one played, so I was like, all right, don't care. But now we're watching
You
it.
know, one thing we didn't touch on, hold on, I do want to quickly touch on this, is that there is a combination of Thwackey with Florges. So for those who don't know, the ability is like, I believe it's your grass types can't be statused partners, so Thwackey can't be statused by anything, but then the significant thing is like
The Ogerpon,
there's
right?
symbiosis. No,
There's also,
like
I would like to-
Grassy Seed. Yeah.
I would like to offer a minor correction.
Uh-oh.
I think it does that, but I'm pretty sure Flower Veil. I watched this in a Wolf VGC video recently. Flower Veil also prevents stat drops. I don't know if I don't think
Yes,
that's
yes.
like particularly relevant here necessarily, unless
No.
the
It'd
Whimsicott's
just
running
be
like fake tears.
Yeah, fake tears.
But it's probably symbiosis, I would imagine, right?
Surely, right?
There's got to be some kind of coordination with that.
It
and the
must
Thwackey.
be.
That's,
Yeah.
that's what it looks
Or
like.
maybe that and the Thwackey, or potentially the Florges and the Arcalodon, if it's like
Right.
Power Herb Electro Shots.
All right, my chat says analysis helping hand choice specs expanding force. Yep.
Right?
I mean, that is also very much okay, to be fair, I'm getting into the nitty-gritty, not nitty-gritty, but I'm getting into the less obvious stuff here, okay?
Yeah. I mean, anyone can look at that and see. Yeah. Psychic resist Murkrow. That's probably not very good, right?
I mean,
Also,
the biggest thing is, you're gonna have to fight a terrain ward if you want to keep your terrain up, because the Thwackey does exist.
True.
And
True. Thwackey
honestly-
just counters this whole team. GG. It's over.
I mean, not counters.
Yep, it counters.
That'd be stupid.
You know,
I am
to
stupid.
answer Hydra's question of what does Torterra do here? See, I was gonna say wide guard, but there's really no spread moves from the opposition. So I'm also kind of curious. That makes me feel like it's got to be either like an iron defense set, or it's got to be some kind of
I'd-
like shell smash.
It's like
I'd imagine it's
no, I figured it out. It's just in
I'd
case.
imagine it's a Trick Room Sweeper.
It's just in case there's a Calyrex riding that horse, and then they use Astral Barrage. You want to be prepared for
Wow.
anything.
Wow,
Oh
you're
my
too
God.
smart.
I'd more imagine this Torterra is here as like a Trick Room Sweeper.
Does
Uh,
it do
Trick
that?
Measure makes sense.
Does it do that?
I mean, it's got strong moves, right? Woodhammer and
yeah.
Headlong Rush.
Headlong
I mean,
Rush, or
Yeah, they're
EQ
high
even,
moves. Yeah.
and Swords Dance too, if you want to be feisty.
Well, let's see what happens.
Let's see. And we just see a Gothita turn 1. Sick. Oh, it gets fake out. That's cool.
Makes
and its
sense,
Ogerpon is dead.
yeah. Pretty textbook play.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Ogre. Nice.
Yeah,
To be fair, what do you switch in there, right? There's really no.
you can't if
Yeah.
you can't Gothita Shadow Tag.
Oh, true. Yeah, you're just screwed because
Yeah.
you can't even protect. Well, you could protect the fake out, but you still die to the close combat. So that's actually
Mhm.
really smart turn 1 play. Yeah.
Yep. And then you
And then
protect
prop
to stall out
that's
the
a Sash
Tailwind.
Gothita.
And it's just dead. Nice.
I mean,
1 for 1,
that was
basically.
overall. I mean, that wasn't bad. You're trading a Gothita for
Yeah.
an Ogerpon.
And now you have
I'd argue that's
you have the follow me
Oh.
threat as well. Doesn't go
No
for it
follow
though.
me.
Problem. This
And
is
we
problem.
just
Buddy.
forgot.
oh.
We just forgot that this is a poison type Urshifu right now. Cool.
Oh.
I think he's just cooked. Like we have 2 support
Yeah,
mods in
he
front of the
probably
field.
is. This is very much.
No, probably he's just cooked.
He's done.
Yeah, no, he is just cooked.
Me when I'm swept by Indeedee. Hello.
Me when I say GG on turn 4, like, bro.
Shout out VGC.
VGC
I
moment.
mean, that's
Yeah.
VGC. I mean, to be fair, VGC games are usually over very, very quickly.
Yeah,
Of course.
I see.
Yeah,
Wind
this
in
was just a
Trick
lack
Room.
of. This to me just looked like a lack of preparation for like Urshifu sequences, because this thing was just completely unpunished. There was really no like.
The
way
only
to threaten
damage it took was
I mean,
Life Orb, you know?
Right. You had Follow Me and DD protecting it, and then of course on
I
turn one
think-
in the early sequence, like the fake out protects it. So
Yeah.
I think they might have played I think they led a little too passively. I'm a
Oh, for sure.
here. Like, I think the adjustment you make here going into game 2, you leave the crow behind.
Right. You probably want to bring like
No.
you probably want to bring Arch, because you need like some kind of immediate firepower pressure, right?
Arch, or if that's like or maybe it's a random offensive floor just or something, but like something over the crow.
Yeah, the problem is that a lot of their game plan focuses around like setting up the Spectrier, getting it enabled in the grassy terrain, and like protecting it, getting Tailwind up. But if you can't immediately threaten damage and Shifu's left unchecked, obviously that's going to spell disaster.
Yeah, I think the
Especially against the
idea there-
Gothita lead where it's got Shadow Tag. The big reason Shadow Tag is as broken as it is because it can trap in a bunch of like defensive Pokemon. Same thing
Yeah.
it does in singles. It
Right.
traps them in and abuses them.
The idea
Or
probably
removes
was
the offensive threats.
the idea probably was you set Tailwind and your Ogerpon is like just there. Your Murkrow, gets switched out into Spectre, and you just follow me as you Calm Mind a few times, and then your Spectre's like +3 or whatever
Wait.
in theory,
Follow
and
me
then
to
you
third.
have once the Ogerpon goes down, then you have Fake Out Thwacky in the back. So it's like 3 support mons for Spectre Sweeper, but that probably doesn't work into like NDD, which is just immune to
Also-
Shadow Ball.
Flight call out. J. Ricky, still think Gothita's fake?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
very
sure he
re- I-
does.
Realistically, the only reason you use that line is for the ability in its move pool. So really, you could draft any form of it, mid form, and it's all
Yeah.
going to do basically the same thing.
All right, let's see. Game 2, we see the Psy Terrain, which obviously people are going to switch it up.
Still, okay, well, he did bring the Arcalodon.
Which is a
Now,
nice
is
adjustment
this
for
going to
sure.
be a Stalwart? That's the question. Because that would ignore Follow Me.
Even if it is, I don't think that changes much, because it doesn't threaten Crown with a lot of immediate damage unless you're like a super
Yeah.
effective Terra or something.
I
which you're
mean,
not.
yeah.
Are we Terra
Oh,
Grass?
it's Calm Mind. Oh, it's Snarl. So Trick Room's probably coming.
You see
Double
that? It's
Snarl.
it's the cloak
That's
item or
Cobra
whatever.
Cloak.
Yeah, it's
Cobra
either cloak or
Clear Amulets.
yeah,
Yeah.
probably cloak, right, for fake outs.
Yeah,
Makes
I'd
sense.
imagine
From Thwacky,
because
'cause-
Crown. Yeah.
And there's the Focus Blast.
Oh,
Yep,
got
because
the
this
rain.
is Draft League.
Oh. Electroshot.
Into what though? This doesn't do damage.
Indeedy. I mean, the point is you're setting up for success later, I think.
Right.
Because remember, the
The problem is-
Indeedee Follow Me was an issue before. You've taken it out now. You have lost your Arcalodon, but this time you actually have your Ogerpon alive, and
In
it's
rain.
faster than everything. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're gonna match
Sun,
Tail-
actually.
not
It's
even
in
a match
Sun.
Tailwind. It's a Sun. Never mind. I was gonna say Tailwind match would even the playing field, but no, this just
That's expanding force coming out, and
Yep.
it's not going to KO.
That does so much
Uh,
though.
I'd imagine Murkrow has shown Rain Dance, right?
Yes, it has. And we Sunny Day just for the love of the game, because it's slower in Tailwind.
No,
No,
you don't
it
understand.
makes. Yeah, it's because Tailwind Rain Dance would go first.
I
So
know,
if you
yeah.
tried to
That's what I'm saying,
override-
because
yeah,
it's in Tailwind.
Yeah. Right. Well, no, he did it because of the fact that
I know.
Tailwind.
It was bad wording
okay.
for me. That I had that in my
mean,
head,
the-
but like, yeah.
I mean, this seems like a very free Tailwind plus Tachyon into the Murkrow. Like, you just ignore the Thwacky.
If the Whimsy even has it even revealed it at this point?
No. But I
Yo.
admit, I struggle to see what use Whimsicott is if it's not in this matchup,
Well-
if it's not packing Tailwind.
To be fair, it has 100 options like
There it
fake
is.
tiers and things like that. But there it
There-
is. We're gonna see it matched.
And
Oh.
our Urshifu's dead. Nice, dude.
Play the tech and
All right, Whimsicott versus the
Oh.
world. Let me know.
play.
Yeah.
This is why you don't run player off chat.
I think you do run play rough because of the previous turn where
Urshifu.
Okoto
Yeah,
Urshifu like.
Oh, yeah, you absolutely
both
run-
ways.
No, disregard
you
that.
absolutely-
Disregard that.
No. You absolutely run play rough. But like, no, this is absolutely the matchup where you run play rough. It's just okay. Wait, hang on.
Literally. All right, so definitely a
Okay.
mistake here in this turn where like really we needed to Tailwind here and not take this
Yeah.
U-turn. But can he
Either
bring
not
it
take the
back for turn or game 3?
We'll see.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy not to Tailwind there, because if you did, you would have just outsped the Thwacky. You would have threatened it. So
Null seemed Nullify. Is that how you say his name or her name?
Nullify?
Yeah, is that how you say their name?
I would assume so.
Well, they seem kind of almost afraid to Tailwind. Like, there's no Trick Room on the opposing side. Most of your team is faster. I don't understand what you have to fear from clicking Tailwind sooner.
I figured it out. It's because it's so easy to throw in VGC.
yeah, normally the concept, right, is like in a Tailwind versus Tailwind matchup, you typically want to try to delay your Tailwind so that you have the one extra turn over your opponent.
The
which can
advantage, yeah.
sometimes completely, it can completely swing the tide of the game. The problem there was that there were multiple turns where like Tailwind was still already been activated by the opponent, and at any point they could have pulled the trigger and just clicked their own Tailwind, and they would have had a 1 or 2 turn advantage, but they just kept like insisting on the sunny day, which I get, because what else is Murkrow really meant to do there? But at the same time, if you don't match the Tailwind, you're just letting the partner Pokemon of Murkrow always outspeed you, which is why Crown got picked off like that.
Yeah.
Also, I noticed they dropped the Spectre
Yeah.
in the last game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And they're probably gonna do it again.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, probably.
All right, let's see it. Urshifu and Indeedee versus Murkrow and Archelodon. Right.
I mean, really straightforward. Follow me here, I would assume.
I guess, are they protecting a
Maybe
Trick Room?
Trick Room. Maybe a Trick Room. That could be the alternative
Item-
option. Yeah.
Oh, Trick Room predicting the Tailwind, but there was no Tailwind. So now this Archelodon's
this is-
a big ass threat.
Yep.
I mean,
Wait, Urshifu
yeah,
is slow. It's slower than Arch.
that is a very slow Shifu.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. Do you double protect? No, you don't have protect on Indeedee, most likely.
Yeah,
But you
probably
do
not.
probably protect the Urshifu
Mhm.
to avoid the fake out.
But you always electroshot the Indeedee slot. Yeah, and this Archelodon's getting out of control very quickly. It's still at
I mean,
full.
Urshifu could tear up Poison here.
It could, yeah.
Is the-
It's probably going
and
to
it probably
as well. Yeah.
will.
Yeah,
Like
but it
just
doesn't hit-
Okos?
Wow.
Oh my
Life Orb,
God.
Terra Poison, Urshifu. Also, this is like one thing I learned. Apparently, Calcs, when they're both at level 50, it's like Little Cup Calcs at level 5. There's a little more damage between two Pokemon being done at level 50 than there is between
It's not a lot,
two
though.
level 100s.
It's not a lot.
No, it's not a lot.
But
I know,
it's only
not
about
a lot, but
yeah,
it does exist.
It's only
And,
about 1% or 2.
Yeah.
and that is also a stab poison jab from a Life Orb Urshifu.
No,
Like,
I
that's
get
gonna
it.
do a lot.
It's
Kinda
just
but
crazy
Arch's got,
seeing
like,
it drop.
125. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Like,
a huge defense.
that's
Oh,
a
no,
bulky
that's fair.
guy. That's a bulky guy for sure. And now we
That's a
just
very
get the
bulky
terrain
guy.
up to block fake out.
Yep.
Yeah, this is
And
over.
you just
Exactly.
ignore, yeah. And Thwacky no longer has grassy terrain access. What's the last Pokemon? Ogerpon.
but
You probably just follow me.
Yep.
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 You just poison jab Thwacky, I think. Oh, you poison jab. Oh,
No,
I don't think it
you
matters.
know, you,
I would have said Thwacky because the Ogerpon could have spiky shielded, and that would have been more annoying.
It doesn't
versus
matter.
Thwacky.
You go through. You
It
go
doesn't
through.
matter.
You go through.
Oh,
Urshifu's
true.
ability
She was
ignores
broken.
protect.
I forgot.
It is broken, bro.
It's
Yeah,
so
it completely. It completely warps the conventional
yeah.
playstyle.
My bad.
In VGC.
it really
Insane.
does.
My bad. And that's gonna be
Broken ass
VGC.
squad.
That was so exciting. I love VGC.
I mean, I genuinely love VGC.
I know. I could tell. Got the enthusiasm. Uh-oh, we got the round 4 Reuniclus on our screen.
Oh yeah.
Booyah.
Who's drafting Reuniclus in Gen 9, and why?
Us. What about it?
I have questions.
Yeah, ask away.
I'm
I will
No
not.
questions?
I'm saving them for later.
No questions? Okay. So we just
I
don't
will
have
save
questions.
them. I will have words with your captain about this.
I'm the captain. You could talk to me right now.
Captain speaking here. Captain Glop.
You can tell I don't follow DCL.
It's cool. It's cool. So any questions? Okay, we're just gonna get into the game.
Yeah, let's just do that.
So Terra types, right? Ogerpon, obviously water, and the Reuniclus is Fairy. This is for the Roaring Moon and the Raging Bolt, obviously. On the other side, Fairy Bolt, and fighting on the Avalugg. So Ogerpon gonna lead off into the Roaring Moon. We're gonna swap
It's
to
probably
Crocodile.
banded or scarfed.
Yeah.
I'd imagine then.
And 25 to
And-
Crook, that's Scarf. Yeah. And Gliscor
Honestly,
gets its thing
You
activated.
get rid of the Gliscor. What stops the? Oh wait, no, Avalug's on the Gliscor team. Never mind.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
just making up scenarios.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. All right, we get the sword
Sorry.
stance up, and we
I
Ivy
lack
Cudgel.
situational awareness sometimes.
It can happen. And now we Ivy Cudgel the Avalug, does 39, and now Low Kick just kills it. Oh my god. Cinema.
Yet that is.
Now Moon comes in.
That
We actually
does
live the
nothing.
outrage because we're like pretty much max defense. See the
Now you just
outrage
low
lock.
kick in his face.
You might think that, but we have an Iron
Well, either
Valiant.
low kick or you go Valiant. Yeah, Valiant's actually safer.
Yeah,
Is there a reason why we didn't low kick? I'm trying to figure that out.
because we would be in
Mm.
Rock's range, which should be kind of rough, and we only
That's
recover
fair,
on
but
Gliscor.
I mean, a 2-for-1 trade seems pretty advantageous, no?
It
Also
does,
getting rid of
it
Roaring
does,
Wind would
it
open up
does.
But you
Yep.
also want Wellspring healthy because it can also deal with a Moth later on if you have it healthy enough. Assuming.
If you terrestrialize it, sure. Otherwise, no.
Oh, it's not Terrad. It hasn't Terrad.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's why I'm thinking.
I didn't
probably-
realize.
Probably the trade should have been taken there. But
yeah. And they're close
This
combat.
is, I think Ice Punch.
Yeah,
Ice Punch
close
or Moonblast
combat
coming out.
predicting the Jirachi to come in. Ice Punch is obviously something that Toxic has to scout for. So gonna go Jirachi, which is, Fizdef helmet. Alright. Now D-Knight comes in and Body Slam gets the para,
Oh.
which is cool, but we're
That
actually
is
Life Orb, Fire
facts.
Blast.
Oh, no, Life Orb.
Yeah. Unfortunately, E-Speed doesn't quite knock it out, but
oh, nah.
all that matters is the Healing Wish goes up, which is a big deal. But like, yeah, because now Raging Bolt comes in with a Healing Wish in the air, and there's also an Iron Moth at full. So if Toxic wants to, he can have 2 Raging Bolts right now, which is quite a strain on our build.
Just want to say, if the Roaring Moon was dead, it would be 6-3. But
True. You're right.
all right, Big Rooney's in. This is where it's
Yeah, this
moment
is
Not
to
Magic
shine,
Guard.
moment of spotlight.
it is Assault Vest regen. T-Bolt from booster special attack does 31, which is a 3-hit KO, but Side Shock does 26, which is not a lot. So now Terra Blast comes out, does 33, but still not quite a whole lot of damage just
So-
yet.
I can gather from this that Bolt has more Fizdef investment than Spadef. Same base power, or both stab, they just hit on different sides of the spectrum.
Yeah, so this is like Fizdef invested.
It's more either that or Bolt's Fizdef is just higher than its Spadef in a way that I didn't know.
Not significantly. I mean, it probably makes sense in the context
You
of
say-
opposing Overpon matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also for Dragonite, right? DD Dragonite.
Yeah, why would you not dump the EVs into defense? It makes sense.
Yeah. And Crook as well, you take Earthquakes.
Mm.
Now, Ogrepon comes in. The play is like Synthesis on Thunderclap, which we do make that play.
Yeah.
But Terra is no longer available, so Iron Moth just threatens a Sludge Wave.
I would have cudgeled there. Just want to put that out there.
Guy like me? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting close to a point where you might have to risk the speed tie.
It's not a speed tie.
Because,
We're like
like-
0 speed.
Oh, right.
You
right,
saw
right.
the Outrage 256?
That I don't know my Overpon calcs. Okay.
And we're parried, full parried. Nice, dude.
Draft player plays U-turn. I was wondering when we were gonna see that.
And the Raging Bolt's back, and it's over. Right, Ivy does 34. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, no, that's Jover.
Yep. So it turns out 2 Raging Rogers is a little bit more than this build can handle. It is often the case,
Yeah.
but yeah. It's kind of
There
unfortunate
goes-
that we couldn't get a spin earlier in the game, and Reuniclus had to take those hits, because otherwise we could have, used Reuniclus HP and then regen it up, but with double hazards up, that was not really an option. So Raging Bolt was able to just kind of 1v1 the whole team, back to back to back. Unlucky.
Proved why he is the throat goat.
Okay, nah, you.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Insane commentary coming out.
And we're just ending the stream. Nice.
All right, so we have Habita versus Roller K. So these are 2 great players.
Roller K
Two of
not
the best
really as
players
known.
in the entire format. What do you mean?
Exactly.
Yep.
Now Haba with his signature Zarude. This time though, got some like fat garbage next to it, the Pecharunt Cresselia type stuff, which means, you know, is gonna force some prep a certain way. Roaring Goon and Raging Throat was too much for J. Ricky. Why did you type that in my chat, and why is it so funny? What?
We're gonna need to ban this guy. Mods.
Yeah, mods.
My faults? Wait, me or him?
Him, bro. Cinera's
Okay.
going
This
crazy.
is
in
the Lantern
chat.
influence. Like, great job, man. Look at you
Yeah,
down in the
nice.
chat. There goes all of L5 sponsors. They're just out the window. Like,
Yeah, this is really tough out here. I don't know how I'm going to afford my Bugattis now. Alright, so Terra flying on the Zarude. And then, other than that, I think the Terra's Crest, which is Terra Psychic. So that's weird. On the other side, we have Terra Stellar on the Enam. And our other Terra is benched. So, Stellar Terra is meant to just always punish any Terra on Zarude, always have a super effective click into it, as well as obviously 2-hit KOing Pecharunt, stuff like that, boosting into Cresselia. Just makes sense here. Overquill comes in
big,
on
beautiful
the Zarude.
Bill.
Yeah.
It's a lovely name.
But now, we see a Sword Stance into Acrobatics. Now, this puts Cinderace into Blaze range, and Habita is not willing to take that on the Zarude, because he has a Pecharunt. And Pecharunt is broken, so it takes 39.
Man, if we were banned, we just won right there. Let me know.
Yeah, we just clicked Pyro like 7 times, won the game. Let me know. Now here, this is an interesting play, because we taunt predicting like a Parting Shot or a Recover, which I think is pretty reasonable, to be honest. The only downside is if they do attack, we lose our Cinderace, which is what happens, unfortunately. That being said, Pecharunt is forced to remain low, at least, so you don't get nothing out of the turn. Now, Stealth Rock up as the Zarude comes in, but this is no item, as we saw from the Acro doing so much damage. And Bill comes in quite rapidly again, sets a Spike. I'm not sure if we had time to set the Spike, honestly, because this Zarude is a big problem for our team. We'll see a Throat
Sure,
Chop
like-
do
wait, are you
24.
Custap?
No,
No
it already
Custap,
got
Destiny
knocked.
Bond.
It got knocked Black Glasses.
Okay, I had to vanish for a second.
Alright, so Enam comes in to Revenge Shield with Terra Blast, kind of forced to just click it in that scenario as Cresselia comes in, reveals to be quite bulky on the special side. But we are
I
packing
mean, that's
Taunt.
just Cresselia in a nutshell.
It's Scarf Crest, by the way. Jump scare.
Wait a minute. Is that defensive and Scarf?
Yes.
That is some crazy tech.
So, Terra Blast into Stellar Boosted Moonblast does not quite put it into Rock's range, which is going to be pretty significant, because it can come in later and Healing Wish the Zarude, which is going to be a big problem, I think.
You're
But Jirachi can come in, go for a completely free U-turn here, as Deoxys comes in, but...
Or
yeah.
it could go for Healing Wish, try to revive an Am.
Or it could go for Doom Desire. Hell yeah.
Too tough.
Yep. So Doom Desire
Dang.
U-turn, this was designed to just make getting KOs quite easy.
What was our item, by the way? I don't remember on the Jirachi.
I don't know if it
I don't
gets
think it's been
revealed
revealed.
here. So,
Oh, probably not. Okay.
yeah, my lips are sealed for now.
Understandable.
And Charles comes in, and Charles, yo, he's kind of broken.
Charlotte's ready to do some damage, man.
Yeah.
I think I know what's about to happen.
A rapid
That is
spin.
not what I thought was about to happen.
Okay. Cool.
Wait, I'm sorry. Why?
Life Orb? No, that's just recoil. Okay, it's a Lumberry, right?
Why are we not clicking knockoff?
Probably he doesn't have knockoff, would be the explanation there. Okay, double edge, rapid spin, U-turn, and we don't know the last.
I'd imagine maybe Power Whip for the Tusk and the Rotom.
Maybe, could be.
That makes some
Rocks do
sense,
go
yeah.
up though. And now, Rotom
Or it
Wash is
could be
able to come
Taunt,
in on the
'cause I know-
Landorus. But Charles comes in once more. Goes for another spin. And I think we just go for a slow Volt Switch here. But now Great Tusk comes in, and this is the threat. Right, Great Tusk has a chance to just kill everything. Goes for a spin. There's no Pecharunt to block it, and now, if we KO this Zarude with, Ice Spinner or Stone Edge, whatever we have, nothing really comes in afterwards and Revenge kills us.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna make a call. I don't think anything short of head smash is gonna one shot.
Well,
Stone Edge would.
yeah, Stone Edge would, but we are Ice Spinner
Nice.
just because there's a Landorus. Makes sense. But now there's a Rocky Helmet
Why?
Deoxys that was revealed.
Oh,
2
that
helmets
take an
would
Ice
KO
Spinner?
it easily. But he's too tough. Hits the Mega Horn on the swap. You already know.
Brilliant move.
Yep.
This
Now
is why Stop
Cyclozar
10
comes
format,
in.
and we're not.
Now Cyclozar, why is it in? It has quick attack last. Of
not
course it
gonna lie.
does.
I'm kind of shocked that killed.
What, the
This is coming
Tusk?
from a Tusk hater. This is coming from a Tusk hater. I'm
Okay.
surprised Cyclozar killed Tusk with quick attack.
Nah, you tripping. That's 11%, bro.
Yeah,
It's
Cycle can be
animated
kind of
stab,
weak.
right? Yeah.
You say kind of weak? He just did 58 to a Rotom. Have some respect.
I say kind. Okay, I'm also a Cycle Glazer. to
Have
be
some
fair.
respect. Why don't you? He doesn't know
I
about
have
Charles.
respect.
Nice, dude. You invited a Cycle Glazer onto your stream. How do you feel about that?
My bad.
Oh, Lunar Dance.
Yeah,
oh
and
no.
Now Charles comes in because he's not paired anymore and he kills everything. Nice, dude. Just lose to Charles. This was a good game, though.
Goat.
To be honest, both sides played well, I think. Haba had some cool text that hit. Roller also had some cool text that hit. It was
Don't
just a
mind me
good
just
game.
taking notes for my own cycle.
Yeah, something like that. But anyways, we're down 0-2 in the series now for Infernal Armory. This is so sad. And now we
Alright,
have
surely somebody's gonna pick up the slack, right?
right.
Somebody.
AM22 versus this is Mada, who's like a Smogon guy. And AM22 is like a big favorite in the fantasy stuff. So rooting for him to win. I think he has a pretty strong team. The only problem with this team in this matchup is that Clefable is a damn threat. There's not a whole lot we can do besides T-Wave it and just hit it repeatedly until it full paras.
Yeah,
Like-
you just gotta T-Wave and pray.
There's not a whole lot on the bench that
I
can
mean,
deal with it.
Bandurus maybe, but I don't think Bandurus has a good matchup.
No, the thing
Isn't
is
that like?
But like,
quintessential-
that's the only thing I can think of that would like
The thing
deal
is, there
significant
is
damage to the
a-
Clefable, but it does sacrifice a lot in like everything else.
There is a
So-
Lopunny on the bench, crucially, so Landorus is kind of pressured to be Scarf for that, plus the D-Knight Dragon Dance stuff. So this is a Scarf on the Landorus for that reason. So Clefable does technically wall it if it's max defense. But yeah, let's get into the game. So we have a lead Sylveon here into Mismagius, and we see a Wisps immediately into a Calm Mind. Now
Oh,
this
bro's trying to
Sylveon
step and sweep immediately.
is a big threat. You see Hex does 20%. I think we could have Calm Mind again, to be honest. But it's
Yeah.
cool.
Probably.
I mean, if it's unaware cleft, then you just kind of thunk into that, right? So you may as well get some value out of the turn. Get
There's
some
like
information.
0% chance it's unaware Clef. Like, I would be so shocked.
HP Fire definitely doesn't kill.
It doesn't kill, but it does a lot. And then Iron Head does a decent amount, puts us in burn range, but crucially we deny hazards from the Ferrothorn by making these moves, right? And now Rotom Wash comes in and just gonna get sacked to an HP Fire. So 1-for-1 trade basically, but also this the Mismagius took damage.
I was about to ask, HP Fire or HP Fighting?
Fire, obviously.
Yeah,
There's no way this guy just said HP fighting.
Yeah. But this is
hey, I'm just
max
calling out
special
the-
attack Rotom, by the way. So
that is
Hydro does 49 to Clef.
offensive.
Yep. And shout out J Ricky.
Oh,
Of course they get the drop. Oh my god. So
Doesn't matter because he's unaware, right?
That's
stupid.
soft boiled coming out here.
Yes!
Oh, the para.
That's the game plan.
Para and
Yeah.
pray.
And we just get rocks up here because we're raw.
He rocks.
Yep. And now we wisp the
Oh, is
throw.
that Guts throw?
Of course
Is that
it
Guts?
is. Of course it
He
is. You
just
already
boosted
know.
us for free. Like, thanks,
Oh
dude.
my god. But because it's J
knock
Ricky
off that.
Citrus Berry, he's no item, so knock doesn't even kill. But it doesn't matter. Oh, they heal bell the Clef? This is horrible.
And
Oh,
all
no.
of our-
And it's gonna heal right now too, in front of this throw. Rotom comes right back in for another T
One might
wave.
say we are throwing.
Alright, so we two wave the Clef.
bro. That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
The silence, deafening.
What, chat? Come on, chat.
So here, we can just spam EQ.
Yeah, this is unserious.
Dude, I have an office moment as well where I just looked into the camera. That was kind of fire. So Clefable does, 1v1 our landers, but not exactly a good idea to softball spam in front of EQ while you're paired. And now Sharpedo does look pretty nice in this end game. Rocks are up.
Is that a mega shark?
Of course it is, bro. Of course it is.
Okay.
So his play.
I'm gonna be honest.
His play is to sack and then get double intimidate so that his D Knight can set up on an ice, like an Ice Fang Sharpedo. So we're gonna make the play into Latios to prevent that, right? And just kill this crook with a Draco Meteor.
Cinema. Absolute cinema.
Very nice. What this does mean is that Starmie can come in and rapid spin. So now the D Knight is at multi-scale, but we pair the Starmie, which is cool. Now Rotom Wash comes in, and we can just Volt Switch. Because we're offensive, it kills Starmie from full. And here we go Latios, just to prevent the Dragonite from setting up, for free. And so Draco does quite a lot of damage. Could T-Wave, but E-Speed is a big threat, so not really the most impactful T-Wave of all time. You'd rather just break the multi-scale. And then now it's +1 Dragonite. Dead to Dragon.
Yeah,
Claw.
dead. Okay, dead.
So Latios is dead to Dragon Claw. And here's the idea, right? Sharpedo comes in. This is a 50-50. People who use Sharpedo are familiar with this kind of game. There's like the Protect speed boost and then Outspeed and Crunch. Just knock it out if they attack. But that doesn't work if they Dragon Dance. So it's just a pure 50-50. What makes it not a pure 50-50 though is the fact that our Sharpedo has 100 defense EVs. What does this mean? +1 Adamant Dragon Claw, if we Mega, is a 50% roll to kill. So
it's still a coin flip, just not in the way they think.
It's 2 coin flips actually. You have to get the play right into Protect versus Attack, and you have to get the roll. So I think objectively the correct way to do this is to just Mega and Attack. We don't Mega though, but he crits anyways. So like, is it the wrong play? Yes. Did it matter? No, because he crit. But like, you know what I mean? So
Is there a reason we did Mega? I'm trying to figure that out.
He was timer trouble, and he thought he died anyways if he Mega'd. So he was trying to, I don't know, to be honest.
Clearly, bro didn't work with the teammate who calced the EVs for him.
If you expect him to DD there, which is why you attack, why would you not want to Mega to get the additional damage from like the strong?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it kills anyways, but like, yeah, Mega was definitely correct there. Which, timer troubles.
Oh, nice. So my team is just throwing.
Yep,
Great.
basically. I mean, he's crit anyways, so it didn't change the outcome, but
right.
the correct play would have been the correct play still.
The aura play, play was to protect on the crit, right?
Yeah.
So. Now this is a game.
Yep. So we see a Torn Tinglu Petulant Mirror. Let's freaking go. We're going to be here for the next hour. At least that's what you think, right? So this is
that assumes the duck doesn't step on us.
Nice, dude. Just spoil the whole game. Why don't you?
Awesome.
So Zooch is on our team, the Infernal Army, and then Hellam is one of the best SVOU players on the site that was picked up in DCL. So
press 1 to spoil it or to ban this guy for spoiling.
Right?
Come on, bro.
Oh my god.
To be fair,
What do you mean to be fair?
I didn't watch this battle.
We're leaving this to chat.
No.
We're leaving this.
Okay, dude. All right, so it's Steel Torn and yeah, just Steel Torn on our side. And then on the other side is Fairy Torn. Now, Zooch was coping about Fairy Torn all week. And then we kept telling him that if they bring Fairy Torn, it's just going to lose to Petch. Don't care. So they brought the Torn that loses to Petch. Awesome. And we're actually fast taunt Tinglu, so prevent the hazards from going up. And we get hazards of our own right now. Booyah! Now our own Torn comes in on the nasty plot. Sure.
And we just lose.
Yeah. Something like that. Now here, they switch for God knows what reason. I don't know.
Why do you switch?
I mean, we're Terra Steel, but like, Just attack, you don't die, you know? Regardless, we taunt the Tinglu again. No rocks.
Well, sure. They must have switched fearing Terra Blast Steel, right? Or Flash Cannon.
It doesn't
I
get
was gonna
Flash Cannon,
say,
but
maybe.
Terra Blast, yeah.
Yeah, Terra Blast Steel. That had to be.
Maybe that was it, but I don't know that KOs.
Maybe,
it might,
yeah.
it might not.
If it's not Babiri, then 100% it does.
Yeah, and I think it was Boots, right? Yeah, it was Boots.
Here's my question: why do you switch Cyclozar in on a Petrant? That thing is never beating Petch.
You want to
Like
knock
Petch
it?
just gets to sit on it.
You want to knock it off, bro?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I guess.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
valuable.
That's it. Yeah.
Petra
I
is
mean-
the most annoying piece of shit. You want that guy knocked.
Yeah.
To be fair, I am just used to it not taking jack shit from knockoffs.
I mean, it doesn't, but that's not the reason why you
it,
go for
it
it.
takes 21%, like from Psych Knock, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, Torn comes in again on the
That
body
seems
press.
higher than I remember. I'll be honest.
No, look at this. Petra in as Tinglu comes in. Oh no, they're finally gonna get rocks up. How are we gonna punish the rocks going up?
Yeah.
Big Stepper comes in right now. Swords dances on the spikes.
Side note: that is brave.
Guys, remember that that gif of Fortress versus Zard X getting all the hazards up as you DD to the moon?
Having
Chills.
flashbacks.
Chills.
Side note:
By the way,
that was
41
brave
is
setting up on a
disgusting.
Tinglu.
Why is it
Disgusting
brave?
on Petch or Quack's part. I'm just asking.
I wouldn't say it's a brave setup because like the worst thing Tinglu does is like
Whirlwind.
you
Whirlwind.
out.
And that
Like-
means it's not getting hazards, right? So
Right.
I guess, yeah.
SD is the best way to punish any hazard going up right there.
and so Petrant comes in, takes 41. Here, I think Zooch completely trolls the game, sadly. And he forgets that he can Swords Dance again. He goes for an Aqua Step. Loser. Gets Parting Shotted, and now he's only +1 into Rotom. Which now it
But
becomes a
then-
little bit annoying into like offensive Rotom.
True. But you got to think about it. Would you really be offensive Rotom into Latios? Like, that's just kind of a crazy...
That's the set I brought in Mox. That's the set we saw like maybe 60% of Mox at least. Where
Right.
it's just
And I
like
guess
discharge to
And
to
Rotom
punish
does
Lottie.
get Shadow Ball.
And the thing is, if
Rotom also
Lottie
does
comes
get-
in, that's also just Spadef Lu Spike Angle, right? So
Right. Anyways, he just reads him.
anyways, we just SD because we're raw. Should have done that last turn. Stupid idiot.
Right.
But
the ghosting takes a
Volt
turn
does
delay to
nothing.
get through to
Yeah.
Zooch. Yeah.
And now the only way for Helm to win now is to bait enough CC drops where Ice Shard kills. But yeah, here's one CC. And we're just gonna Aqua Step here.
Step all over him.
And now we're +4. Nice, dude. Rotom Wash comes in trying to bait a CC drop. Goes Ting Lu. But Zooch, he's too nice with it. He's too nice. Goes for a knockoff. And now
Which, to be
Step
fair,
is
would
free.
probably kill Rotom at that percent anyways.
Yeah, probably. And now Step 2 at KO's backs. So there's no way to force a CC anymore. And he's just going to lose. Guys, Gay Duck just swept. And it's not even Pride Month.
Can we get some wilted flowers in chat, please? Like, this is crazy.
Alright, and that's going to be the game. Shout out to
Now-
Quavel.
There is some funny context here, and I do want to add this as a little side note. There were whispers in the grapevine from the opposing team that this
Yeah?
individual right here did not lose a single mock. So they were
Oh.
feeling quite confident coming into this game. You know, they
Oh.
were owning everybody. It was, you know, and the funny part too is I even heard that that exact sequence with Quavel in front of Petra did happen in mocks, and they discussed like ways to go through with it. And then I think he just didn't do what he was supposed to do.
Well, what was he supposed to do? Like, Parting Shot into
Probably
Rotom is the best
Malig,
thing.
probably Malig, right?
we're
Get the
Lum.
damage.
Or Lum.
I mean, get the damage is the most important part.
Okay, but then we're +5. Or no,
Assuming
would
we
be
SD'd again,
+4.
but in that case, we didn't SD again.
Yeah, well, the Zooch is just stupid for that. So, like, assuming
yeah,
he plays
Zooch is stu-
optimal,
so-
that play doesn't work. You know?
You know, well, that's the way the cookie
Also-
crumbles sometimes.
Low-key, if we don't have to take a Volt, which in that case we wouldn't, then the HP doesn't matter. Because you're still going to be outside of Back's range. You can CC to your heart's extent.
Look, I'm just saying. Apparently, word on the street is they had methods to circumvent it. Now, my mortal eyes, am
I
not
don't-
able to witness
I
that.
don't think it would have worked. 'cause we
Clearly,
are
I'm
Lum.
missing something. Right.
Yeah. But hey, 1 GG, as they say. Alright, so now Now it's 1-3. All right, we're making a comeback. We're making a comeback.
Almost like we have a chance or something.
Almost, yeah.
This game is cinema. Now, this is a
Oh,
game.
yes.
Buckle in,
Right.
ladies and gentlemen.
I'm buckled in. I'm ready to go. All right. Aster J, my personal GOAT, up against Max. This guy has been around for quite a while. Really fantastic Sun and Moon player. I definitely rate him in like maybe top 5-ish Sun Moon draft players at the moment. But I'm
For
higher
sure.
on him than most people, so that might come as a surprise to others. I do
Side
rate
note,
him a lot though.
He also is like a ladder demon from what
Oh,
I
he
hear. Like,
is.
he's consistently staying at the top of the Gen 7 ladder.
Yeah.
So this guy not only is playing in the format that he specializes in, but he also ladders it. So he knows what he's doing, you know? He's been around this block.
Yeah, he's top 5,
Oh.
but Aster is, top 5, but not 5, 4, 3, or 2. Let me know. Keep this. Torn leads off into Hippowdon, and through sheer aura, forces the Hippowdon to slack off turn 1. Never seen anything like that before, huh?
Well, to be fair, and this is where context is important, is Tornadus not a Z-move user here?
It is a Z-move user, yes.
All right, so we've got Z-Torn and Z-Cart versus Z what? Latios and Selly?
Lottie
Also?
and Sully, yeah.
Okay. So if he was expecting a Z-move turn 1 there, that play actually makes sense.
It does, yeah. But now Blastoise comes in and there's no spin block, so these rocks are never staying up. Latios gets a free entry because of it, but we got a Spiritomb right there, no problem. He makes a nice double into Feeny, so a really nice play there. Gets a little bit of chip
veteran
with the
double.
sand. Yeah, super
A
veteran.
double. Oh my god.
But we have Torn here. It's really fine. Free knockoff, and if Hippowdon comes in, we just go back to Blastoise. No harm, no foul.
Yeah.
U-turn to
This is
Blastoise.
a slow and steady wins the game.
Slack
game
out
right here.
again, scouting for the Z Hurricane, because he has to make that play in his mind. And here, we're just going to go for a Scald, get some nice chip on the Feeny.
Never gonna get a burn, unfortunately, because Misty Terrain.
Yeah. Well, now both screens are up. We reveal that it's Light Clay. And so Aster takes the opportunity to go Mesprit and get up our own rocks, which is going to be really impactful with all this switching going around. And obviously there's a pincer in the back. You want to force the drill to spin rather than attack as well. So really nice rocks. And you reveal like Light Screen, Reflect, Hydro Pump. It's probably going to be Moonblast last. But it's just Defog, so
Wow.
doesn't work.
Really
But
impactful rocks, moron.
the idea was there, okay? The idea was
Oh,
there.
got the random shade thrown in.
For fries in the bag, yeah.
Yeah. Look, it can happen to the best, even Aster J. But now we get a
is
nice
the best.
U-turn
What do you
into
mean?
Blastoise, and we reset the weather with the Rain Dance, and we're
Now this-
Rain Dish lefties, the GOAT.
This is a hot tech, yeah.
This
Because
is-
think about it, right? Not only do you get the initial recovery in the turn you click Rain Dance, but you're also getting it in the subsequent turns because obviously
Yeah.
the Hippowdon's not going to stay in, right? So you basically are able to completely offset all damage done by Earthquake, which makes this Blastoise a much more reliable long-term check to the Hippo.
We just invented a Terra Gliscor with Rapid Spin. Like,
Let me know.
pretty cool, huh?
Taking notes, even though this probably couldn't work
Yeah.
on Gen 9.
I mean, here it's
The
just
Hippo in here
a
is
free Rain
interesting.
Dance. So
All right.
Max
I
makes some
believe
nice
the idea
pivots.
there, yeah, exactly.
get-
Wants to position in the Lottie.
Yeah, with Reflect Up, but Spiritomb uniquely has Infiltrator, and it's also max bit of AV, so +1 Z Draco does not KO. And now, here's somewhat of a 50-50, where it's Pursuit versus Shadow Sneak Mind Games.
Bro, it is a 50-50. What do you mean? It's not somewhat of a 50-50.
Well, it's not a 50-50 when Aster's on the field, because you know he gets those right every time. Too tough.
No, that was cold. That was cold.
And now, Selly comes in, but we have a Blastoise. That's a crit. Unlucky, dude.
It definitely reveals that it's significantly in attack invested, though.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And then Seed Bomb as well. But now we have rain boosted Scalds. And if this burns, the game's just over. So there's one.
Here's my question. Is that Zard Y or Zard X?
X.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I thought you had questions about Reuniclus.
Still waiting on those.
So which is it? Which is it? Do you have questions or do you not?
The questions are being relayed by messenger, so it's going to take a few business days to arrive.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. You'll have to
So-
speak to my manager.
No spin, unfortunately, or no burn there. But the steel is weakened, where even in rain, Flare Blitz is forcing a KO, and you can't exactly switch in anything on a Flare Blitz at this point. Like, if Hippowdon comes in, it sets sand, and then, you know, you do the full damage with Flare Blitz. Speaking of Hippowdon, it's going to come in here, and Aster, being the goat that he is, just crits it like a boss.
Willed it into existence.
Yep.
Now that is a pretty impactful crit, I will say.
It
That does
is,
change
yeah.
the course of the game pretty significantly. I do think that Aster still had like a plethora of tools at his disposal to win, but obviously when you just remove Hippo like that, you really put Max on the back foot. His options are pretty much cut short.
Yeah.
Oh, hard mess right here, no?
You'd
No,
think
dude,
that.
he's just which, and I'm not gonna lie, I understand this play from Max because
Oh yeah, I think
when
it's
you're
the right
behind,
play.
Yeah, when you're
Yeah.
behind like this, like you have to make plays to get yourself back into the game. So you kind of almost have to expect that your opponent is going to choke.
Yeah.
But I kind of do understand Aster just letting Charizard go there because you want the safe switch. Like from his perspective, if you let Charizard go down, you deny Excadrill a sword stance, which is significant because there are still sand turns and you have no way to overwrite the sand. So by denying sword stance, you basically give your Kartana a free in so that you can threaten damage onto the Excadrill.
Yeah, and then Leaf Blade is basically forcing a KO in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just the GOAT. And now Mesprit comes in on the Feeny. I mean, here, we just set up rocks to force a defog. And then, yeah, the defog turn allows a free switch to Torn, which was already free because, like, Hydro Pump is bouncing off, but still.
Now it's 2 free.
Yep. Now it's even freer. Get rid of the Light Clay. And now I think it's just kind of a bit of a dance to stall out screen turns and try to get the best positioning possible in front of Pinsir. So Mesprit...
Ideally, you just want something in that doesn't allow it to set up, yeah.
Yeah. Which is going to be Torn, right? So you turning on Feeny and then immediately hard switching back to Torn, I think is like a pretty reasonable way to make sure that Torn is always on the field versus Pinsir.
One thing we can add as commentators, since we have the information post-game, is that, like right here, for example, this switch, he's still scouting for the Z-move because you haven't seen Kartana, you have no information on it, and for all you know, this Tornadus could still be Z-move. You know, item has not been confirmed on it. So that's why he's making these switches. It seems a little silly, like you think, oh, don't you have to dodge? But you can't dodge a Z-move, right? So
yeah. And a Z Hurricane would very much put this Pinsir in range of like a Kartana hit or anything really. So now here, this was crazy. This hard Pinsir, he's expecting a U-turn, and you know his way of winning is getting Pinsir on the field versus anything that isn't Torn. So calling the U-turn here is actually kind of raw, but Aster sees through that.
One thing I will say is even if Aster had U-turned on this turn, the way he could get around that is just putting Spiritomb on the field because you have Infiltrator, and so because of that, you can go for foul play.
Exactly.
With no downside. Yeah.
But like I
The
get
worst that
that
happens is you
idea.
lose your Spiritomb at that point, which
You don't need it
is fine.
anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The whole purpose is just to deny this thing a sword stance. That's the fundamental concept that Aster needs to drill into his game plan.
Yeah. And now we can just U-turn. All good. Kartana comes in on a Hydro Pump crit, which was maybe a little bit silly. Sacking Spiritomb for sure, more exact play.
Right. We discussed that. Definitely a more punishing play because again, the same concept I said earlier, where like if Spiritomb's on the field while Pinsir's there, not a problem. You have foul play to stop sword stance.
Yeah. But now
So
there's a Mesprit sack on the Rocky Helmet, and Aster is like the safest guy in the world. A guy like me clicks knockoff every time in this situation, but him,
right.
he's like, okay, if this Pinsir is like max HP, it can live knockoff. And then if he sword stance crits me with 2 Pokemon, I can lose. But like, he just goes for Heat Wave. It's
Even despite that, yeah, if like return crits, right, you would just lose on the spot.
Yeah.
So right, and see, this is the significant thing I wanted to point out is that that whole risk would never have been a factor if the Spiritomb had been sacked on that turn.
exactly.
But
But he won anyways.
to explain that,
Goat.
yeah, to explain that a little bit more, right? The Pinsir was at 13%, and I believe earlier it was revealed on our Mesprit. I believe it was revealed we were helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at any point, you basically just put Mesprit on the field, and there's no way to avoid because right, all of Pinsir's moves that hit Mesprit are contact. So you would essentially force the game.
It got to 13 because Mesprit sack on the helmet turn. So
Oh,
yeah, stupid.
I'm just stupid. Yeah, just
It's
cut me short. Thanks.
yeah, stick to Swish, buddy.
Oh, my bad, bro. I just don't know
All
what I'm
right.
talking about. I'm just an idiot.
So now we're starting to bring it back. We're only down 2-3 now. All right.
Oh,
We're
only.
making
yeah,
big-
just only 2-3.
Big moves.
We're down 1 game. Okay, it's winnable. And now we have Hopeless versus Lindworm or Robin. All right, Double Genie. All right, Lantern, take over. Take over.
This is game 2. This is game 2.
Oh, this is game 2. Ah,
Bro, this is game 2. Get a grip. Thank you.
grips it.
Okay. So I see a weird deer, and I think goat.
It's a deer.
I love weird deer. Okay, I laddered the entirety of Regulation D using weird deer trick room. It was so much fun.
Stop gripping it in my chat. What?
What?
Bro, did you predict my message? That's crazy. Like right as you said that, I typed that. My bad.
I thought I. Never mind.
No, you did. No, you did. You did start this. I just.
Okay,
all to
so back to the thing. Chat, I can see you making fun of me. But you know what? Fair enough.
They're not making fun of you.
We're laughing with you, bro.
No, the other the other guys. It's fine.
Oh, Jay Ricky? Nah, that was
Little bit.
not making fun of you.
I cannot tell if that's sarcasm. It just
Nah, that
to be
was
fair,
genuine, bro.
It's hard to tell if it's sarcasm.
Yeah.
Nah, it's genuine. Jay Ricky's a nice guy. He would never
Yeah.
be a dick.
I mean, you expect sarcasm from the citrus berry farmer?
And we have to time out Hydra. That's
Okay.
so unfortunate.
Mods, can we
Nah,
ban Hydra?
it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, back to the subject at hand. So to me, it looks like Hopeless is just going pure offense here. He is like tailwind offense, or maybe the Smeargle's packing trick room, but best I can tell, he's gonna try and get a tailwind off with. He might try and get a tailwind off with Torn, and then just decorate spam into the partner with Smeargle, and then just potentially just win. I'm gonna be honest. That this looks. But that said, the Weird Ear could set Trick Room. So, okay, I think the Arcalodon's a big threat. I'm gonna start there. You got the Flash Cannon, the Electroshot, Body Press, all that, all the good stuff.
All the good stuff, yep.
Basculegion looks, honestly, kind of okay at best. That might be one of the mods you leave behind here, because between Brute Bonnet, like, it depends on if it's choice locked or not, but even so, the Brute Bonnet has Sucker Punch, where it most likely is.
Really only boils down to if you expect them to bring the Shifu, right? Because obviously Sucker Punch actually threatens it. Brute Bonnet Sucker Punch will never KO Basculegion, so.
Yeah, it does like 60 or something.
I mean, I guess that ultimately depends on Terra's.
But, you know, something I also want to point out, and I don't really recall these games, but I would imagine there's got to be some kind of anti-weather preparation. Because, obviously, I mean, this team is just screaming rain, right? You've got the Basculegion, you've got the Double Genies. Both of their signature moves are 100% accurate and hit both opponents in the rain. So,
Yeah.
you definitely got to be mindful of that. I would definitely expect to see some kind of sunny day shenanigans.
Now,
That also enables your Brute Bonnet as well.
I will say, I think, what's the other guy's name? I zoned out.
Oh, that's Glop.
Okay, Glop. Wait, is it?
No, I lied.
Or y'all messing with me?
Oh, you were just lying. Nice.
Yeah.
I don't follow DFL plus GCL or whatever, okay? But
You
anyway,
mean Haya Papaya?
Yeah.
That's Robin.
Okay, Robin. So what I see here is Robin is clearly going for a trick room angle with his game plan here.
Hey guys, other guy here.
Okay, Glop. Okay.
Nice. I'm just a Deef player. Great.
Yeah.
I've been demoted.
A
after
default.
week one.
So I think more than likely we're gonna see either Weirder Urshifu or potentially a Weirder Brute Bonnet lead, but assuming you have a way to deal with Smeargle. Actually, wait, Smeargle's. I'm sorry, I have personal trauma regarding Smeargle. Okay.
Is Smeargle
I think
broken?
every BTC player
Yes,
does.
no?
Yeah.
Can we see a thumbs up in the chat if Smeargle is broken? Can we get a thumbs up?
It's actually trending right now in the current like VGC format.
And I know Hopeless in DCL, he drafted 3 Smeargles. Like every single Smeargle they have on their teams.
Well-
I lost to Smeargle round 7 in NAIC. It eliminated me from the tournament.
I wouldn't say.
No.
Because
I wouldn't
Moody got a
say he's
speed boost.
usable. I would say he's very good. It's a
Okay,
very
so-
polarizing Pokemon.
The chat has spoken. Smeargle is not broken.
That said,
Well, that kind of rhymed.
I don't think it's Spore.
Bars.
Spore doesn't actually do much here.
It really
Yeah.
doesn't, right? You've got an Amorous Overcoat, you've got Brute Bonnet, and then there's probably a
Sap
safety
Sipper,
goggles somewhere
Wordeer,
as well.
if you're not
And then unless you're-
Intimidate.
And unless your safety goggles are Terra Grass on Smeargle, Brute Bonnet can just Rage Powder away the Spore for forever.
Yep. Who's in the VC? We have Glop and Lantern.
Apologies for the, to quote Berna, Mickey Mouse voice.
Oh, that's crazy. Who said that? Get that guy out of chat.
Berna said that like several streams ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna find this guy and I'm gonna kill him for you. No problem, bro.
Yeah, in game, right? In game.
In Minecraft, yeah, I'm gonna burn down his house in Minecraft type shit.
No, it's fine.
Get the flint and steel ready.
Anyway,
Yo, can we start this game?
Yeah,
We
let's
we got
do
this.
it.
We got this. We got this. Okay.
I've been yapping too long.
Yep. All right, pretty textbook lead there from the opposition. I mean, you probably want to set up Trick Room versus this team, right? Obviously, it's a great way to enable the Ursulina Blood Moon. And like I said, when you have the rain mode, you have Basket Legion, right? Kind of implying there wants to be some kind of Tailwind mode or some kind of rain mode.
Mhm.
So Trick Room is a pretty like surefire way to kind of stop that.
I think Robin's play here is always Rage Powder and Trick Room. Rage Powder, Brew Bonnets, Trick Room with Weird Ear. You redirect any taunts that may happen on the Weird Ear. Are you Mental Orb or something? Transform. Okay.
That transform was too tough.
Did Trick Room and then Spore Torn.
Right.
But it's Lum. Oh my god. And now Smeargle has transformed. It's threatening spores of its own. Oh my god.
I mean,
It-
the
it's a
Enamorous is
sap-
though very free though.
Right. Into the Sap Sipper. Nice, dude. Just ignore that there's no Intimidate.
Yeah, there is no Intimidate. I went back to check
But yeah,
that.
Ooh.
Thief.
Thief.
Now gravity. Gravity makes sense. If you want to pause for a second here, the reason
Oh,
being is
Springtide
that
Storm.
yeah.
Springtide
Oh, nice
Storm.
dude. Just cut me off. Well, so the one thing that's interesting is that all the Genie signature moves are 100% accurate in rain, with the exception of Springtide, which I don't know why that is.
I have a
But obviously
theory.
by setting
I have
gravity,
a theory.
You circumvent that. Also, an interesting point is that by going for gravity, you enable yourself to have 99% accurate hypnosis. So
Ooh.
there is that.
Yes. I have a theory, by the way. I think they just forgot to code Springtide Storm as always hits in rain. And then when the game's rolled out, they're like, that's a feature. You know?
yeah.
Like they just didn't want to go back and fix it. I get it.
This is very free. Terra Fairy Springtide.
Yeah, this is
You
just
know,
gonna kill everything.
You
Bang.
guys in chat, memeing about like low key. I was a what's it called? Players Cup 3 finalist or qualifier. Sorry, qualifier. So I actually have played VGC a little bit. I just, you might see VGC Glop in a future week. Not to like spoil anything, but you might see that. So
Yeah, and I got like min 1500s with the Scovillain. So
oh, nice dude.
I got some chops as well.
Fair. Gen VGC is very different than Gen 9 VGC.
They are different beasts. I agree with you.
Yeah. One of them has Scovillain and one doesn't.
Terra Grass makes sense. That's just Thief. What are we
Nice,
getting
just
rid
steal
of
his
the
AV.
less? I'm gonna be honest.
Thief?
I don't think that's very good for
Oh,
you.
It lived. Let's go.
Nah, Thief is actually pretty incredible, right? When you utilize the booster energy, you're pretty much guaranteed to remove an item. So
Mhm.
Yeah, but I don't think the Assault Vest was ideal. That said, it didn't matter. But I don't think that would have been an ideal. Like you can't Spore and then. Well, depends. This one might not be carrying Rage Powder.
Ooh.
Like it might.
it could be Protect, right? Information that will have to be considered going into this game too.
Yep.
But as we can see there, Trick Room was pretty much like the great way to, like the thing is, bro, I'm getting the players confused. Charm D is hopeless, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing with Hopeless's team is that like if Trick Room goes up, he's kind of just like screwed,
Completely
especially
dicked.
with an Amorous on the field, right? So like
The
he's really got to restructure his game plan to try to deny the Trick Room from going up.
Like I think the best you got is like a thwacky fake out. Unless it's, but it also could be Covert Cloak. The Weirder hasn't revealed its item.
It doesn't, but the thing is, it doesn't really stop once the Trick Room is up. And the problem is that the only one of Hopeless's Pokemon that learns Trick Room is Smeargle. So that's your only hope of playing around that.
The best you got is to try and deny Trick Room from even going up.
You have to.
The
That's
best
your only-
lead I can
yeah.
think of for doing that would be probably the Landorus and maybe the Thwacky or the Arcalon and the Thwacky. You fake out the partner, like you fake out the Bonnet and then launch a nuke into the Weirder slots.
That's not
But
killing.
you could
bro.
also be
That's
you,
not
you could
killing.
You could also be Terra
Also,
Grass.
Basque Legion.
You could be Terra Grass on Torn, and you could have Taunt. That's another way to get around it. Because
That
that
is
way
also true.
you avoid the Rage Powder from Brute Bonnet, and then it doesn't get redirected, and you can just taunt the Weird Ear. It doesn't
Well,
cover
we can
Mental
see
Herb.
what
Yeah.
type is it. It's steel, so no,
Oh,
can't do that.
I didn't even realize they had that. Nice, dude. Nice.
Yeah. This guy pays attention for
making-
sure.
Yeah, I'm just making shit up. Yeah.
I get it. Alright, let's get into it. Urshifu Rapid Dragapult lead, so a different mode. Into the rain mode, or like,
Yep.
close to it. Terra Steel immediately into Protect.
That
Right.
feels risky.
It
I do
does.
like that
I mean-
Robin. I do like that Robin adjusted their lead, even though they won game one. Because a lot of times, what you see in VGC, right, is if you win, especially in a convincing manner, you typically kind of stick. You don't deviate too far from the lead you previously had. But I think
Not usually,
something that,
yeah.
something that Robin knows, obviously, right, is like they're playing against somebody who is an experienced VGC player. Like obviously, Hopeless has accolades in the actual VGC world, and so with that information, you can kind of read into the fact that okay, like obviously this guy's
Baltimore
not gonna be a
regional
moron.
champion right here.
Right.
Yep.
Like he's gonna
be fair-
adjust his game plan, and so there's like meta games. It's like 40 chess, you know.
Robin is also an old time VGC head, though. I remember
sure.
seeing them around. I wasn't around in like 2017, 2018 ish. I know they played back in that area.
And sadly,
Now-
both of them get farmed by me. So
Yeah, it can
that's
happen.
you know.
I mean, from
It
my
happens.
experience, like watching VGC games, everyone always has 2 game plans for game 1 and game 2. Like, I don't think that's a unique thing just to this game. I think everyone kind of tries to do
No.
that. And the games where they don't do that is probably where they just couldn't come up with the second good option. You know? Like, I see it all the time. But anyways, here's a Thunder predicting like a rain dance.
I'm gonna be honest. I still question the decision to terrestrialize Torn. What exactly is it in danger? What exactly is it hoping to survive that, like, just Pult Draco? Like,
Yeah,
if it's a double up, it doesn't
probably.
matter.
I don't know.
That's actually a
kinda-
fair point. Double up would kill it anyways.
Yeah.
Right.
And Urshifu can't really touch Basque
Then-
Legion.
That has to be a hard call that only one slot is targeting you, more or less.
Maybe you're like
As
thinking.
you can see, though, this Terra ended up being wasted because it was Urshifu and just Urshifu that was targeting, which the Terra did nothing for. There's also, by the way, Scarf Urshifu.
Yes. Alright, turn 2. See Brute Bonnet on the Aqua Jet. He's the GOAT. Misses a Thunder. This is so sad.
And that's a Clover right there. Yep.
Yep. Just hacks us, bro. I get it.
50 base power last respects does nothing. That is...
Okay,
You
this
violate
turn.
stolen.
This turn I have some thoughts about. Like,
Which is
so we see like this situation. Hold on, I have to
Yep.
let it play because moving turns is awful in the replay viewer. But so after this turn, right? The Brute Bonnet can Sucker Punch the Torn, which is going to deny Bleakwind from ever coming out. And what that also does is allows the Dragapult to always live one hit from Basque Legion and just Thunder into that slot. So I think
Or just Shadow Ball if you have it.
we don't have Shadow Ball, I don't think. But like Thunder into Basque Legion, if you Terra into Stellar, will always KO Basque Legion. So the idea
Yeah,
would be you pin the Torn slot with Sucker, and then the Dragapult is like, okay, if you miss 2 Thunders into Basque Legion, that's just rough. But you're probably gonna hit one of them, right? Surely.
right.
And if you miss 2, you got
Right.
hacks, and it's game 3 anyways.
I mean, consider from his perspective though, like you're really gonna let it all boil down to a 70%. It's kind of a crazy pull.
Yeah, but the thing is, Basque Legion is like the biggest threat, right?
It is. But also that play doesn't work if Basque Legion protects.
I mean, another thing you could also do is just double into Basque Legion, right? You could
But then you take Bleakwind.
yeah, that's the problem, right? But also you're using the
Right.
threat of Sucker to prevent Bleakwind, right? That would be the idea where like he doesn't want to just Bleakwind into a Sucker
And
Punch.
also,
that would suck.
Hydra's got a good point. I don't really think you care about the Bleakwind because you have the Spadef boost on the bonnet. Like it doesn't. The only thing that
No, the reason you care is
saving HP
because
on
of
Bonnet for-
Dragapult living.
Dragapult didn't take a Bleakwind, it took a Last Respects that was 50 base power.
I know, but if you took a Bleakwind, you would die to the follow-up. right?
Right.
You would die this turn rather than get an attack off.
That's fair.
That was my idea. You could also just double the Basque Legion slot if you think the Torn was switching, which he didn't, but like, whatever. Now here, Enam comes in as we Sucker Punch the Basque Legion, but it jets to go ahead of that.
I think the main problem here from Robin's end is that you're playing a game with Tailwind up, and your team is like all pretty much built for Trick Room. I mean,
Yeah.
with the exception of
So-
Dragon Ball, obviously.
I have questions for Robin. Why aren't they opting to just attack Basque Legion with like Thief? Like, sure, Aqua Jet.
Yeah, that's
like,
what I was
it has,
thinking as
They
well.
know it has Aqua Jet. Like they know it has Aqua Jet.
Mm-hmm.
Thief is still super effective. You can take at least one attack, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Like Last Respect, you can take a Wave Crash, especially with Brute Bonnet. And Last Respect isn't even powered up at all yet.
Yeah, I think thiefing the Basque Legion would have been a game changer here.
It would have put it in range of Sucker Punch, which is pretty significant.
Not only
Assuming
that, you also remove safety goggles, so Rage Powder is actually super
No, it's already
free
stolen
the following turn.
Eviolite.
Oh, it already stole Eviolite. Oh, yeah.
No, but he's saying it. No, but
instead
if he
of
thiefed it,
instead of
instead of
thiefing the
deflecting.
left slot, you
Yeah.
thief the right slot.
Yeah.
Would be better.
Yep.
You see a
Crit.
thief almost kill. Nice, dude.
nice, just crit. Yeah.
And now, yeah,
Yeah, there's nothing you could do at this point.
I mean, Dragon Ball could have Sucker Punch, but it doesn't, so rip.
Hmm.
and that. Okay, Robin forfeited.
Yeah. Game 3 for all the marbles. Let's see it.
I
Are we
think
gonna
Robin's
go back
kind
to
of
the
got to go
trick
back
room
to
mode?
his.
Nope, we're
We're
not.
not.
Ooh, ooh.
I'm kind of surprised. So I know what's. Oh, it's Sash.
It is Sash.
Mhm.
That's a big Sash.
Thank you. So Arch goes down immediately to the Urshifu, which is Scarf. We already revealed that.
Huge. Yep.
And we
But-
went Stellar Fire Blast trying to cover a Steel Torn, which, you know, we already
I feel
saw
like that
game
might be an
2
overpredict.
didn't work out the way
But something else I
he wanted.
want to point out, even if you get that call right, you have...
It doesn't kill.
Well, and Tailwind's still up. Bro.
Yeah.
Like, that's the fundamental problem here is that when Tailwind advantage is on Hopeless's side, it's really difficult for Robin.
Yeah. Like, for example, here, Basque Legion comes in, and you have no guard against, like, Bleak Wind plus Last Respect left slot.
Correct.
And Bleakwind's just gonna KO Urshifu
Yeah.
because the defense drops. Like it lived last time. I'm betting that might have been an Eevee thing, but what is?
No,
oh, they didn't know about the safety goggles.
last time it was a -1, so...
Do they
That
not
is-
know?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think there was information ever revealed that the Basque
Yeah,
Legion
yeah,
was safety goggles.
Which there
If you
should
had
have
Thief-
been. Yeah.
If Thief, yeah, exactly. That would have changed how that sequence played out.
And now it's just Tailwind advantage in the
Now it's
rain
just
with
Basque
Basque
Legion and
Legion.
friends.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
And you're just cooked.
I think Robin needed to go back to the trick room mode.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
Yo, what up, Ogle?
So now the score is 2-4.
Ogle.
Oglebina. What's up?
Yeah, we have big Ogle Boggle in chat. What's good, bro?
Oogle Boogle. So now the series is 2-4, and there's 2 games left in the series. Who are they?
Back against the wall.
Who are they?
It's
It's me and it's Glop. All right.
It's King and the Jester. Yep, you heard that
Yep,
right.
yep. Let's put it in my
Where's
perspective,
Faye?
of course. Of course, my perspective. All right. So, some backstory. I didn't lose a single mock all week. They were never close. Once I got to adding Toxicroak on the build, like not a single mock was close.
I love how
And,
Toxicroak was the deciding factor.
Yeah, the reason for that is Conk, right? If you look at Conk versus the rest of the team, on the bench I have a Comfy, which was in that slot before Toxicroak was added. And Conk is very likely to be AV, Drain Punch, Mach Punch, Knockoff, Poison Jab into me. It's just, it covers the most things. It could be Ice Punch over P-Jab, but I expect P-Jab to cover Comfy, which means either way, it's walled by Toxicroak. So I'm going to be Max Defense Helmet Toxicroak with Super Fang Taunt, so I deny hazards from Fortress coming in, as well as, you know, I can Helmet Chip the Meowscarada. I can maybe even break a multi-scale from Dragonite. A lot of use cases for Toxicroak. And I'm threatening Dry Skin, which means Rotom, you know, can't exactly Hydro Pump freely into stuff like Lando, which it still kind of can. Like, it doesn't really care if Toxicroak comes in on it, but still. I'm actually Poison Touch,
which is pretty cool because Super Fang into anything that's not Fortress, if I get the poison, it's basically dead, right? You get 50 plus 12% every turn, completely cooked, right? I have Scarf Hydreigon with Terra Ghost. This is to cover a DDE speed Dragonite just in case my Weavile gets chipped. My Weavile is Choice Banded, so all I need to do is chip the Dragonite out of Multiscale, and Ice Shard always KOs. I'm EV'd where +2 E-Speed doesn't kill, which is the same EVs as +1 after Rocks. So either way, I should be fine. And I feel pretty confident about denying Rocks if Fortress is the rocker, which it is. I have Spin Terrapagos with Flamethrower, Starstorm, and what else? Rocks. So this is my rocker. My rocker is Lead Terrapagos, and what this does is allows me to bring Max Spadef Assault Vest Landorus, which is like the best Landorus ever, into Iron Moth. So that's like my button to click if I ever need to switch into that thing. It also can pivot in on some other stuff like the Lando Eye that was benched. So there's stuff like that. Nice, just draft your Wi-Fi team, but better, it has a Weavile on there and a Toxicroak.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt you. I wanted to read his comment. I'm like, this guy can redraft his Wi-Fi team, but I copy paste my DPL team, and everybody's like,
yep.
Boo! Like, come on, bro. That's crazy.
Well, because Terra Keldeo has Aura. That's why.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
My
Speaking of
like
Terra Keldeo, this is going to be like pretty much max HP, max special attack, modest, with Calm Mind, Terra Blast Fairy, Vacuum Wave, and Surf. So this set can set up on so many things. +1 Vacuum Wave always KOs even the bulkiest Meowscarada after Rocks. And I can set up on things like Rotom quite comfortably. Dragonite, I'm like Terra Fairy max HP, so that can't beat me. Conkeldurr has to Terra to beat me because I'm Terra Blast Fairy. This was a really nice set. Shout out to Zooch for this one. And yeah, let's get into the game.
Did you guys each make each other's water fighting type sets?
Yes, we did. So I gave him the Quack set. He gave me the Keld set. It's like poetry in motion, right? So they bring.
And these guys are just Romeo and Juliet. Nice.
Yeah, nice, dude. Yeah, so we have Fairy Moth and Fairy Conch. The only things I was really worried about was like Ghost Conch and Fire Moth. So seeing Fairy on both, I was like, this is awesome. The only thing that Fairy really hampers is my Scarf Hydreigon, but that's fine. I'll gladly pay that price to not have to switch on Specs Terra Fire overheats, you know? Alright, Terrapagos leads off. I'm just going to rock up in front of this Rotom. It can't really hurt me. It goes for a light screen, and I reveal that I'm faster. So I'm like, okay, this thing probably has like pretty good bulk on it. And I can just go for a Starstorm. I don't mind letting my shell get ripped off here because I have checks to everything. Like, if I needed to save this as like an emergency check to Dragonite, that would be one thing. But I have Scarf Hydreigon with Terra Ghost. I have Fairy Keldeo. I have Weavile with Ice Shard, and I live E-Speed. Like, I don't need my shell for anything, so I'm just going to get Chip. I'm going to Starstorm this Rotom. This Chip is actually pretty impactful for my Keldeo because at +1, Terra Blast will actually kill it after Rocks now. And with that Starstorm, it reveals to have some Spadef. So I'm like, okay, this is Spadef Rotom. My Weavile is looking even better. All I have to do is, you know, Conkeldurr Fortress, which my Toxicroak gets both of those things done simultaneously because I helmet down the Conkeldurr, and every single time Toxicroak comes in, I mean, knock off my helmet is a little bit unfortunate. I would have appreciated a Drain Punch there, but I understand knock is like just the better play to make. I expected this to happen. I can just go for a Super Fang onto the Fortress. And now, both the Conch and the Fortress have taken Chip. My Weavile, all of a sudden, there's no real, like, great switch-ins. So, Super Fang into Fortress. This is Super Telegraph. They don't have a better play. It reveals Helmet. I expected that. But now, I can just go for Taunt, prevent Rocks. And then he's like, aw, man. Now here, I have a very free Terrapagos, because if he goes for a Spin, I can threaten it out. A Starstorm from this range will kill, and Starstorm is a KO if I want to just take that, or I could get Rocks up again. Either way, I'm perfectly fine doing that. So I go Terrap. He reveals to not be Spin or something. Just goes Rotom, which is like perfect, because I know I'm faster and I know I kill this with Starstorm. He has to sack something here, and it's going to be Conch, and that's perfect for my Weavile, like I was saying. Like, you know, what else are you supposed to do?
He might have expected the Terra Ghost Toxicroak. You never know.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
I
I played around with the idea. I played around with the idea. I'm not even joking.
If you ghosted and he spun, like, bro,
it's just, it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah. Interacting with chat mid-game is aura. Yeah, honestly, one of my favorite things to do. I like doing it for the chat, bro. It's fun. So, my entire checklist for Weavile is now completed, right? Weavile will be taking KOs very soon. And not to mention that Terapagos is taking one right now. I'm Silk Scarf, so, like, this wasn't even, like, close to a roll. Like, he's, like, max spit FAV. Like, LOL. Now, Meowscarada comes in, and I'm like, okay, I have a Toxicroak, and it's not Helmet, and the Conk's dead. I can just sack it, no problem. And if he goes for, like, a knockoff or a Flower Trick, I can get off another Super Fang, that sort of thing, or even a knockoff, something like that. But he goes for Triple Axel. This at least forces him to hit 5 in a row to knock me out, which is, like, pretty good odds in my favor, but he gets all 5 hits.
Tough.
Now, knowing he went for the second one makes me think this is probably Scarf. He took Rock, so no boots, and he's not doing Choice Band damage. It's probably Scarf. So I'm going to go to my Keldeo and set up a Calm Mind. And yeah, Rotom comes in. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm faster, but he goes and he gets a Citrus Berry. So now he's actually not in range of Terra Blast anymore. So what am I going to do here? I'm just going to Calm Mind again and Terra. What can he do? He goes for a Light Screen and actually reveals that he's faster than my Keldeo and slower than my Terapagos, which is like a 5-point difference. So like a cool speed creep. But also, this is good for me because if I was faster, he could just Volt Switch into his Moth and like threaten me with the Sludge Wave or whatever, and I might even be forced to switch out there. But because he's faster, I can just click Surf here.
For free.
For free, and he can't do a single thing about it. So he goes for a Hydro Pump. I surf just to let him know that I can do that. Like, don't go Moth, like it'll get surfed. And now I'm just gonna Calm Mind to the moon. He reveals Pain Split, which is good tech here. It brings my Keldeo quite low. But Hydro Pump's doing 18 at +2, even less at +3, 16%, and I Calm Mind again. Basically, I'm trying to time this so that Light Screen goes down when the Rotom goes down. And so by doing that, I click Surf here, because it's already revealed to not be Light Clay, and Surf always puts it in Vacuum Wave range, and it's better than clicking Terra Blast here, because if I crit Terra Blast, I don't get an extra round of lefties. But here, even if I crit Surf, maybe it will kill, but like, you know, it's just better. Now, I'm always out of range of everything Dragonite can do, outside of like, maybe Scarf Ironhead, if that existed, but it doesn't.
You also don't reveal that you have it, that you have
yeah.
Blast, right? And that's crucial information to withhold.
Yeah, for him, I could have Icy Wind Blast, not that it makes a difference, right? But it reveals to be Choice Banded Dragonite, dies to Terra Blast, cool. And now he has to go Moth because everything else dies to Vacuum Wave, and yeah. Iron Moth comes in, and I'm thinking, okay, I can let my Keldeo go down. I get Vacuum Wave Chip. It's going to do a lot of damage because I'm +4. And then that's going to put it in range of Ice Shard if it does Terra, and if it doesn't Terra, I can just knock. It's all good. Like, Weavile will be getting a KO follow-up no matter what. Or I could even go like Landorus. I have an abundance of options here. He reveals not to even be Sludge Wave. He goes for Meteor Beam, which just barely knocks me out. I think this was a roll or something. But now my Weavile comes in. Because he Terra'd, Ice Shard does like 39 min, even if he's like very, very bulky. So, and I know he's not bulky, he's like offensive. So I Ice Shard, guaranteed to hit. I'm not gonna like miss Axel or anything. Fortress comes in, but I can just, you know, switch to Terapagos, and I just keep the rocks off, because if he just stays in and spams rocks, I get 2 spins and then I sweep. So like, he can't make that play. He has to Volt Switch out into Scarf Meow immediately, and now no rocks are up, my Weavile's at full. Like, this is perfect. Here, I even confirmed Scarf if I didn't already know already, because like +1 speed, he's faster. And now I know that my Weavile clicked Shard 3 times exactly, and I win the game. There's nothing that he can do. Absolutely nothing. Bang, bang, bang. And that was just clinical.
He could unplug the router, bro.
He could. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was... I'm proud of this one. This was awesome.
Game 7 Fade light work, by the way. Yeah.
It's not game 8. It's not game 8.
That's true. It's true, it wasn't.
The GG with 3 mons up was too tough. I mean...
No, I was going to say, no, when he said GG, that was really him like saying, hey, I know you think you got this, but let me step in, big dog.
let me let you know things are not as they seem. Alright.
No.
And now to tie the series, we have
Oh, boy.
Glop versus Deefmitst.
Yep.
Alright.
This is the king stepped in. He did what had to be done. Now
Yeah.
it falls into the hands of the jester. So to give a little bit of context about this
Yep.
match, on both sides, the bench Pokemon on my end are Vileplume and Golisopod. On his end, it is Gloom and Guzzlord. So going into the game, I was very confident the first 5 Pokemon you see on the screen would be coming. The last slot was kind of the toss-up. I knew to either be Lycanroc or Guzzlord. I was pretty much set on that. Gloom, has its merits. Certain dumbass on my team brought it in a mock. To mix the
Destroyer.
to mix
Destroyer
success.
right there, Gloom is.
Yeah,
I did sleep in
So-
endgame with Gloom. Let it be known. Let it be
he
known.
did beat me. I will say, for this matchup in particular, right?
Yeah.
Now, it might not look like anything spectacular, but I will say that I had to rebuild my team at least 5 times over
Yep.
the course of the week because the ideas that I had, the concepts, the scenarios that were playing out just weren't really working in my favor. So one of the biggest obstacles of this team is that it really struggles into Landorus. I do have Glisopod, which obviously can help, resist Earth Power, isn't forced out by the Sheer Force moves, can get up spikes. All those things are great. But as the weeks were playing out, I was just realizing that it really was not allowing me to play at the tempo I wanted to. So their team is very offensive. And if I'm playing on the back foot too many times, it's really going to give him the upper hand because the more times Landorus gets on the field, the harder it is for my team. So
Upper hand's not in Gen 8.
what's that?
Upper hand's not in Gen 8.
This is true. It is
Very
not a
true.
Gen 8
Yep.
move.
Cool.
Going into the going into the game, I was pretty worried about protective pads or Shifu was definitely something that I was worried about. And then again, really the biggest threat is the Landorus. Everything else is pretty manageable for the build. I won't reveal too much information about my build, obviously, but we can start the game up.
All right.
So it's going to be a Coco lead. Something I realized early into the week was that I was keeping Coco in the back for mid-game, and while that had value, it really felt like Coco was kind of like a nothing burger, not doing anything. So eventually we kind of reframed the game plan and decided that we would lead with it early. So I'm going to go for Nature's Madness here. Going to get some good chip on the Uxie. He's going to go for Stealth Rock. At this point, you never risk your Landorus getting toxic or anything, or getting U-turn on. So Volt Switch is pretty risk-free there, I would say. And this turn, I did deliberate going Mienshao because I felt the U-turn coming. It's just that I didn't want to risk potentially getting knocked off. That would
really
arguably
suck.
be a game-losing play. Yeah, and it's not like knockoff is a crazy click there either. So I went for the more conservative route, which unfortunately does allow our best friend Landorus in, which is quite problematic. So here I'm forced into Swampert. The damage here reveals that it is Life Orb at the very least. So I do have that information to play with. It's not going to be a Resist Berry. It's not going to be like Boots or anything. When I saw this, I probably should have tried to angle to get Skarmory in sooner to get up rocks because obviously that's a great way to limit the Landorus. But right here, it's going to enable me to go for a flip turn. Pretty risk-free play, relatively. As he reveals the Tapu Koko, and this was an interesting turn here because the damage reveals that it's like offensive Koko as opposed to defensive. I would have thought there'd be more bulk, but flip
His
turn
Rocky
should not
helmet.
be
Considering there's a Rocky helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does have a Rocky helmet, but flip turn should not be doing that much damage.
31.
And, saying you are right, I really was going through grief, bro. This matchup was
Barring a
giving me-
choice banded Swamperts.
Yep.
right here. I think this turn, I do think this was a misplay on my end. I go for Searing Shot, and we discussed this because it's like spreading a burn is nice, but realistically, Uxie's at I think what 20%, 22%.
13.
Yeah. So Psychic was
Yeah,
pretty
Psychic
strong
is super
there.
free. Like, you never go Sizzler,
Yeah.
and Psychic is just stronger
Yeah.
versus everything else. Like, Urshiva
Everything
going
else.
down right here would have been, like, actually insane.
It would
Which,
have been
like,
amazing for me. Yeah.
I think it would have died
So-
as well. 30 from Searing Shot? Doing math in my
it's
head?
A roll,
That sounds
it's a
like
roll, but
100.
it's very in my favor.
Yeah.
So I see the damage here. I know that he's max HP, and like I know pads is an option, but I was really fearing Scarf. And seeing U-turn here tells me that it's Scarf because pad sets aren't going to waste time going for U-turn.
Mhm.
Their objective is to just do as much damage as possible.
And, like, in
this
this
tells me the
matchup-
way he switched it in. Yeah,
Like, you needed so much coverage from the Urshifu.
Exactly.
From the bench guys, either Ice Punch or T Punch to cover Golisopod or Vileplume. Like, you never run U-turn on like a pad set here.
there's no point for it. You have coverage exactly.
And he's
So-
the GOAT.
And I just pivoted under their power because I'm
Yep.
too tough.
Yeah.
So able to throw off Berserk Fear pretty freely. He doesn't know if I'm Scarf right here, but I'm not. So I'm gonna switch out.
Yeah.
And if he didn't know it here, he will know it by next turn because
The switch order.
he switches out first, right? So Scissor's gonna
tough.
come in, and I'm like, okay, Again,
Look at that.
probably could have just pulled the trigger and psychic here, but in my favor, or in my defense rather, going for 2 searing shots is a 51% chance to burn a Shifu, and I just don't get it because I'm stupid.
He's a stupid little idiot.
Gonna pull a switch into
Man.
Skarmory because I wanted to get the Rocky Helmet, and it covers. It would die to Surgings, right? But unfortunately, our best friend Landorus is in, so at this point, my hand is really forced. I kind of just have to go into Swampert, hope for a dodge, which fortunately I am able to find. Allows me to go for a flip turn. Considered liquidating, but didn't think that keeping Swampert in on the field was the most advantageous, whereas this allows for a setup for a U-turn kill with Scarf from Yanchao. So gonna go for that here. This next turn is a really big misplay I want to talk about a little bit. So I go into Hydreigon here. My timer was running a little bit low, and I didn't really know, like, I wanted to keep Landorus off the field, but the problem is that, so it'll be, I think it's revealed later, I'm Choppleberry on this Hydreigon.
Yeah.
If I keep it at 76, so basically hasn't come in, take the rocks, it'll live the Focus Blast. But by coming in here, if I switch out next time I come in, Focus Blast is a roll, and it's not in my favor. So I would say in hindsight here, I probably should have just U-turned into, like, probably Coco, and you're gonna see why, because the sequences kind of
Yeah, I
allow
agree.
for that. He goes Landorus here, right? And so I know that I live the hit, so I'm like, okay, well, this is a free surf. But the way he brings in Scissor here, and I calc this, it's no bulk, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, no bulk, like, okay, you gotta be Scarf. Double Scarf's a little bit unconventional, but I
There's
was like,
no
he does
reason
have
to
a
make
lot of...
this play ever if you're not Scarf.
If you're not Scarf, yeah. So I was like, okay, well then this definitely has to be Scarf, right? So I'm gonna switch out here. And then the damage on this indicates that it's banded. And I'm just like,
It's banded?
there's no way I got blocked. It's banded, yeah.
Oh my god. He just cooked
banded.
you.
So, yep, Broken Landers is in. I have nothing better to do. I'm like, well, I gotta let this guy go. Able to get
And
my
rocks
stealth
are
rock
up.
at the very
Hell
least.
yeah, dude.
And then right here, I'm looking at the game state. I'm like, okay, the Uxie is at 13%. Landorus is the only obstacle stopping me from sweeping with Scarf close combat at this point. So I recognize here that letting Skarm go is actually not correct. Rocky Helmet still trades with with Urshifu and with the Lycanroc. So I pivot here into Coco because Coco's job is basically done at this point. It doesn't really have any value, right? So I'm able to throw off Nature's Madness because this sets up for the Mienshao CC endgame. So I do that right there, and then I'm able to go into Mienshao. Just go for a U-turn. If he stays in, I gotta sack something, not the end of the world. But he ends up giving up Urshifu, which is nice for me. I put Hydreigon in the field because it kind of forces him to hit a blast. In this point, I know he's not banded, but I don't want Hydreigon taking the move, because if I dodge Focus Blast, like, that is an out to Landorus if I need that. So I recognize that Skarmory is just not needed at this point. Able to sack it off. Again, allows for Mienshao to come back in. Kind of just rinse and repeat of sacks at this point. If you could pause here for a sec, something I did want to talk about is that at any point in this game, like from like probably turn 14 onwards, if he was Rock Polished Landorus, because I let Hydreigon take that extra Stealth Rock turn, the only way I could have prevented the sweep was by, number one, doing the initial Coco play and the U-turn when I killed his Coco, because I need to get the Nature's Madness off on his Landorus, and I would have to keep Hydreigon healthy. Because if Hydreigon is not healthy enough to live the Focus Blast, everything else is just in range and gets OHKO'd by Landorus.
Yeah, not cool, by the way. We don't like
Yeah,
that.
not great. No, we don't like that.
Yeah.
World's most random Uxie sack. Don't know what's going on there. In this part, I think he starts shit in the bed, because you'll learn he does not have the Rock Polished Landorus. He goes for a Desperation there, but at this point, I don't need Hydreigon because it doesn't even live the Focus Blast anyways. He's able to go for it here. It does reveal that it's Choppleberry. And right here, I was in my head, I'm like, okay, the problem is I have no information on the bulk of this Landorus. Now, I would think, right, especially if you were Rock Polish, which I can't just assume he's not, I would think you would have bulk on a Landorus like that, right? Because it lets you set up on, like, Coco Dazzling Gleam. It lets you set up on most moves that Mienshao would lock into. So I'm like, okay, if it's offensive knockoff, pretty much is a kill. But if he's bulk and I knock off here and I die to Psychic, I just lose to Earth Power 2x.
Yeah.
So
To be clear, I'd like
I
to ask,
decided, sure,
does Mienshao get Triple Axel this gen, or is
No.
that the next one?
Gen 9. We wouldn't even be
Okay.
having this discussion, bro. So unfortunately, I had to go for a U-turn
Dude,
here, and I'm like, well, if he's Earth
Imagine
Power,
an Ice Spinner here. Oh, Cinema.
it would have been tough.
I know.
But right here, I just gotta basically pray he doesn't have it, because I don't really feel comfortable risking a knockoff. I'd look like a clown if I lose to that. So I sack off Swampert here. Now, some people were thinking, oh, could you live the Earth Power after knockoff? Hell no. That guy is
No.
too strong. That guy needs to be banned. But because of that, I'm able to reposition into the Mienshao, go for the knockoff, hit him with the GG bro, because that's my bro Dawn Midst, and narrowly clinch out a 2-0 victory, securing a tie for the Infernal Armory.
Yup. And
Cinema.
hopefully our team can do a little bit better. But you know, we got him. We got him with the tie.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit better.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Definitely a very nerve-wracking matchup for me.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
that end game.
The end game is dicey, and like I said, at any point if that Landorus is Earth Power, it's probably
Rock
just
polish,
curtains.
you mean? Yeah.
And the thing that's so like crazy to me is that, again, I was running low on timer, and I was like, I just don't want Hydreigon in, or I don't want Landorus in, so I put Hydreigon on the field. If I had just taken the extra like 30 seconds to think about it, I could have prevented myself from potentially losing to the Rock Polish, but I would have had to play very disciplined. So this game really did not allow for many turns of error. So I'm very fortunate that, you know, Dawn didn't really seem to have. I don't think he executed the game plan probably the way that, you know, Toxic or whoever built the team envisioned. So that's obviously worked to my favor, but I also had to basically play hoping that he didn't have the set.
Sure, dude. Just call him ass. Just call him ass, bro.
I did not call him ass. Those are not the words that came out of my mouth.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, it was a lucky dodge with the Skarm to get rocks up. That was pretty impactful.
For sure.
Yeah.
But
I
also,
do think, though, that
I mean,
I should
Focus
have put
Blast
the Skarm
hit
on the field
about expected value, right?
number of time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it hit like what? He went for it 5 times. I think he hit like
3.
3 of them.
Yeah.
Which is like, you can't really ask for a better.
Yeah, that's about average, right?
What a game.
What a game. And that's going to be all the games for DCL Week 1. Thanks you two for joining me, at least for the latter half of the stream. We had Dougal at the beginning.
Of course, bro.
If anyone's watching and hasn't liked the stream, please go ahead and do so. It helps out the algorithm. These streams do actually get quite a decent amount of views after as like VODs. So I appreciate that. If you're interested at all, my Discord's linked down below if you want to look at Fantasy for this week. Really fun game to play as like a spectator of the DCL. It's made watching it quite a bit more enjoyable for me myself. There is that stuff down below in the description as well. Take a look at the rules. We're going to do a stream doing Preds and fantasy picks later in the week, probably Thursday or Friday. And yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to plug. Do DCL Fantasy?
Thank you for
Not
having me
right
on,
now,
man.
bro.
It was a pleasure.
We've been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes so far. So we're probably going to wrap it up. Anything you guys wanted to say?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you again for having me on. It was a pleasure. I love commentating Pokemon. You know, it's a lovely game.
Yeah,
to
super fun.
spectate and to play. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving me the chance to geek out and slightly embarrass myself on camera.
It's all good, man.
Thank you.
Got the VGC expert on deck. We needed you in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. 'Cause I was just low-key breezing through them, being like, wow, that was pretty cool, huh?
Enjoy your day, guys. Have a good one. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Peace, everybody.